Hello everyone, welcome
Hello,
back.
hello.
We are back after yesterday matches. Today we have another really interesting matches, and today for the pre-show I have two new yappers with me and two special guests. One is Toby and second is Mio, who is joining us to share his views because we are really looking forward to them. So hello guys, how are
Hello,
you?
hello.
How are you, sir?
Yeah. Toby, you are here even though you are playing today, so I'm really happy to have you here because I'm going to have a lot of questions for you.
I'm scared, but I'm happy to be here as well.
Okay. Yesterday we didn't have an after show, so I think it's fair to say that we can talk a little bit about yesterday. The first game, there was a lot of discourse between the casters and the Void Kids against Omni Glitch. Even when the predictions came out, there were some draws, there were some. I think I was the one who predicted it correctly. But how did you see the game? Because there was also a lot of drama after the show, with some comments from the casters. But I think, based purely on the performance, I think the result is pretty fair. So I would start with you, Toby, because I think you need to be prepared for these teams, and I think your preparation contains also watching your competitors. So, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, starting from the back, let's say, I would say that I was surprised when Omni Glitch lost completely in the first day. So yesterday I wasn't surprised at all about their performance. They are really good in terms of, let's say, creating occasions in the map and in pressing enemies, and it was shown by them throughout whole the game, like game 1 and game 2. And I think the biggest mistake was that Void Kids, instead of focusing on good draft, they were focusing on safe picks for ZL. And that was the biggest mistake because ZL was out of the game. They were pushing the jungle. And well, it isn't surprising that they won with this fashion, I would say.
Okay, I may have a controversial question. Do you think that everyone is pretty focused on eliminating ZL from the game? It's like a personal goal of every jungler that is playing against ZL? Do you think that it may be?
Well, honestly, it's the same question. If you'd ask if you fight the bigger guy, would you be like trying to find some, handicap? It's obvious that you need to focus on Zadel, because if Zadel is down, then the team is down, right? It's pretty simple.
Yeah. I meant it in a fashion that a lot of people, because Zedel is a really successful content creator and has a lot of fans, so people like to like the other junglers have this goal, like I will show them that I'm the better jungler from Europe. Like I meant it in a personal way.
Well, I wouldn't say that Zedel isn't one of them, because he also likes the spotlight and he also likes to be in the center of action. And I believe that's, on one hand, it's good that he wants to be, but on the other hand, it's bad for every single jungler that thinks that he needs the spotlight, because it just backfires, right? It's pretty simple like that.
Mio, what are your thoughts on the first match, if you saw it?
On the Void Kids and Omni Glitch, I saw it. Yeah. I know that most of the eyes are looking at Zadel because he's the main character in his team, but I think it's not really focused on only Zadel, because it's like a 5 against 5, Like what I saw is Omni Glitch as a team, as individuals, everybody doing his part, everybody doing his his job, and trying to do his best to help his teammate more and more. And so that's why you will see, for example, you will see they were winning most of the towers. The Dell team cannot really compete against them. So I think Zadel is of course he's all the eyes on him, but also I think it's the team. That's the main thing in the end, That's how Mobile Legends work in the end, The macro, the mechanics, all of that depends on the 5 players, not just one,
Yeah.
So I think Vicky team, I saw the first match they lost 2-0, second match they lost 2-0 too. So I think they should like focus more as a team. They need to work out more. And I think also Zidel as a player, he's a really good jungler. He, even if he's like as a like player, he proved himself a lot to win against big teams in other previous tournaments. So like I think I like as a jungler, he's a really good jungler, and maybe if he get a chance in a really big team, maybe he'll do better in my opinion, to be honest.
Okay. I think we can move on to the second match of the day. That was Jackpots again Minerva Fury, which was like I would say, at least for myself, it was like the highlight for the day, because it was the biggest question mark for me, and I wanted to see the action. Like, go on. I know I will let Mio go first because you have a former teammate there. So, how did you like this matchup?
I saw the two matches. Of course, King says the best roamer in the game. No, let's be serious now. First of all, I think in the first game. Sorry, Tom. It's just my bro, you know.
No.
I think for the first match, I think maybe Jackpots were not really updated with the game. I saw they left like backside, they left Angela, they left a lot of things. Like they let Minerva free, for example. They had a plan and like they just did their plan fully, and like Jackpots had like, I don't know, not plan, or I don't know how it didn't work. But I think when it comes to the draft, I think Minerva free really outplayed them, and in the game it was so easy. Just after the first turtle, it was so easily, they just like, you know, it was totally like destroyed game for them, you know. So like that was like the first game. But the second game, that's like they showed up what Jackpots are playing, like how do you play, how aggressive they are. That's what I saw in the second game, and like I saw how aggressive is like Malfrine and Kingsa together against Primo in the mid lane. So I saw also like the game was like going and getting back a lot, but like I saw in the end like Jackpots winning the game. So I think Jackpots, they need to be more consistent. They're not really consistent in most of the matches. Like also the last match, it was 1-1-2. So maybe there's a problem. Like they're not always like giving like the 100%. There's like up and down a lot. So I think Jackpots actually is one of the best teams in this tournament. I think they can do really good. Also, Minerva Fury, they're a really strong team as well, having a really good path till now. So yeah, that's just my opinion. Like it was like kind of equal, that match, you know. Yeah,
because there's a lot of discussion within the caster circle that Jackpots have really strong personalities.
Yeah.
And either they click for the game or they don't, and that's why we call them like 50-50. Like they either show up really strong or they blew up somehow in the. So I also hope that during this tournament they will find the synergy.
Yeah.
So at the end, like maybe even next weekend or maybe even today, they will show up and they will click from the start to finish. So that would be really awesome. And what are your thoughts, Toby? Because you also saw that this was a very important match of yesterday.
Well, what I can say, I completely agree with what just Mio said, but my hot take on that game is that, as you also mentioned, it was highlight worthy for sure. But Jackpots are, as you said, well, it's 50-50, and it was shown. First game was a complete 50 to the bad, and the second game was 50 to the good. And yes, it was a draft issue mostly, but I would also say that when Woki like clicks, let's put it like that, then the game clicks, and that's I think that's the jackpot factor in their team. That would be the maybe not biggest issue, but the biggest click that needs to click. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand. And actually, it's pretty funny because their logo of their team is Joker.
Yeah.
So I think the Joker would be Walkie in this case.
Yes.
So either you have the Walkie jackpot or you don't. So yeah, I'm wishing them really a lot of luck with this, and I think maybe this gives them a little bit of chance to showcase like a proper leadership, because as I said, I see that they have a lot of strong personalities there, and if they could find one person that would take like not even like shot calling, but maybe calming down all the titans in the team, I think that would really also help this team. Because on the other hand, from my point of view, Minerva Fury, they show such precision, they are on point, they play so well, and they're really consistent in how they play. Like you either really pull something ridiculous like Jackpots did in the second game, but otherwise, like when you see Boba Rusik, like how he's playing, he's always calm, always doing the best he can. So I think that they are this slow tide of like big ocean that is just going through you. So Minerva Fury is a really force to be reckoned with. So for me, this match, I was so interested, and it ended up exactly as I predicted. So I'm really happy about it, and I think that we can move on to the next match that happened, and that was Method Black against Stolen Angels. For me, this is also one of the biggest enigmas, because Method Black and Stolen Angels are kind of new teams in Surge and in this composition, and I really wanted to see Method Black, like, because from everything I heard, and even from what I see, they have what it takes, but I think that maybe they are just a little bit rusty. What do you think? Mio, you can go first, because I think that you have we were like kind of talking about it, so I want to hear your hot take on this one.
I don't know. I think yesterday, like I don't know, like I was expecting this match to be more competitive, more. To be honest, because I know Method Black, like each player of them is like has a really good history, and like they're all big players, same as also Stolen Angels. They have also really good players. I was expecting it to go like something like Jackpots and Minerva Fury more, like the same match, you know, kind of like 50-50 going, to both sides more. But I think Stolen Angels were like way more stronger, to be honest, yesterday. When it comes to the mechanics and the macro as well, like they were like holding the game to their side more. While like Method Black were just well, I can say that like they don't have like they always like reacting, they don't have much to do, like I don't know, that's what I saw yesterday, you know. I will not say draft, of course, because it was like kind of 50-50, but like the better team with a better comp, with a better synergy, with a better mechanics, macro, everything won yesterday 2-0. I was hoping to see more, of course, from Method Black. I think for the next match, they need to prove a lot for the next match, because next match they have Omni glitch, so they need to prove themselves more. Because I don't know, I think like this is not the Method Black that I expect, you know. As players, I expect much more from them. And the other side, I think Stolen Angels did really good yesterday. They did go really perfectly, I guess. Again, it's really good players, of course. They did go the game really perfectly with like they had always the game on their side. Like it didn't like go out from their hands, you know. So yeah, like that's all in my opinion, you know.
Actually, they ended the game pretty quickly. Like even like when I was watching it, and even the kills, like there were so little kills, but they were just progressing so fast. So yeah, this is what I was disappointed the most about, because I really expected that Method Black could match them at least with the macro or something, like the reactions to be much faster. But Toby, what is your hot take on this one? Because you already...
Well, I faced Method Black, and honestly, yes, it is. They're not something that is bad whatsoever. No. They're a really good team, And well, it was surprisingly shocking for me to witness that they get swept like that. Like 2-0, like for me it wasn't an option. I think we were talking about it, and I told you myself that it was for me it was clear. It was 1-1 or like there wasn't different option in that case. But honestly, yeah, I was surprised, but I was screaming a lot against Stolen Angels, so I know that they are not something to be laughed at, and they are, like, to put it best, they're a really strong team in terms of gameplay, in terms of synergy, working together. So yes, it wasn't surprising that they won as well, but I was surprised that Metal Black let them do what they wanted to do, and yes, that was surprising.
Okay, and now for the last, we have AKKE against Seven and Order. Actually, I predicted this result as well, so I'm really happy about it because, to be honest, the first game was just so entertaining. Like how you came back, Toby. This once I will give you the word first because I really want to know what was going on. And I always highlight your fighting spirit, like you never back down, and it always shows that even in the late game you can really turn the tide of the game, and you did it in the first game. So please walk us through your first game and the second game, like from your point of view, because that's like the best kind, because we will see right behind your screen. So go on.
Well, Nish, I will ask you just one question about the first match. Do you like when people turn off the light when you're in the room? I believe not.
No.
So the first game was just, I believe that's the best showcase of the strength of our team and also the strength of our beautiful jungler, that is Maku. That when you do not respect the pick, that is Helkert, you get punished. And what the punishment it was, like, I believe that this one team fight that completely turned around the game and let us just sweep them through the middle lane was something that was really a highlight worthy. And well, the second game, well, for me personally, it's just a draft issue. I sometimes tend to do mistakes like that, and it was clearly a mistakes in that form. And well, I'm sad that we didn't win the second game. We were hoping that we will manage with what we've got, but well, I just knew right after the draft ended that it's gonna be hard, and it was hard, but well, it again backfired. But well, it was a good fight with Revenant Order. We showed them that we are not that easy to take down, as some of the casters were predicting that it's gonna be a sweep, that we're gonna just, like, you know, dust off us, and they didn't. So yeah, that was a good fight. But yeah.
Yeah, you are proving that you are always putting a fight. Like you, even though that a lot of casters, for example, predict that you will lose, you always take at least one game. So what you have to prove right now is not to take one game, but to take 2 games. So I will be looking forward to that. And Mio, how did you see the game? Because that was the only game that really had like this comeback story in the first match.
I think, I don't know, to be honest, I'm gonna be really honest with you, Toby. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting it to 0-2. To be honest, I'm not lying. But to be honest, from AKKE, like first match, I didn't expect he will take that challenge to leave Hellcraft for Mako, because like I think there's not been once that nobody, like every time the enemy like doesn't ban Helkert, they lose. Like I think it never happened that they leave it open and they still win with his Helkert. Like I think he always win with his Helkert. So I mean,
actually, I'm going to check with our database that if there was a game, like if Maku has 100%.
No. Don't check. Maku for sure has 100%. Helkert doesn't because someone picked the Helkert, so Helkert doesn't. But Maku has.
I think so. Because even in the last tournament, he was always like this. I was like, always any team playing against AKKE, ban Helkert, then start the draft. And I think actually, like, also, Revenant Order, I think they didn't also have a plan to play against the Helkert, like let's say I draft or how to play, like they planned before how to counter this Hurker or something. Mako just his team gave him all the space to do whatever he wants on the map. And also as well they banned the Selena for Krev, so it was kind of easy to control the mid lane on the first match. Second match, I think the draft, no, but to be honest, it's not that bad. Like it's 50-50 more, and like the game was kind of like going to both sides at the beginning and like the early game. But like all people does mistakes, and like AKKE did some mistakes on the second turtle, then like some mistakes after, then Revent Order like controlled the game more and like they won the game, you know. So I think actually it's a surprise, and we all like surprises in the end. And I really hope, like I like what AKKE is doing in this tournament right now. Like they always proving themselves that they are not a small team or something. No, they are a team that can compete against other big teams. Like you don't like if you're gonna play against AKKE, like there's no way you can be sure that you will 1-0. Like you need to be really sure that they will try to compete against you. They will try to like steal a point or something from you, and they will not make it easy for you to win against them, you know. For Revent Order, I think they're like as a team, they're a really strong team and also one of the biggest teams in this tournament. And I saw them also Jackpots. Like the Selena pick is just like totally OP, and I think also they are like a really strong team, and they're like a team to look on the next matches, I think.
If I may add to that, yes, I that was a personal ban as well. Like the Hellcrit for Mako, like Selena for Kriv is something this sort. When you let Selena, he just hits, and yes, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Yeah, we are giving tips and tricks for the rest of the tournament. Of course. I had so many questions for you, Mio, but since you are kind of running out of time, I think we will have to invite you for more. So I will definitely send you an invite for more pre-show talks and apps about Thunder Division, because you are also part of Rising Division. So we have a lot of things to talk about, but since we have like 2 minutes and something, let's go for predictions for today's. I will start with the first match, Method Black against Omni Glitch.
Who should start, me and you, Toby? I think the close playing the tournament.
Okay. Well, I don't want to say that it's gonna be a sweep from either of the sides. I will go with 1v1. I mean 1v1. What? 1-1.
The draw.
The draw. Because I think that both teams have what it takes to take at least one game. So I hope that it's gonna be a draw.
Okay, Mio.
I think Method Black, it's been a long time. They're not like proving themselves really, and I think they have more to do. And I think this is the match that like they're gonna prove themselves to the people that like they're a really strong team and they're gonna compete on the tournament. So I think they're gonna go on this match too strong, and I think they're gonna win 2-0, in my opinion.
Okay. I could give you my prediction, but you will see during the game. So we'll move to the next one. I think I know the answer from Toby, so I don't think that we need to hear from him. But I will ask you, Mio, AKKE against Stolen Angels.
Oh, I mean, we just said already that AKKE is not an easy team to play against, but I think Stolen Angel will ban Hellcrit in the 2 games. So I don't know about it. It depends on them. But
come on, honest. What do you think?
I don't want to hurt Toby.
Imagine that Toby is not here.
Hurt me. I will bear it. Yeah. So for me, 2-0 for us. For me, 2-0 for them. Easy.
Okay.
We will be cleaning the floor, sweeping. Yes.
If you do, I will invite you again so you can boast about it. Next we have Revenant Order against Minerva Fury. So this one, Toby.
Well, Minerva, like we were talking about Minerva Fury, and well, we've talked also about our match against the Revenant Orders. So, well, I think that there could be some surprise as in the Jackpot game, but I really would like to see a sweep. I would like to really see a sweep, but from either of the side, not from the side of Minerva Fury. That is like, I wouldn't say that they're the winner from the tops, but I believe that there is a possibility that Revenant Order will take this game.
Okay.
So 2-0 from both sides, possible.
Okay, Mio.
I think it's gonna be one of the strongest game in the tournament, and personally, I was waiting for it. So I think it's gonna be actually a 1-1. I think both teams are really strong and really equal to each other. So.
Okay, nice. So then we have the last, and that's Jackpots against Void Kids.
Well, my opinion on that matter is simple. It's gonna be 2-0. I really hope that Zedel shows me that his team, all of them, will like show that they have what it takes to take a game from Jackpots. But I will say that it's gonna be 2-0 for the Jackpots. I mean, Walkie, come on.
I think Woki is really grinding his teeth against Zedel. Like, I don't know, but even in chat on our Discord, like I saw that this is like a really important match for him. Mio, what is your take on this one?
I think like for Jackpots, as a really strong player, as a really strong team, I think it's the same case as Metal Black. It's time to prove yourselves, guys. It's time.
Yeah.
It's time. So I think like they should win this match 2-0, a clean sweep. I mean, as a big team, as one of the team that competes on the tournament, with their personalities, of course, you know, with their like, of course, big popularity as well. I think they need to win this 2-0 to prove to the people that they are a really good team to win this tournament.
Okay. Guys, thank you very much for your thoughts. I think we went everything from yesterday till the end of today. Like I said, I would definitely like to have you here once more, Mio, because I think we have a lot to discuss about.
I would love this.
And thank you very much, Toby, Mio. Today we have great matches. Really excited about them. Like, there are some which are more excited because there's some personal vendettas or something that is going to happen, and then we have the others. But anyway, I wish you a good enjoyment of today's tournament. Toby, to you, good luck in your match.
Good luck, Toby.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, and we will let you enjoy the tournament today. Thank you again.
The Thunder division is absolutely live and electric, ladies and gentlemen, as we're watching the MEC qualifiers, MEC Fall 2025. I'm going to be a host and caster today, and I know we're scared. Obviously, we've been a part of here. We've also seen Warren, my man. He's got the Phobius in the background out here, bonking left, right, and center, everyone. Just like you on the casting desk as well. You've been cooking with your predictions, Warren. What are you looking forward for today?
I mean, right now, for the first game, I went a little bit ballsy, I must say, because I think, if I remember correctly, that I did a bold decision. But let's leave it. Let's leave it to the predictions, so I don't spoil it and it's visible right with everyone else's predictions. But from yesterday, we can say that, yeah, I got 2 right. How many did you get right, Skirt?
I only got 1 right, man. You don't ask me for the predictions. You just choose whatever I have not chosen. That's how you win all those predictions out here. I must say that I absolutely choose the impossible outcome, so that it becomes easier for other people to eventually pick things off, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not really going to be easy for either Method Black or Omni Glitch to win this one game out. It's going to be the best of 2, the first one of the evening. Without any further ado, we'll be looking back into the draft. Kalia being banned out for Method Black or on the blue side, while Omni Glitch taking off that 1-1.
Oh, I mean, like, the 1-1 ban from red side is a classic. We saw her many times being picked up as the first pick. One draft, she actually slipped through. I think it was with you, Skirt, not sure, because I was yesterday with Kronos as well. But I think it was with you that 1-1 slipped, and I think she was picked up as like 3rd pick or something like that. She was very, very deep into the draft, right before the second phase of bans. So pretty interesting how it happened, but definitely not going to be happening, at least not in this first game. Lance, of course, makes a lot of sense. But I'm honestly thinking, does it make more sense for blue side or red side? Because I feel like Lance ban makes a lot more sense for the red side, in my opinion.
It just feels like that they really want to pick something else, right? Maybe towards leaning towards the Yi Sun-Shin into the jungle, wanting to have that kind of priority. So maybe that's why Method Black are really going for it, and also they really want to keep that draft open. They've got the Phobius, they've got the CC available. I'm pretty sure that Omni Glitch are going to ban out the Bucks here right now. Don't really want to let that one through on the other side. So that would mean the CC being picked up out here. But I kind of agree with you on the point that I think so Lancelot should have been either banned out by Omni Glitch or should have been let through in the draft, because now you straight up have a priority in the jungle, and that's the Yi Sun-Shin.
No, it absolutely is, and if you don't pick him up as the first pick, then you are in big trouble, because you leave it open right for the taking for the red side, where they can double pick and they can pick Yi Sun-Shin and something that pairs well with him, so you already can pick up yourself for a powerful team composition, because ideally you will need a priority in the mid lane, which with Zhuxin already banned is getting the pool of mid lane champions that have the high priority is getting thinner, because Zhuxin is gone. Kalia as a big roamer that has a lot of damage in the early game that can support that mid lane player is also gone. So now you are left with less options.
It's one of the big things though. Baxia was left open out because of the Zhuxin ban, so that's the first pick instantly coming in from Method Black. But now the priority is clear. You pick up the CC, you lock in the Yi Sun-Shin, you've already got the jungle prior, you get the EXP lane priority as well. Now, the only thing I can see on the other side by Method Black is if they lock in the Phobius for that EXP, or maybe they lock in an alert to create that confusion. That's going to be one thing though. Interesting though. Not locking the Yi Sun-Shin, but going for the Khalid.
Honestly, I kind of like this approach, because if you look at it through Eagle's view, or not the real Eagle's view, but like if you look at what Method Black is trying to accomplish and basically what you low-key baited them into, because you could have easily banned Baxia. Of course, they would go for Zhuxin, but we saw Zhuxin being able to be defeated many times before, so she definitely is not that one golden ticket to victory. And if they go for Baxia, they're like basically saying, all right, go for Yi Sun-Shin, but we have a decent pick into him. But this way, you already know they cannot go Yi Sun-Shin because Baxia is probably in jungle. Of course, we saw him roam, but that's a little bit of a niche pick rather than him being in the jungle. And now you secured Khalid for yourself, so mid lane prior is super strong in your hands, and you just need to pair him up with a decent mid lane pick.
And I think so at this point now, since there's a Kagura on the other side, you really need someone who can get that AoE in. Maybe a Zacian could be a pretty good pick in this scenario. But again, I'm not quite sure if it's going to work really well against something like the Uranus on the other side. You could eventually go for the Eve as well, or the Farsa is still left open, but it's a pretty beefy front line. So maybe something that can actually use up the Wishing Lantern to burst down through that tanky front line and a bit early on. I think so. Maybe even a Lunox pick right here would make a decent amount of sense.
Lunox could be the idea. Honestly, I must disagree with you because you were saying that you wouldn't like Farsa, but I am honestly liking Farsa so hard because I feel like if there is a hero that can ignore the front line and just focus on the back line and bombard them from afar, it's definitely Farsa. Someone else could say it could be Zeti, and I was also thinking about her because if you get to her, she has that protective passive, and she basically is the same bombardment long-range mage as is Farsa, but Farsa makes a lot more sense.
I agree, it does make a sense as well. The only thing is I'm pretty worried about Farsa because of the Baxia on the other side, because you can literally just run around the map in that skill 1, rolling around it, making sure you're dodging everyone and then just bonk the Farsa when she's in the feathered airstrike. So that's the only part I'm worried about. Plus also since Himpika is right now playing on the Kagura, if he gets that angle and an opportunity, then he can eventually one-shot Farsa on the other side. So that's going to be something you'd have to watch out for if you're Omni Glitch. Again, focusing back on towards the bans, Franco being banned out, I would say it's a bit interesting ban. I'm not really a big fan of the Franco ban right now, considering there are two solid beefy front lines on the other side. I don't think so they would have gone for a third tanky pick. Maybe a utility mid lane, or rather a utility roamer would have made a bit more sense. Maybe something along the lines of a Florin.
But the thing is, right, if you would go with a Franco, you would just need to pick up some hyper carry, which there is still a lot of. Of course, 1-1 is gone, but there could still be a lot of hyper carries that you can opt for. So I'm kind of seeing the vision, and the thing is, you yourself didn't really have a beefy front line, and anyone that would be picked up, even though it's CC with Vengeance, would probably get bursted in the CC during the duration. So yeah, honestly, I see how they view it, but we got a message that the draft will be redrafted, and quite possibly, the Franco is probably the thing that will be redrafted for, because that was the last one, and we got the call right now.
That's the thing. I think so. Yeah, we're gonna be getting that one pick, or we'd probably see that being changed up. Maybe it could be Method Black as well, right? Maybe there was something they might have faced a problem with. Maybe the Kagura, since it was at the very last second, I don't think so it was meant to be picked up. They could have wanted to pick up something else too. We'll get the confirmation on that out there, but considering the first 3 picks of the draft itself, I was leaning in a bit towards Method Black though, but I know, Warren, you've got that one argument for Omni Glitch because of the Farsa, since she'd be ignoring the front line, bombarding the back line. That does make sense, a lot of sense. I just feel that if it goes towards that mid to late stages of the game, I don't really see any kind of major tool to burst down the Uranus or the Baxia.
Well, definitely not in the way that your comp is built right now, but I'm feeling like there are still options for you to go for, because the typical tank shredders are still up there. You can still go for them, and by the way your composition was built, you could still survive into that later parts of the game with the rest of the team, and then the hyper carry can take over and dominate the end of the game.
Yeah, and considering the Erethiel was left open as well, right? You've got the options with, if things go in the exact worst possible directions and there are triple tank on the other side, then you can kind of lean in a bit more towards that carry too, focusing a lot more towards that front to back composition, adding one more frontliner whose main job would be just to defend the carry as well as the Farsa, and they can do the rest of the things. And I think so, adding that Khalid, it makes a lot of sense. They could pair it up as well with an Arlet in that EXP lane. Yes, I know, might not make a lot of sense though, but they can kind of switch things up with the Khalid and the Arlet if they really want to. But setting, or rather having the ability to set things up for your team. I think so that could be something important. And if not an alert, maybe go for a Ghatot Kacha.
Gato could be a decent pick, though I was thinking about someone else, someone with a little bit more legs, and that was Hylos, because I feel like, alright, he is not the strongest in the XP lane, but the CC he brings to the table, that's guaranteed by his auto attack buffer, and the speed up that is available to you after you use the ultimate is quite handy.
I agree, and he can also deal a good amount of magic damage for a prolonged period of time using the Ring of Punishment. And if there is anyone who wants to jump on the carry, who wants to jump on the Farsa, you've got that Law and Order stun to stop them right there in their own track. So I do get the idea of the Hylos pick as well, and I think so it does make a decent amount of sense. But with that, I think so you'd really need a mage like the Eve to pair things up properly out here. But here we go. Again, it's not really a pick of Kagura out here. It's a Granger pick.
Well, wait a second. Yeah. For a second, I completely mixed myself up, and I thought Granger is being picked up for Omni Glitch, which I wouldn't like at all because he wouldn't get through the beefy front line. But this way, this way I like it, because he can just weave in and out of fights. He can poke his targets down, and for CC, she really wants to go ham. She wants to start a fight and then end the fight in one big engage. Not really like big engage, but like she wants to start it, have no pauses, kill everyone, and then the fight is finished. With Granger, you can kind of make space for yourself and just jump in and out of fights and constantly be harassing your opponents. So this all-in engage from Wade in the form of Vengeance as his spell is not gonna be as effective.
It's going to be pretty tough out here, and that's the main thing, right? In this situation, now you have to pick your poison out here. Do you really want Vansky to be that first engage with the Raging Sandstorm and surprise the other side, and then have Wade enter the fight? Or would you want Wade to be the sacrificial lamb along with the Curtain's Call, and then you go on and land in that Raging Sandstorm of the Khalid? So that's going to be one big question mark which Omni Glitch need to answer. As we now focus down on the bans again, though, since Slarky Boy with the Irithale, it's a pretty solid answer for a Granger into that gold lane. I think so in 1v1, yeah, Slarky is going to win it, but interesting to see that Omni Glitch themselves have banned out the Yi Sun Shin.
Oh, absolutely, because he could be working for their side, even though I must double down on what I said in the beginning, and that's, I feel like Yi Sun Shin would be a bait, because he going up against Uranus, he going up against Granger that arranges him, and he going up against Baxia, which has that built-in anti-heal. Whereas as Yi Sun Shin, you not really rely on your lifesteal, but it definitely comes in handy. You want to use it to stay longer in those fights, especially against those tanks. So I'm feeling this is the correct approach, but now thinking about the options that are left in the jungle, I don't know what else you can go for. Honestly, I know it's a little bit out of fashion, out of meta, but maybe Lucas jungle could work.
You can definitely lean into that angle though, but I'm pretty sure they might want to go for a Suyu or something along the similar lines. Now, Loloi picking up the Farsa makes a pretty decent sense out here. You've got the Khalid as well as the CC to frontline for your team and providing a decent amount of crowd controlling support. So it's kind of a front-to-back composition with a pseudo dive coming in from Vansky, Wade, as well as Slarky Boy with the heavy crossbow. That could definitely work around with them. But I think so they need something to help Farsa and Irithiel to survive. I think so they'd be locking in the Fredrin right now. And also considering there's Granger on the other side, and now since Yi Sun Shin was banned out by Omni Glitch, so it cannot be picked up by Method Black, I think so that would make even more sense. But I don't think so they were considering this Baxia to be the actual jungle in their team. I think so Omni Glitch were relying more of Baxia into that roam position and Uranus being in that EXP. And I think so that could eventually catch them by surprise, but this should be a Fredrin jungle.
Honestly, I'm feeling like Method Black are completely outdrafting their opponents. I feel like if they are playing chess, Method Black already took the queen and are almost having the king in the chokehold right now. Because alright, AKKE will help a lot, but honestly, Will he help enough though? Because you still have this big beefy backline, not beefy backline, but you have that backline in the form of Celine sniping those arrows, Granger, and then you have a lot of base damage. And other than AKKE, everyone is super squishy. And if you can lock them, if you can lock onto them, they are dying. Of course, Khalid will be building roam items, so he is quite tanky based upon that, but he is a roamer, so he will not have enough resources, enough XP, so he will not be that tanky in the end. Whereas on the other side, you have Baksha, who is a jungler, so he will have access to those resources, so you have that front line. Then you have XP and Uranus, who will be as well getting those resources up into his basket, those golds, those XPs. So you have two beefy tanks that will be standing in front of you, and who can deal with them? Of course, CC has a little bit of damage in her kit as well against those tanks. She is quite good at that, but does she have enough damage for 3 of those? I don't know.
Yeah, again, they're putting a lot of their baskets into the bag of Slarky Boy out there on that Ethereal, waiting for him to scale up with the Heartsclaw as well as with the Windtalker, and then also cook up an early Berserker's Fury. But I don't think so that's going to be enough. If in case they get delayed in farm, that means now you've got to rely on the malefic gun of Slarky Boy to eventually pull themselves back up, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be jumping into the Land of Dawn itself. The first match, the first game, Method Black taking on Omni Glitch. And right now, just based on the draft, Method Black do seem to have an edge. But if Omni Glitch are able to pull off their own win conditions properly, then this could very well be their start. But I'm not quite sure if this is the start that we really wanted to look. Vansky is going to be destroyed instantly, and also the flicker burnt out.
I mean, they are completely frying. Like, we just started cooking and they are already frying. Their oil is onto the good heat and they are already making schnitzels. They are making the meat because, woo, Vansky disappeared immediately. Beautiful arrow from Selena, and Metal Black are basically saying by this, all right, we slept well, we thought about yesterday, and today we are a new team. We are a new gang that you need to be careful about.
Yeah, that's one of the big things out here, right? And I think so. This is something that I also wanted to point out, that Vansky would not be as tanky as we would expect him to be. One of the big reasons for that is the fact that we'll talk about that in a second, as again in the mid lane, a bit of a back and forth coming in. Vansky want to go for the Crescent Scimitar, but Lack is going to survive out there, no problems. Now, coming back to the same conversation, Vansky's main sustain comes in from his Quicksand Guard, that healing which he can get while standing in between 4 to 5 people. But there is so much disrupt with Method Black that I don't think so he'd be allowed to use that Quicksand Guard.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone can disrupt him from that, and anyone will try, because you have CC on him, PK, you have CC on Shink, you have CC on Like, you have so much there packed up in this small basket of Method Black that coming into this first turtle fight, it will be so spicy to see how it rolls out.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one right now, as again the feathered airstrike comes in, but there we go, Jing jumping right on top of Loloi along with the revitalize, but everyone from his team has been pushed back thanks to the heavy spins coming in from the other side. The AOG does not connect onto anyone, as they all will retreat back to safety out here. And this is the big bully play of the AKKE.
That was beautiful heavy spin. Nizu with that AKKE. That was one for the ages. That was great team fight. Basically all down by him, not by himself, but he made it happen. He made it able to be happening as they jump back into the lead.
Oh, another feathered airstrike right now. Himpika is going to survive out there thanks to the stun coming in on Loloi. But still, it's going to be a back and forth. Nizu low on HP as Vansky jumps back in. But it's Lack on the face. He'll soak up every single piece of that damage out here right now. Here's the big thing. I think so, Method Black, even for them, they put a lot of their eggs in the basket of Urek on that Granger. And he needs to get that snowball. But I'm not quite sure if he'd be able to get that snowball early on, because his lane matchup is horrible for him.
Also, right now, no one is really playing for him, which is the classic. If the turtle doesn't spawn on the side where your gold laner is, you don't play around them, you let them farm up. But right now, in the isolation, Slarky is already being ahead by one level, almost one complete level. So if we look at the state that's right now, and we think about what's going to happen in the future, where Slarky will become even stronger coming into the later phases of the game just by the nature of his hero, it's going to be even rougher for Urek, and you need to really make stuff happen around him so you can work into later phases.
Yeah, that's one of the big things now. There's one small fact which I wanted to mention, and that Slarky Boy has not prioritized the Wind of Nature. He's gone in for Hearthclaw, and I'm a big fan of a first Hearthclaw item specifically on all of those marksmen that really like to make those crit build out there. One of the big reasons is that you get a decent amount of sustain and you get a lot more damage as compared to Windtalker right now, as they'd be relying on to that. Oh my goodness, AOG missing on from everyone, and Loloi takes away the turtle as well as the heavy spins was used up defensively. The stun connected, but Vamski's gonna flicker out of the harm's way. It's again Jing jumping on top of Slarky Boy, and he wants to run back to safety as well. Out there from the back line, it's going to be the disengage. Everyone stays alive.
I mean, the fight looked so good for Metal Black, but they just weren't able to catch up onto the targets, and maybe that's the thing that at least I overlooked, because of course you have that CC. Oh, you can see our predictions right there. Chronos 1-1, his prediction can still come to fruition, whereas right now on what we see being played out, it definitely feels like Omni are back ready after that little overstep in the beginning, and they feel like they should be taking the game, because right now how the game is played out, the later we go in deeper into the game, the better it will be for them, and right now they have 1,000 goal lead, whereas for you, Scared, oh, I mean, you do still believe in the 2-0?
I'd say it's a bold prediction from my side out here. I just went in for 2-0 for Method Black. I thought maybe they'd be able to cook up something. Looking at the draft, I mean, if they would have had that early game snowball, right, I would have said that maybe they were, but right now they're looking for the exact same thing. Oh, okay, perfect. They found out the target. They need to get the AOG to disrupt Loloi from running back to safety out here. But Urek is facing a lot of trouble. Vansky is going to retreat back with a Raging Sandstorm, but it was not enough. The Sandstorm did not rage enough, and Alexis recalling on their faces. A 2-for-0 trade with Assault on top of the wounds right now. Omni Glitch instantly losing on their lead.
I mean, especially with what I have just said on the cast, it feels like they heard us and they were like, all right, you feel like we are not winning this game. Let's see how you will think about it after the team fight. Oh, Slarky Boy just coming right back at it, forcing Urek to flicker out. Loloi is the target. He will get bursted down if Nizu can do anything about it.
Yeah, it was the curtains call connecting a couple of people out there, though Himpika is going to be traded out instantly as Alexis. Again, he's got nothing to crowd control the other side. All he can do is just try and survive, but survival is not possible for Lack. Wamski with the Raging Sandstorm, punishing him for going for that one bear camp. He's going to save his own life as well with a quick Sand Guard, as Wade will zone everyone out on that CC with a Yo-Yo Blitz. A big turtle pickup coming in for Omni Glitch, as now the lead turns up towards 2,000.
Oh, immediately, just as Metal Black are trying to find their way back into the game, they immediately get thrown back into the dirt by Omni Glitch as they take the lead once more with 2,000 gold doubloon up their pockets.
The big things is, like, if we're having a look at the itemization right now, it's just the second item being picked up by Urek. And that is the Sky Piercer. He's only got one kill till now. And that too before he picked that item. So I'm not quite sure if he'd be allowed to stack up on that, because there's already a Dreadnought armor being picked up by Nizu. And then if you really are looking at Vansky, he's already built up the Thunderbolt. He's also going in for the Dominant Sights right now. Even Wade is being pretty tanky out here with the Vorax, and then combine it with the Ares belt. I'm pretty sure he's probably going in for, I believe, Queen's Wings, maybe Brute Force Breastplate. I have to get a look out there, man. I'm turning old. My memory is not helping me.
But the thing is that the Wade already finished that Fury Axe and even going into that second and third item. And right now, that Fury Axe is gonna add up so much true damage when he locks onto those tanks.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big thing though, but he's got to lock in on those tanks out here right now. That's exactly what Lolo is doing as Jing just destroyed in a second. No time to even use up the avatar of the Guardian. No one to save his own life out here. And that's one of the big picks coming in from Omni Glitch. Almost the lead being increased to 3,000. And with the Divine Glaive being picked up right now by Lolo, he's going to burst through everyone. But that's the Concealed Raging Sandstorm into the back line though. But still, the Purify used up out here. Himpika cannot do anything as he just tries to go for the Garrote, but not allowed to move an inch further. It's Larky Boy who's eventually stopping him. But guess what? There's going to be the Garrote AOG being picked up. Two people knocked back though. But Himpika is going to run back to safety. He cannot pick Larky Boy as Wade will destroy him, and that's a 3-4-0 trade for Omni Glitch, and they will get the Lord.
And they are right now sprinting away with the money. They robbed the bank, and Method Black came in as the police, and they tried to protect the bank, but right now they are already in the car in another street driving away, because 4,000 gold lead with that composition that you have here with Omni Glitch, ooh, is gonna get a lot harder every minute.
Pretty sure that my prediction is going to go down and drain out here. If only we would have seen this draft being used up to the fullest potential out here right now. But I'm still not putting Method Black out of the mix. Maybe they can, you know, make something happen out here, but not quite sure if Radiant Armor was the right pick for Lack. I'd have to say there's Loloi with the proper magic damage, and everyone else has a physical damage, so I think so this really should have been an Athena shield game.
Also, I saw Urek finishing up his Malefic gun, so extra penetration for him. But the thing is, do you really need it right now? Because are they that tanky?
I think so, man. I don't think so. He's not even getting the right targets out here right now. That's the big thing now. Slarky Boy is going to slam in right from the other side with a heavy crossbow, and another big stun. Vamsky setting things up for the team, and maybe this one's for the last time. Maybe this one's to close things out here. Slarky Boy is going to survive. Doesn't matter if he's eating up the Abyssal Trap, it's absolutely fine. He's just so high in level 14 on that Erethiel. It's just unkillable at this point. And holy smokes, Alexis running back to safety at the last second. He's gonna save his own life now, and Rick will hop back in along with Zing. So discipline being showed by Omni Glitch, but a 10,000 gold lead, good luck making a comeback.
I must say, at 10,000 gold lead, do you even need discipline? I feel like right now you can just run up at them and throw your wallets at their heads. And by the way, how heavy they are with dunes with 10,000 gold lead, it will smash their head right in.
I agree. Now the main conversation should be, how can Method Black make a comeback in this game? Because I don't really see any way apart from Omni Glitch throwing this game up. Omni Glitch overextending and making a mistake, and then Method Black capitalizing on that. Apart from that, I don't really see any other way.
I mean, if you look at their composition, there is still a way to come back into the game if you catch the right target, right? If Himpika blocks that Abyssal Arrow for Loloi, or maybe for Wade and CC him up, or for Slarky Boy, there can be a way back. Definitely not in one big sweep, but in multiple catchings that can happen over the period of the rest of the game. But you need to start making those plays happen, because right now you're letting yourself be seen on the mid lane, on the mid wave, and Vansky is the one making the trap happen, like Jigsaw himself.
To say one thing, that our production is absolutely nasty. I know that I've picked up Method Black for 2-0, and I know that Omni Glitch are on the perfect spot to win this game. Showing that prediction multiple times, making sure that I see how wrong I have been, that is nasty out there, man. I'd have to get back to you after this entire series out here, but no problem being sustained through by Omni Glitch. They take another Lord, and without any problems. It's going to be marching down over from the top lane, and I don't know how Method Black can defend it, man. They don't really have a proper wave clear.
They definitely are lacking in this department. You shouldn't have been in this position to begin with. Honestly, the biggest wave clear that they have is Alexis and Urek, and that's saying something. That's saying volumes. If your biggest wave clear is, and one of those is Uranus, What is happening? What went wrong? The draft looked so beautiful in the beginning, but right now 10,000 gold difference. Omni Glitch, the red horse is marching into your base as Vansky makes a console play.
Yeah, you've got to stop all of those 2.5 moves out there from the other side. Maybe become the rook, maybe become the bishop, but there's no one that can actually save the game right now, as the feathered airstrike was locked in instead. And now there's going to be a heavy spin to push everyone back as the Lord is knocking onto the crystal. Killing spree coming in for Vansky, but Slarky Boy falls down the back line. That could be the opening they were looking for. Wade falls as well. There's minions in every direction. Alexis wants to chase down Nizu, but this Panda is going to survive thanks to the Sand King out there. Vansky is going to save the life of his teammate, and I think so. This was a pretty solid defense from Method Black.
Oh, absolutely. I double down on that. Great defense, but you cannot face check this bush. Don't do it, Hipika. Don't do it like you are gone with your lives as Loloy bursts you down.
Oh.
And for Urek, he has his flicker up, but Vansky has his own. He kills him, he finishes him off as they maybe make a play happen that could result in the end right here, right now.
Yeah, Alexis, that's an overstay. That's an overextension. And no one out there to save the life of his teammate. It's all down to just Jing as they use up everything to take down Vansky. But it doesn't matter. This man is an immortal in the sands. And this entire ground has been turned into a desert. My goodness, Omni Glitch. What a way to win the first game.
But this is the thing, right? You let Vansky have his Khalid and he is gonna show you a full desert of sand to worry about, because what a performance. He was right on top of all of those plays. Of course, there was AKKE making a lot of those plays happen together with him as well. But Vansky, this was his show. He ran it by himself with the rest of the squad. What a play, what a game, and a lot has to be changed for Metal Black to jump right back into this one, because right now they have their backs against the wall, and even though the game started pretty decent for them, they suddenly dropped the ball and then they never found it. It felt like it fell from 10th floor building and then it jumped right into the river and then it was gone. It was probably across another state because the ball was nowhere to be seen.
You know what, let me tell you one of the funny things out there. The ball was entirely dropped from Method Black, I agree, but there was one thing that Omni Glitch dropped as well. I really wish if we can see the items back again right now, because there's one small point which I want to mention. It doesn't make a difference right now, but Slarky Boy did not complete his boots. He's got 11,000 gold, almost touching 12,000. He's got a full build. He forgot to complete his boots in the entire game, and even after that, he was not punished at all. And I believe that's thanks to that Wind Talker and the Great Dragon Spear combined with a heavy crossbow, the movement speed that you get with that. You technically forget sometimes to get your Nikes back up in your feet.
I mean, it's like they do it, right? Like the rich people, you see them on the street and they are wearing the normal trousers that you buy from your local shop for like €2 and normal t-shirts and broken flip-flops, you know, because they want to buy the expensive cars. And that's what Slarky Boy was basically doing, because he was trying to buy those Bugattis, these Mercedes, those Ferraris, and he wasn't really thinking about his all flip-flops, because, well, they brought him there, they brought him here, and he could walk all over the land of Dawn just in all right time.
I absolutely agree out there. And again, a pretty fun game out here, specifically for Omni Glitch. Even though they were losing out in the early game, they never really lost on those neutral objectives, right, Foreign? Because that's where we always saw Omni Glitch have an advantage. And I think so this AKKE pick, which I was pretty skeptical about before we went into the game, I think so it worked out stupendously well. You were able to zone off the Baxia instantly, always were able to get those neutral objectives with the Retribution. If you were not able to get it, then Loloy on that Farsa was able to get that. And I think so that one big Purify every single time helped Loloy to dodge the big AOG from the Gato.
No, absolutely, but also since Gato was already aiming so far away, he was sometimes being a little bit off and he couldn't land just the right way. So of course credits to Leloy's positioning as well. But yeah, the heavy spin, this was the definition of red side being red side, where for blue side it's all about dictating the pace of the draft, where you make the choices for your opponents to react to, and on the red side you are on the receiving end. And you have that last pick, you have that response, you have that answer, and AKKE was a beautiful answer, because if this was a test, it would be A+ rated, because, oh my lord, great choice there.
I absolutely agree, and I think so now there needs to be some changes in terms of the draft itself for Method Black, right? I do get the idea that they have in their mind, that they get the mid lane priority with the Selena, they quickly clear, they land in those stuns, they can follow it up with the Baxia as well. Uranus is the late game insurance in terms of that frontlining and tankiness. But I think so again, they relied a lot on Urek snowballing in this game. And if you want your Granger to snowball, you would want to play in his lane. Regardless of how or where the turtle is, right? Most of the rotations should have gone onto that top lane to try and shut down Slarky Boy and help Urek farm early on. And then eventually Urek after 5-minute mark, moving with the team while your jungler is clearing off those off lanes, because again, Abaxia can rotate way too quickly after clearing out those lanes. I think so that should have been the ideology of Method Black, but that did not really happen, right? And they left Urek all on his own in an island against Slarky Boy, who's a direct counter of a Granger. Those were some micro problems coming in, and I'd have to say they would really need to work on both their micros as well as the macros with the draft to try and win out the next one if that is the case. Otherwise, Omni Glitch are looking to take this 2-0.
I would even inflate the problem a little bit more, because I feel like their composition was all around that. Because if you play for Uranus, nothing's gonna happen, and if you play for Selena, that's alright, but you didn't get a lot of kills in mid lane, because mid lane is typically the shortest lane. So you have a lot less space to play around, and if you are even melee, like double melee, even though Selena in her main form is still ranged, but then she jumps in and becomes a melee hero for a bit to do her burst damage, then the mid lane is even shorter for you, because you are trying to run up to them and Lolo will just step back, go under the tower. Once he can dash around, he's a Khalid, so of course he will do that. You definitely had to play for Granger, and I am happy that you are reminding us and me and the viewers about that point, because I think that's where it fell apart. It feels like Method Black it felt like someone drafted for them but didn't tell them the win cons, how they are supposed to play, because they had a decent draft but they didn't play like they were supposed to. They had garden hose and they were trying to put down a fire of a house. That's not gonna work.
I agree. It was a very contrasting play with what they wanted to do in their macro versus what the draft required them to do out there. But that's all it's going to be left in the previous game right now. The best that could happen for Method Black is going to be a 1-1, while Omni Glitch would be looking to 2-0 this entire series right now as we move on to the next drafting phase. It's a Uranus early on ban coming in from Omni Glitch now, along with an Angela. So that's a bit of an interesting play out there. There's a lot open up on the table for the grabs, but I think so now they would probably want to focus either on a CC, maybe want to focus on some more onto that jungle, maybe a Baxia ban.
I feel like for both sides, CC ban doesn't make a lot of sense, because the biggest tank is already gone, that being Uranus. Of course, Phoebus is still kind of being hurt by that and any other tank in the XP lane, but then we saw a beautiful response in form of Lapu Lapu, who can play out the lane safely, be alright, doesn't get Doven, and then in teamfights he can really shine, and he can overshine CC because he doesn't get hurt in lane, and then his teamfighting capabilities are much higher. So based upon yesterday's games and this response, I feel like you can take away a lot from this experience, and you can adapt to that by leaving CC open, and if they pick it up, you can respond with that Lapu or something in that similar regard.
One of the big things is, would Zheng be comfortable playing on that Lapu Lapu? That's going to become the main question for Method Black now. So I think so it should be a CC priority pick out there. You eventually zone out every single one on the other side. You're winning that individual lane. But hold on, Lancelot left open, this time let through. And Omni Glitch clearly showcasing their interest in picking that.
That's the thing that I've been talking about in the first game draft, where I was saying Lance is such a good first pick that banning it from the blue side doesn't really make that much of a sense. And Omniglitch knows it, so they didn't ban him, but through this draft they left open Kalia. And if there is a hero that can make life harder, it's definitely Kalia. Would be a Cho as well, but we don't see that many Chos on Rome, other than Kingsta sometimes playing that. But this is no Kingsta's game, because now we have Omniglitch against Method Black, so it will be in hands of completely different players. And Kalia, if there is a hero that can cancel out the Lance engage, is definitely her.
It's interesting to see out there, along with the Kalia, they're going to pick up the Phoveus now. Yes, revealing the draft entirely, but at the same time, this could very well be a CC pick into that EXP lane coming in. So that means you have a lot of priority out there in that EXP. And since the Lancelot has been picked up out there in the jungle, I don't really see a lot of utility coming in for the Phoveus as the first pick. I think so they should have gone for the CC, but we'll have to see now as to what the game plan is for Method Black. Right now, Omniglitch, they've got a pretty solid priority. They can eventually lock in the CC. They can also focus down on something else now. They're locking in the Karot Kacha. I like the idea. It's a question mark as to where he's going to go. Maybe in the EXP lane, maybe in the roam position. So that's going to be a surprise for Method Black. And they're going to lock down and double down on this Farsa again for Loloi.
And that's the thing, right? Because for blue side, of course, you're kind of trying to dictate the draft and how it's going. But if you pick up for yourself some flex picks, then you can switch it up and around, and don't let it be so easy for Method Black to just respawn. Because now they are thinking, is Gato truly a roamer, or is he on that XP line? Because he can definitely match in that XP line against the likes of Phivos, because already you know that it's not going to be against CC.
Yeah, now that's going to be one thing to work around with. I mentioned about the Joy out there, right? Because he gets pretty easily countered by the Phoveus on the other side. Now Lack has picked up the Joy himself. So now this Phoveus early pick makes sense to me. They wanted to go for this Joy jungle early on. Right now focusing down onto that Colin out here, banning away the Bruno. There's still a lot of picks available. Maybe the Granger to try and match up with the range of Farsa. There's also the Erethiel, which worked out exceptionally for Slarky Boy. There's still quite a lot of picks out there. Kagura being banned out by Omniglitch. I think so they can focus down on even a Selena if they want to. Maybe don't give him Pika that pick again.
Maybe that's something they can be thinking about, but I don't know if I'm liking Joy, because of course we have that heavy dive competition, but right now when you were picking it, you saw Forza and you saw Lance, so you don't really know what's the gold laner going to be, and of course there is no Van, so that immunity capabilities are gone for the side of Omniglitch. But I'm feeling like Moscow possibly could make it so much harder for Joy to lock onto him, where he can push her away, he can jump away by himself, or maybe a Granger keeping a lot of range, a lot of distance. So I'm feeling like Joy this early into the draft feels risky to me.
It definitely is a little bit risky out there, and I think so that's going to be something that's already on the mind of Method Black. So they are making sure that if not in the jungle, at least in the EXP lane, they will have a little bit of a leeway. So Alex is locking in the Phoveus. Now they've banned out the CC as well. So one ban of the gold, one of the EXP. They're focusing down on every other place. Now it's going to be a Kimi ban in the mid lane. Makes sense to me, but at the same time doesn't make sense to me, because let's be honest, a Kimi is straight up countered by a Farsa. And you were mentioning about the Moscow pick could be pretty decent for Omniglitch. Now Method Black has decided that they're going to pick the Moscow, so that's another denied pick, but I'm not quite sure if you'd really want to pick up Moscow into a Farsa.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Moscow typically wants to have low to mid-range fights, where Farsa is especially deadly at those long-range engages that she loves to play out. And with Moscow, you will really need to, and I cannot describe how important that is, because you will need to hit those ultimates, because if you don't hit it on the right target, then you are into a bad situation. You will be throwing yourself into a bad situation, because if it doesn't connect on Farsa, if it doesn't connect on Slarky Boy, then you are just hitting those tanks, and Farsa will be just laughing in your face. Well, not really in your face, because she will be standing away from you like 10 kilometers on top of a building, and she will be laughing to you through a megaphone that maybe you will be barely able to.
I was a little bit confused about the draft for Omni Glitch as well. I was trying to make sense with the synergies of those ultimates. But at the same time, I can finally see that now, right? Lolo is the only one who's going to stay in the backline. Wade will eventually jump on the other side. Vansky will jump on the enemy backline. You've also got Slarky Boy now on that Claude. After making the Trinity, he will also be seen focusing down towards that backline itself. And Nizu, again, he's a Lancelot, so he's going to obviously focus down on both Hempika as well as Urek. Though now, in order to counter all of that, Hempika has picked up that Vexana. An unconventional pick in the mid lane, yes, I agree, but I think so it matches up pretty decently in terms of that range. You've constantly got that AoE with the poke damage, with the harass, so you can clear out your waves. You can also put pressure on the other side, and if anyone is diving onto you, you've got the deadly grass to make sure that they are terrified and they cannot move up any closer. I do like the idea, but again, Method Black are relying a lot on Hempika this time again.
But what I have to say is that I really like, even though it's not typical and it's a little bit of meta, I really like the Vexana pickup, because it will be making some space for you. And since Lance will trying to dive in, Gato will dive in as well, you are making a little bit more space for yourself, not just through the kit, but just through the sheer existence of that golem. When it's available, because it's still doing some damage, it's still making space for you, it can tank some projectiles for you, and it's still that constant threat being thrown on your opponent. So I like that approach. Maybe there could have been something else that I would like more, but now it being put together like that, I don't have a problem. What I'm a little bit worried about though is still that Joy, because if she wants to play the game, she will need to play it super well, because she can either get bursted by Feathered Airstrike right before the fight starts and she is half HP gone, not anymore being able to play the fight, or she can get taunted up. And yeah, it's not really easy for this game to be Lyco.
I absolutely agree out there. Those Rhythm of Joy need to be at perfect time. And that's only when you're going to have that advantage in terms of survivability out here right now. Rick, though, constantly trying to poke down Slarky Boy, eventually has forced him to use up that Purify early on. So that's going to be a big tool already out from the arsenal. But since we are talking about that, even Hempika losing out onto that flicker early on in the mid lane towards that mid bush, that was something you'd not really want to see if you're the Vexana on the other side out here right now. That's a pretty good pick of Glue, constantly zoning out Alexis in that lane. So he's going to be bullying him. And with, again, the Vexana on the side of Method Black, they do have that mid lane priority. At least for the early game, they will be constantly taking the river control and will be high in terms of that rotation out there towards the top lane right now. Lack is going to be fine. He's going to be safe. Uses the electrifying beats as well to run back to safety, as the turtle will now spawn in the next 5 seconds. Hold on, hold on. Exactly, Nizu wanted to go for some flashy plays out there right now, but didn't work out.
But you didn't even need to go for something flashy, because like is nowhere to be seen, and you will probably be taking this turtle for free if Vansky cannot do something about it, as he taunts up and they try to play it out. Lolo is the target, gets hit by this AOG, as not really AOG, but Kalia jumping in, now kidnapping, going for Lexus, he goes down, Hempika kills Nizu. It's absolute cluster fight of a battle in river as like forces wait away.
It's a big chaos coming in back and forth from the other side. I'd have to say, yes, they were forcing out Nizu from that turtle pit itself, right? And it is all because of the fact that Nizu used the Phantom Execution to take down Lack and maybe put him on a bit of a low HP so that he do not go in for that contest. And I think so that was a pretty decent idea coming in too, but doesn't matter right now.
The craziest thing, the craziest part about this is that Man Black have 2 of those kills. I don't know if they got, no, they didn't get the turtle, but they have 2 kills coming from this fight, even though the fight didn't. Oh, wait a second, you are in big trouble, man. Not really anymore, because Vansky had to escape with his life because Jink and Hempika were on the way.
Yeah, they were hopping in for that support as well. Method Black, as you mentioned, they did not get the turtle. It was Omni Glitch to secure that. And on the back of that, they've got a lead of 400 gold right now. But both of these teams, I'm pretty sure, would be focusing down on that mid to late game before going in for any kind of clusterful engages out here, though. A bit too much into that execution. Nizu, I wasn't expecting him to use the ultimate right there, but absolutely fine right now. Jing just trying to open up the map for his team as Vansky's looking at him pull off his own shenanigans. Doesn't matter as to what's going to happen. Wade wants to open things up.
Big kidnap coming from Nizu. He gets thrown right under the tower. Now Nizu tries to escape with his life. He's still alive, and Alex to the target as Jin goes down right next to his friend as he lies on the floor in mid lane. And the Method Black are suddenly not in the kill lead anymore.
Yeah, they're facing so many struggles out there right now. Lack as well, not really getting anything, and Alexis almost catching Nizu, but Nizu just able to iframe with the Thorn Rose. Surviving out there, will get another turtle, so now that's additional lead in favor of Omni Glitch. We already saw what happened last time when they were in this situation, and that was the previous game itself. They were able to snowball it into a 2,000 gold lead, making it into a 3,000, and then the next time we saw that, it was a 10,000 lead. Not quite sure if Method Black want to let that happen.
Jing was looking like he is cooking, but he was just making sure his pan is clean. He was cleaning it with some dishwasher soap to make sure he can cook later as he approaches the top side.
I think so he wanted to force out the Purifier from Loloi, but Loloi being a bit more smart about it, just wants to make sure that the Tsunami Slam is used first, and then he's going to tap onto that Purifier to try and survive. I really like that idea right now, because it's going to be a slow back and forth game coming between both of these teams. The first items are being made from both of them. I'm still looking as to what Omni Glitch really wants to make on Nizu. I'm pretty sure he's forcing out the Vorax early on, but here we go, top lane.
Wait a second, this could be bad because Jin gets bursted down. He couldn't even move a muscle as they go for next target, but the next target being Wade, it's being thrown right into their face as they are looking for escape. No, actually it's a re-engage as Light gets bursted, half HP gone, and Jin is lying in the dirt with his own face.
He was just eventually spawned up, so he's going to be hopping in now, right? And again, as
but the thing is, if you look at Alexis, he's 2 levels down from Wade. What had really happened in the game as Urek goes down?
Yeah, that's again, Alexis. He's already lost a couple of times his own life as well, so that's a bit of a problem. And now on every single front, that's a big win coming in for Omni Glitch as they want to pop in some more.
Wait a second, Jink is trying to play it out. There's a taunt happening, but Vansky goes down first. Even though Jink goes down, still at least 1-for-1. So Method Black still have their teeth ready, and they are ready to bite back. Wait a second, Urek, he could be the target. Now tower gets destroyed, but Like is ready to retaliate. No, not really. He has to run for his life because Nizu is jumping right on top of him as Like retreats into his own jungle. Tries to get this orange buff. Looks like he will be getting that, but Omni Glitch will be getting instead is the turtle. That marking the third turtle of this game for Omni Glitch. Pair that up with 2 towers for them, almost 3. Wait a second, this spear hit, and so Wansky is immediately getting being played against 3, no, 4 members of Method Black. So now he has to maybe rethink his life choices and run away. Oh wait, he's baiting, he's pretending like there are more his members, but there they are coming right in as makes a play happen on the bottom side. Taunt going for Alexis as he couldn't even move a single armor leg, and Urek will be probably the next target as he goes down. Slarky Boy with a double kill. Now Jink under the tower trying to live for a little bit longer, goes for a knockup, but still goes down. Triple kill for Slarky Boy as Impika is the last man, last woman standing. As Vexana moves away with her own life and her head on her shoulders. 6,000 gold lead for Omni Glitch. What can be said? It looks like I will be right once more, but Like wants to prove me wrong as he tries to steal away the purple buff. I think he got it, but that's a small thing, that's a small gift that you got for, if you are Method Black, because Omni Glitch is still almost 6,000 gold in the lead, and it's looking very bad for the side of Method Black. If you compare the kills, it's 8 kills for the side of Omni Glitch.
Here's the thing, man. I mean, imagine what's gonna happen if you have to steal away your own purple buff in your own jungle. And that too in what? 9th minute of the game? Almost a 6,000 goal lead coming in for Omni Glitch. I'm no see a comeback here.
Make that purple buff being an orange buff as well, because Like is getting dove. Nizu on a killing spree as he takes more lives under his belt. That being the 7th one. Wait a second. This spear connects as Yurek goes for a play. Jink kidnaps. Wade goes down, but kill goes to Jink, and Jink already has 3 kills as Nizu continues with a mega kill. Kill spree goes for more, tries to go for Jink, even though he's in his base. I think Nizu cannot jump. I don't think, can he though? Lolo is trying to save some time for him. Nizu is trying to jump around. Like will be spawning, and Pika could be the target. Nizu trying to run away. This could be the big moment for Like, but Nizu gets barely out with his life.
Oh my goodness, that is unthinkable, which Nizu just pulled off there. Pika being barely away from the range of all of the dashes as well as the phantom execution, but it doesn't even matter. By the time everyone spawned up and were ready to take down Nizu, he had all of his cooldowns back up, all of his skills ready, and he just ran away back to safety. You can recall as much as you want if you're Method Black, but you ain't winning this game out here in this position right now. Urek, once he landed the SOD out there near the purple bush, I thought that he'd be getting his first kill at least in the game, and that should ease out on his economy a little bit. But then again, it was the Tsunami Slam picking up the glue by Jing, eventually the kill going in for him as well. That's the worst possible thing that could happen for your ADCs out here right now, considering the situation where you're in. Lord marching down from mid, all the way is being managed.
Wait a second, they start another fight as Jin goes for that play, but make it a double kill for Loloy as he completely obliterates his opponents. Like he's trying to make some space, trying to bait out Nizu so he cannot march into his base, but is it really worth it?
Surviving out here right now whatsoever. The inhibitors should fall. 11 minutes into the game already, and there's absolutely no holy shield either on top or on bot, and Lack is just trying to survive out there. Nizu wants to go for the chase around the globe, but it doesn't matter. His team are picking up the turrets on the other side.
Another feathered airstrike easing their way into the base as Nizu joins the fray as they try to open up topside as well. Wait a second, Starky Boy goes down with a shutdown, but can he live? He cannot. Nizu have more carries. Double kill for Nizu, and AOG is still there available. Wait a second, Nizu goes down finally, and shutdown going for Like. Can he clean it up? Can he go for once? Gets the feathered airstrike. It barely kills Like as Loloy goes unstoppable. Alexis, this is in your hands. If you want to save the game, you want to save the series, you have to make it happen right now. Can he get on top of Loloy? I don't think he can, because now he has to run with his tail between his legs back into his own base.
What a play from Vansky, making sure that he lands the taunt at the perfect time on Alexis so that charged basic attack does not go on Loloy. It was impeccable play coming in from this Gadot Kacha, I have to say. Otherwise, that was a picture-perfect fight being won by Method Black. The overextension coming in from Omni Glitch. The understanding of the fact that Slarky Boy's Purify was on cooldown in that previous fight. And that's when Jing eventually picked him up as well to get that assist and a pick for Urek. That was a big play. And maybe a chance for comeback right now as Urek picks up the Demon Hunter's sword as well. So he should be able to burst through that front line a little bit more. But I think so with the amount of gold that Omni Glitch already have, and that's 43,000, you're already in for your 4th and 5th items on almost every other player. And on your jungler as well as Slarky Boy, yeah, I'm pretty sure they've got the full house right now. But the slot should go in pretty easily. No problems here whatsoever. And Omni Glitch are looking in prime position to control it.
Can Yurek recall? I think he can. It doesn't even look like they're trying to catch him. The thing is, he was able to get rid of this tower, but the thing is that this was the first tower of this game for Metal Black. It was the first tower in 13 minutes that they've been able to take away from Omni Glitch. What does that spell for you? It spells doom if you are Method Black defending your base, as this red horse marches down the mid lane once again.
They're still trying to save the lives out there. Method Black, maybe hold on, but there's the feathered airstrike, there's the lethal ignition, the tsunami slam right into the tower on the correct target as Nizu falls down, but again the blazing duet into the back line, and that's not really the best case scenario out there happening as Himpika gets a double on Wave 2, and Lack wants to run away, but he cannot. Slarky Boy catches him off guard with the AOG coming in by Vansky defensively. You can't put Vansky out from the fight whatsoever, man. The dude is going 1-1 and 15.
Oh, what a score. Vansky 1-1-15. The man, the myth, the legend. If you give him Khalid, you know he's gonna fry. But who knew he is going to fry on Gato is much more limited, if you have to ask me, in the form of outplays and making plays happen. Of course, there's this big AOG, but if you hit it, it's going to be a big play. But if you don't, that's all you got, basically. And still, Vansky 1-1-15, being almost at all of those kills. The only one that's contesting him for this spot of assistance to his team is Loy with 5-1-10, being just one takedown lower than Vansky himself.
I agree. It's all going to fall down onto Urek right now, I'd have to say, and how well he can position himself. Himpika has been playing impeccably well, bro. Because at this point, that dude has only fallen once. His positioning has been so on point in almost every other fight that Nizu can't really reach him properly. So he's literally been the key of that defense for Method Black. But for how long can he pull that off? That's going to be the main question. One wrong move, one right play from Wade, and you already know that there's a couple of people jumping on top of you. And I think so OmniGlitch also realize who the problem person is on the other side. Since they've already got the inhibitor of the top side as well, so the slow push will go in. But I like the idea of Method Black quickly sending in Urek to clear that wave along with Jing. So they're making sure that there's no one going in for the gank. So at least that slow push, which normally builds up in the far lane, that's going to be in favor of Method Black. So not a lot of pressure happening out there, and now they can open up the map down bottom.
At least for a bit, because if you look at the waves, it's going to build up as momentum coming right back into the face of Metal Black if no one will clear it up right now as the Lord is being taken by OmniGlitch. Oh, wait a second, Spear connects, but he doesn't go for it. They give it away.
Oh my god, that's a big question mark. Lack just lacks on any kind of support for his team, as now it's going to be Alexis. Nothing could be done by this Phobius. He's going to be taken down as the Immortality Pulse with a monster kill by Laloy. Two people taken out. Your jungler who needs to go for the wave and the Lord clear, as well as your main front line now is make it third two. No Kalia, no Jing, and no bloody chance to save the game. This is the crystal being knocked in by the Lord as everyone is being bullied back to the fountain, and this is a 2-0 for OmniGlitch.
What can I say? I'm good at predicting. Basically, I'm like Baba Wanga, if you know what I'm talking about. Because I'm basically a farseer, being so good at those predictions. What can I say? I just look at the stars and I'm feeling like, oh yeah, 2-0 to Method Black, and that's what's gonna happen. Let's see if I'm correct in the next series. But let's talk a little bit still about this series, because OmniGlitch, it was a team that we spoke about many times during the cast. It's big names in this roster, and you were expecting, or at least I think most of the community were expecting them to step up and be really strong, but their start wasn't the sharpest. But now coming right back into it, showing their strengths, showing their power with those two big dominant games, I must say, even back to back, because there really wasn't many moments where Metal Black was feeling like the ones in the driver's seat. It almost for both of those games felt like they are in the trunk, being kidnapped with their hands tied behind their backs.
Really, there was never a single moment when we actually saw that yeah, maybe Method Black are now back in control. In every single one of those fights, it was a very picture perfect play from Omni Glitch. And I'd have to say, man, Vansky totally deserves that MVP. Highest teamfight participation, always being the man of that engage, landing in those AOGs. And I think so that was one of the key difference maker in both of these games. I don't really want to say it, but whenever Jing was using his AOGs, it was either not landing in on anyone, or the other side was just purifying out of the harm's way. Loloy with a purifier on that far side, even Slarky Boy sometimes on that Irithiel was just purifying away every kind of CC. So Alexis was not really able to have that kind of advantage, or Jing rather, not able to have that advantage on the other side. But this time around here, I'd have to say, with the way how Vansky played, he was able to set his team up for success so many times in that game that you can't even count.
Oh, most definitely. But if we stop glazing Omni Glitch for a bit, because they definitely deserve the glaze, at least after today's performance, because what a series. I would love to pinpoint Himpika, because Himpika was so decent first game and especially second game, where he only had one death and his positioning was always on point. I feel like in the second game especially, it was almost like his team let him down a little bit, because he was truly being in the right places at the right times, still doing damage but still keeping himself safe.
I absolutely agree. A lot of things being done out there, a lot of things that we really need to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. But before this one, we've got one more game, and rather we've got 3 more matches remaining. So in order to make sure that they happen on time, we first have to go on a short break to rest our throats as well, so that we can be back up with the full energy. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. You all are watching the Thunder Division of MEC qualifiers. We'll be back after this short break. Back again after that amazing game number one, or rather match number one, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the MEC Fall 2025. It's the Thunder Division MEC qualifiers. The first match over. We've got the second one lined up along with AKKE and Stolen Angels. And we've got our dashing boy out here with us, Warren. What are your predictions for this one?
Well, you will see my predictions, or do you want to spoil it right now? How are you feeling, Skirt? You feel like we spoil it, or we wait with it? We spoiling it? Alright, we spoiling it. Well, I said, and I stand by that, even after yesterday, because I actually was doing my predictions yesterday. I was doing it on Friday, before even Saturday happened. So, I couldn't have changed it after yesterday, but I wouldn't have changed it, because I said that it's going to be 1-1. That's my prediction for this series.
All right. And this time I'm actually throwing in a curveball, entirely going in for Stolen Angels. I think so it's going to be a 2-0 for Stolen Angels though. But I kind of get the idea of where you're coming in from. AKKE, they have showcased a lot of potential, constantly pulling that one game against every single team by picking off that Hellcat and that Lunox in that composition though. But here's the big thing, right? And I think so we were discussing about this even yesterday, and I want to double down on the same point. What after Lunox and Hellcat gets banned? We haven't seen that depth in the draft for AKKE.
Well, you can say that, but what I will say in retaliation is that there is still Toby with his Matilda, and if you are already banning Matilda, Hellcat and Lunox, then everything else is left open, and Maku can go for Lance, Maku can go Hayabusa, Maku can go for so much more. You are still opening up CC, you are opening up 1-1 for their ADC, for their goal laner. So if you go this path, if you walk this path, then so much is left open that I'm feeling like AKKE will have reign free.
That is one of the big things, but at the same time, right, we've seen this even yesterday, that even though there were a couple of bans of Hellcat and Lunox, there was not a lot that AKKE could do apart from that. But we'll have to see how things happen right now in this scenario. Again, AKKE, they're going to be on the blue side, while Stolen Angels are going to start things off on the red. Uranus being banned out along with the Zushin early on now. 1-1 on the other side. A lot of picks available, but I think so this should be the sign for Stolen Angels to ban out either the Hellcat or the Lunox, but they still focus down on Bucks here.
Yeah, I don't think they are listening to the stream, Scared. I think I'm scared that they are not listening to your coaching, honestly, bro, because look at their drafts, they don't care.
It feels that at this point that maybe Stolen Angels are still thinking of themselves that maybe, even though they let the Hellcat as well as the Lunox through, the result this time is going to be different than what it was yesterday against Revenant Order, right? Because even Revenant Order thought that by letting those two picks through, they might not face any kind of problem. But if you give a lot of comfort to AKKE, that's when they can pull their own heroic cards up. And I think so that could be the case this time around now. A chip to be banned out probably, but they still focus down on Kalia, not really wanting to let that initiator go on the other side with the Tsunami Slam. Let's see, it could be a CC, it could be a Hellcat or a Lunox, either one of these three.
I mean, honestly, with my esport background, meaning that I played in some teams and I've been a player in and around the esport myself. It was always a big topic if you know that your opponents are super good at one pick, if you want to ban it or you want to let it through, because many times it was something that was out of meta, and even here Hellcat is not really big part of meta, at least the competitive meta, and Lunox is like, you can play her, but she is definitely not the S tier pick right now. She would be probably around the A tier echelon. So I see the idea, but I was always on the side that you want to ban the comfort, you want to ban it out, because if you let it through, they are so good at it that doesn't matter what you do if you are prepared for it, but they played so many games on that, they are so comfortable on that, that you cannot outplay it yourself, because they will just roll you over.
I agree. That's one of the big parts about focusing on either of the comfort or on the meta out there right now. And I agree, I would also follow in the same direction, that just ban out the comfort out there. But for AKKE right now, the question is if they want to pick a CC, if they want to pick a Lancelot, but actually prioritizing a Kimi. Now this is very interesting to me, right? Because whenever a Lunox is open, Nandayo picks a Lunox up. And now since they've locked in a Kimi, I'm pretty sure a Farsa should be a straightforward answer from the other side. And they can also lock in a CC. A very straightforward counter to Kimi with the Vengeance as well as with the Blade Armor once it's picked up. And along with the CC, you've got the Yi Sun-shin as well. No problem. Farsa could be picked up in the second picking phase, or rather, the last picking phase of the first half.
But right now, what I'm a little bit worried about, if I'm being Stolen Angels if I'm trying to favorite Stolen Angels side, if I look at the draft, Ji Sun-shin is so free if you go for an assassin, and you probably know which way I'm going already, because AKKE, we have already spoke about it, have this super duper crazy Hellcurt player, that being Maku, and you picking Ji Sun-shin is basically saying like, alright, I'm here, all by myself in the jungle role, and I'm open for the taking, and you can snack on me whenever you want to. And that's probably what Maku thought to himself, and he was like, lock in that Hellcurt because I'm chomping on that boy.
It's a big thing. Hellcurt being picked up, and that too against a CC on the other side. Now I'm questioning if it's going to be good to pick up a Farsa. There's also a Lapu Lapu on the other side, so again, not really winning the lane, but also not losing. And if you're able to make those plays, then it's going to be very troublesome to deal with that bravest fighter. What could you really lock in right now? Already picking up the EXP lane as well. Baxia has been banned out. Don't really have any jungle and roam big question mark apart from a Baxia. So this should be a Farsa pick, but they're actually going for a Selena. Interesting.
They are frying, and the thing is, if you go for Selena, that's probably one of your best bets, because other than Faramis, I don't think there is a hero that could be played from mid lane into Hellcurt, because other than Winter Crown, you don't have many options how to survive his engage. And if you are Selena, you like, alright, if I see him first, I one-shot him first, and he cannot one-shot me because he is already dead. And I kinda like that logic. It's a little bit dangerous because you are dancing on knife's edge, but if it works, I know it's going to be spicy.
You're the one who likes the adventure, Warren, I'm pretty sure.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I like what adventure Enzo is right now going on with the rest of Stolen. The only thing I'm still worried about is this Ji Sun-shin just randomly strafing around the jungle, being the target of Hellcurt. With that constant mid lane priority, because I'm not feeling like Selena will be able to keep up with priority that Nandayo can make with King.
That I agree, and I think so in order to fill that space, you'd really need someone who can help you clear out that mid lane very quickly with the concussive blast. Now the Grok was one of the choices, but Stolen Angels have banned him out themselves. The Garrot could also have been a pretty decent choice. It's also banned out. There's still a Khalid left. So maybe they can try and pick him up along with the Flicker Raging Sandstorm combinations. You can catch Nandayo as well with Surprise, while also you can help out your own backline in the form of Levi. But there are not a lot of options remaining.
We were saying that they are not really going for the weaknesses, they are not really going for the chinks in the armor, they are not locking out the main heroes of their specific players. But looking at it now, I have to rethink that, because Toby is very well known for his Grog, his Matilda, and it's off the board. They took it out right from his hands, right before he could make that lock-in, as Stolen Angels lock in their Moscow for themselves.
A bit of a question out there from Moscow though, but I do understand the idea. If Maku jumps onto you and is not able to one-shot you, you've got the Wind of Nature, and then you can push him back, maybe go in for some of your own chases as well. But he's going to be outranged by Nandayo on the other side, and if the Bruno is going to be locked in, so yeah, that's going to be another big problem for you in the laning phase, as Kyusen will eventually bully you out. Now the question is for Toby, what does he want to pick up? Something that can protect Nandayo while also setting the teams up for success. I would have said an Arlert, but I don't know. They kind of need a conventional front line up in front of them. Abadang, it's a pretty decent choice. I do like the idea.
That's a throwback to very nice times, to the times when I started casting MLBB, and Bedang was the bread and butter of competitive MLBB. He was like everywhere, XP lane roam, he was constantly being picked up, first pick, first ban, all the time it was about this guy with luscious hair, and I love that Toby decided to pick him up, because I feel like other than Enzo, you can really lock them up into this fist crack combo, because Kent could be the target, Levi could be the target if his immunity isn't available, Yuichi could be the target as well.
That could very well be the case out there right now, but I absolutely love the fact how Pem has logged in that show. Now the idea is absolutely clear, right? Either Toby sets things up for his team and lands in those nasty fist cracks, or it's going to be Pem just knocking everyone up and setting his own team up for success though. But the difficulty of pulling that combination on the Cho, it's pretty high, and that's why you've got the Kalia on the other side, right? And it's pretty easy to pick up that Tsunami Slam combination, while on the other side, it's a little bit difficult for Cho to do the exact same thing. But if you're a good Cho, then absolutely, you're going to be getting those Shunpos in on time though. Warren, before we move into the game itself, who do you think has got this one winning?
Well, based on the draft, I wouldn't really say who I think will be winning, but based on the draft, I would like to say how the game will be played out, because we can see that definitely for the side of AKKE, there is a big strength upon early to mid-game parts of the game, whereas for the side of Stolen Angels, you are really wanting to get into that late game phase, 3+ items for your Jisunshin, for your Moscow, and for your late game carries. So early game, probably AKKE will want to make a lot of plays happen, want to probably play a lot around Bruno, use his pressure towards themselves, and when Lapu Lapu acquires his ultimate, then they want to play around his bravest fighter and make stuff happen with him during the mid game.
I absolutely agree, and that's kind of the main focus coming in for both of these teams out here right now. Early game definitely strong for AKKE, but mid to late, Stolen Angels, maybe they can pull that one off right now though. Umaku sitting in the bush out there with 4 stacks, should be able to get one more as Pem flickers out of the hum sway, but not enough right now. Another wall being landed in, and Levi runs back to safety early on, first minute of the game, and I'm pretty sure he's losing out his bear cramp, so that means no level 4 around the turtle. That's going to be a big nerf coming in, and that's another big catch. Enzo flickering out back to safety. That is 3 flickers out if you combine it with Yuichi in the gold lane. What a big win for AKKE in this early game.
I just wanted to say that Yuichi is missing his flicker as well, because Kyusan was able to play this 1v1 and force his flicker away, and that means for the turtle fight, of course, Yuichi won't probably be joining, but Kyusan is having that Purify, which is so much lower cooldown, almost 30 seconds away from Yuichi's flicker, that he can use it to his advantage when it comes online again.
I agree. That's the big problem right now for the side of Stolen Angels. This early game, you mentioned about it. It is going to be pretty strong already for AKKE, and they are forcing and doubling down on that. Right now, the wave's being cleared out here, and one good thing is Enzo doesn't really need the level 4 to be very valuable in those fights. All he needs to do is just land these stuns, which you can see coming in from miles away, though. Toby lands in another wall, and the damage, though, is enough from the other side. But look at the backline. It doesn't exist. It's been destroyed instantly by Astra. As now even Pem falls. Kent will run back to safety. It's a 1-for-2 trade, and in favor of AKKE.
Astra just walked through the river, he saw a big tuna fish, big tasty tuna, but unfortunately for the side of Stolen Angels, he wasn't really being himself, and he thought that Pem and Levi are the big tunas, and he jumped right on top of them and he chopped them up into nice slices of sushi, because that's how the fight started.
Oh, right now they really want to catch in someone. Enzo level 4, but Pem lacking that. And this turtle also now going in the favor of AKKE is going to help them increase that lead even further. One of the big problems has been, I'll have to say, Enzo missing out on his abyssal arrows. That's something that you really need to work on if you're if you're literally a Selena player, right? If you're throwing them from a normal angle, everyone can see it coming. You have to throw it from the blind spots of opponents, and for that you need to know the positionings, you need to know your positionings, the enemy's positioning. That's just so much more that you need to do.
Unfortunately for Kyusen, he wasn't able to use that flicker downtime to his advantage, because as you can see, Yuichi is already back on his flicker, but right now Toby will be approaching together with his mid laner on the bottom side. They try probably to go for Yuichi, they try to pull him in, doesn't hit though, but so many gold platings being taken. You will trade Toby? No, you just trade his flicker, he's alright.
It's going to be one of the big problems right now that Stolen Angels need to face off as to how they're going to stop this early game snowball that's coming in from AKKE. Already Maku hitting that level 7 mark. He's one level ahead out there right now. Again, not a big catch coming in from Pem, and he's also missing on his way of the dragon right before this turtle. I think so it should be up by the time turtle pops up, but not really a catch you'd really want to go on, right? It's Toby after all. That's the roamer on the other side.
But speaking about Toby, look at his levels. He's one whole level ahead of Pam, and that's what you love to see if you are AKKE. 2000 gold ahead, and your roamer is one whole level. Oh, wait a second, Astra with a 1v1 against Kent, he's forcing him under his tower. Look at that, beautiful 1v1 coming from Astra.
Yeah, and the big thing is that he's, yes, used up his ultimate, but again, on the Lapu, that ultimate comes up very quickly. Hold on! Something that never shows up pretty quickly is the tower on the bottom side right now. Under 5 minutes already taken down. That means the full gold shield went for Kyusen on this Bruno. I think so. Damn me, none of my predictions are coming true, and it seems like AKKE will close this first game out if things go in this exact same direction.
But the thing is, right, Stolen Angels have that late game security. If they can get Yuichi to 3+ items and he can come online together with Levi, the tables can turn very easily, as we see Toby getting caught.
Yeah, he could eventually be taken down right now, but still the fist crack comes into play. Yuichi is going to be landing in that one shot coming in from the other side as the bravest fighter does not really connect. Mountain Shock to push everyone back out there. The basic attacks connecting but not doing anything. Kyusen wants to take the fight right now. The Purify being popped in instantly to dodge the stun that's coming in from Yuichi. It's a 1-4-0 trade after all of that. Stolen Angels finally winning that fight.
But it looked so good for a moment, but then Toby's hold bar just disappeared. Poof, it was gone. And the fight was so good for Stolen Angels as they try to come back into the game, as they try to go for the bottom tower, but AKKE with a cross map coming onto CC.
Yeah, they want to make sure that even if the bottom lane is going to fall, they will take that tier 1 on the top side. So still having that one lane advantage, they will keep that up. Looking at the itemization, the first items being picked up for everyone. No changes, no specialties happening out there. It's absolutely basic. Hold on, something that's not basic is again this way of the dragon landing in on one. Toby is going to run back to safety as everyone is being zoned out right now by Astra, who's pretty low in the HP. And he will still survive by the skin of his teeth.
What a way to survive. I believe his HP had to be around like 400, 300, very low around this number. But the thing is, AKKE are in gold lead, but Stolen Angels are slowly outscaling them. And if we are looking close and if we are paying close attention, we can see that right now Stolen Angels are starting to slowly win the fights. So what can that tell us about the rest of the game?
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing right now. One of the big reasons is that they always had the numbers advantage. And a mess up from the Retribution. And now even Kent is in a very awkward angle though. He connects onto that Vengeance along with the Curtain's Call, but he's going to be destroyed and no challenge from the other side whatsoever as Pem falls as well. No backup. You talk about a fight being won by Stolen Angels. That's the turtle and the follow-up fight taken by AKKE.
I mean, what a way! You first run away from a fight with tail between your legs, 300 HP left, barely alive, barely breathing, and then next fight you steal turtle right in front of enemy jungler's eyes. Levi can only cry because the turtle has been taken away, as well as his golem with Maku's help.
Yeah, right now conceal play was used up, but thanks to the information being gained by Maku, everyone was able to run back to safety. No problems coming in there whatsoever, and Enzo so dodging in most of that damage from the other side, but hold on a second, a big wave of the dragon coming in, but this is Astra. You don't want this Lapu to be the main man. A double kill for Maku, instantly destroying both the damage dealers, Enzo and Levi being taken down. That's a big win for AKKE right there in the mid lane.
And just as I say, or just as we say, that Soul Angels are slowly coming back into the game, AKKE is like, hold my beat, hold my phone, because we are not done with them yet. Make that gold lead double, make that gold lead triple, almost 6,000 gold at 9-minute mark. Of course, we saw even bigger leads, but what this means for this duel, for Stolen Angels that are on top of the leaderboard, is that you don't really want to leave Hercule open, but you did it, and now you need to eat the consequences.
Gotta force some of those fights not onto Astra, not onto Toby out here, right? Or at least they would need all three of their main damage dealers, Enzo, Levi, and Yuichi, to take down even one of those tanky targets. The Lord is going to go freely for the side of AKKE, and I really want to have a look at the itemizations right now for both of these teams to eventually figure out where AKKE stands. 6.8k gold lead out here, looking at their defensive items. It's a Thunderbelt only for Toby. Not a lot of tankiness out there. And again, I love the item build for Astra. After going for the Vorax, 1 damage item, he went in for the Dreadnought armor and then went in for that Silence robe. So making sure that he cannot eat, or rather that he's not going to be struck pretty hard by either the physical damage or the magic damage while not fully committing to single one of them. I love that kind of build up. Gives you tankiness for both of them and an ability to sustain through everything.
Oh, absolutely. But what I love even more is that Maku with the 2-0. Wait a second. Let's speak about Astra a little bit more, because he goes for another play. Oh, wait a second. He is the one dying, though. He unfortunately fell down a trap that was being put up by Stolen Angels. But doesn't really matter that much, does it, though? Because 8,000 gold lead still for AKKE.
Yeah, it's an 8,000. Holy Shield on the top tier inhibitor, it's going to be taken down already. The bottom one's been taken down. And the tower will also be chunked down a bit at least because of that minion. Entire wave now heading onto that tower. But here's the big thing. A Sky Piercer coming in along with a Corrosion Strike and a Blade of Heptases. Maku is playing it to perfection. Toby using the ultimate just defensively, making sure that Nanda is going to survive considering his Purify is out on the cooldown right now. So I think so this could be one of the big key signs for Stolen Angels to maybe pick a fight.
Also, I would love to pinpoint Kyosen, because he wasn't really the center of attention for most of well, almost for none of the game, but looking at him, he is one whole level up compared to his opponent, and that's exactly the job he's supposed to be doing, because that's why they took Bruno for him. And even though he got no help, he was left alone to fend for himself, he made that advantage happen. And Yuichi, even with that 1 kill ahead, I believe Kyosen was like 2,000 gold in front of Yuichi.
I agree. And at the same time, I'm also looking at the picture on the other side, right? Even Yuichi is making sure that he's keeping up with the farm of AKKE. 8.8k gold lead, almost 9k gold lead, but the Trinity is finally completed for Yuichi. So now he will start to hit. He will start to deal a lot of damage, and I can see some crit damage being also dealt by Levi. So I'm pretty sure he's also completed his own War Axe along with either a BOD or the Malefic Roar, depending on what he's actually cooking up right now. The orange is eventually stolen up, so that's going to hurt him a bit. Some of the XP still stolen away by Maku, who's level 15 already. While on the other side, you've got Yuichi. Hold on a second. I just praise him for keeping up with Kyosen, and he gets instantly eaten up by him.
Oh, he got eaten up by Kyosen, and he left nothing for the graveyard, because, oh man, it wasn't even close.
It was just like a couple of shots, and eventually Yuichi is out of business. And this is one of the big problems of Moscow. Again, not really having a lot of range. That means you've got to go close for the fights. And Kyosen, he enjoys that range. So by the time you try and step close to him, he's already destroying you. Out here right now, Pem did not really want to go in for the Way of the Dragon, considering both of his damage dealers were over towards that top side. So the purple buff will also be secured by AKKE. The Lord gonna march from bottom lane. I don't know if they can defend.
I would like to speak for a bit about Toby's XP gain, because looking at it right now, he is one level up even on his own XP laner. What's really happening there? Like, is he taking his farm? Because what is going on?
Oh, right now what they really want is to take down Astra, though. He's going to be finished off. 5 men stun coming in, but it doesn't really matter. No one to back it all up as Yuichi will fall. A 1-for-1 trade coming in. It was still a 4v5 fight, and even in all of that, it was a 1-for-1. AKKE are absolutely destroying Stolen Angels right now. The bottom inhibitor taken, and along with that, the life of Pim goes out of commission. Lord's going to be taken down, but all the minions are opening up the crystal, and that is game number 1 taken by AKKE.
I mean, right now I'm shaking in my shoes, because even though I can still come out on top and being right, this first game was so dominant, so strong coming from AKKE that I'm unsure if my prediction will come to fruition, because I'm not even sure if this will not be 2-0, because Stolen Angels look absolutely teethless. They look like they lost their teeth in the morning because they used some bad toothbrush, or I don't know what happened, because they didn't bite at all.
It just seems like, you know, every single day when we see AKKE play, and they play game number 1 so very strong, it seems like they're one of the best teams out here in the Thunder division. And then we move on to the second game. So that's a completely different curveball and a different story out here. Nandayo performing pretty well onto that Kimi, 4-0 and 2, not really getting into the kill range of Stolen Angels. That's a massive play coming in from him, but I'd have to give it to Toby and Astra, man. The amount of map opening they were doing, it was phenomenal.
Also, if you are speaking about Astra, he really made the game swing in their favor, because in the crucial team fight around the turtle, he took those 2 kills, he killed the 2 important targets. I think it was Levi and Pam, and right from that they could have started the snowball. If this didn't happen, if Astra didn't find this opening, this game could have a complete different result.
I kind of agree. And at the same time, you know, I think so. It's again falling down onto the same thing, though. I could still see the win conditions of Stolen Angels, but it was just a humongous snowball effect and the goal lead coming in for AKKE that it was not really turned around. So that's one thing which I think so Stolen Angels will have to work on in the next game itself. Looking at the stats as well, proper damage being divided amongst everyone from AKKE. But look at the damage tanked by Astra. 39%, Toby 35%. That clearly says a picture of how much damage soak up they were doing. And on the other side, even though there was a Trinity built up already by Yuichi, he wasn't really able to give out or dish out a lot of damage, right? Because things never really looked in control of Stolen Angels.
Also, one thing that I would like to pinpoint right when we see the drafts once more and nothing's really happening right now, I didn't recognize before, is that if you look at the drafts, Stolen Angels have it so much harder in a way to start the team fights going for themselves, because they probably really want to either catch through Selena or just respond to engages being made by AKKE. But if you wait for their engages, then you are the slower one, you are the one that's reacting, and if you are doing that, then you can get CC'd up and you might not even move before the fight is over. Because they really didn't have, other than Cho making some crazy flicker plays, other than that, or Selena catching someone from a bush, they didn't have an opener. Whereas for the side of AKKE, you had traction pull from Kimi, you had engage with Bravest Fighter from Astra, from the top side with Lapu. You had Toby coming in with that flicker play. You had Bruno maybe even going for a tackle, even though that would be hella spicy to just do that and roll into a fight like that. But you had so many options you could choose from, and you could just layer it on top of each other. That for the side of AKKE, even though they played it very well, it was honestly like so much easier to start the fights going for them.
Yeah, that's one thing I kind of agree with you, that layering needed to be there as well. And on the other side of the spectrum now, I'm constantly thinking as to what's going to happen in that next game itself, right? Because Stolen Angels, now you really have to respect that hill cut. You can't really let it through, considering the amount of easiness it brings in for the side of AKKE, because when everything was kept aside, Maku always had that kind of positioning and such a well-timed entrance that he was always able to land in his deadly stingers. He was able to get a lot of damage by all of those 4 to 5 stacks, right? So that's one thing which you also have to consider in the picture, which most of the people would eventually miss out, because again, the flashy plays were not being made by them. It was being made by Astra, it was being made by Toby. And also, coming back onto that topic itself, you can't really let Astra freely roam on that Lapu, right? So even if you have a CC, you were not really able to utilize her to perfection. I think so that's also a kind of problem which Stolen Angels faced right now. So it's something which they would have to focus on in the next game.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is that honestly, this game especially, it didn't even look like Hellcurt, and I like how you use it, that like it brings the confidence, it brings the ease into AKKE, because that's exactly how it seemed. It didn't even seem like Hellcurt is that big of a threat. It seemed more like that if you have the Hellcurt for AKKE, it almost like boosts the confidence of whole team, and Astra and Toby and the rest were playing like so much better suddenly, or at least that's how it looked to me.
Yeah, and I think so that really brings in a very new variant of AKKE. And my big question is, what happens once it gets banned out? That's what happened yesterday. Revenant Order, they banned out the Hellcurt and Lunox in game number 2 when they were on the blue side, and eventually AKKE, even though Toby had his grog, even though they had a pretty decent draft, they could not close the game out. They were missing throughout the game. And I think so that is one page which eventually Stolen Angels can take out of the book of Revenant Order, maybe ban out that Hellcurt, maybe ban out that Lunox as well, and eventually move forward in that draft, considering they would be on the blue side right now.
But most definitely AKKE are the ones that know about this little bit of a weakness that they have the most. So I'm honestly thinking that the deeper we go into the qualifier, the less important it will be to ban Hellcurt for their side, or like when you are playing against them, because there is so much practice you are getting from all of those games, and especially the ones that doesn't include Hellcurt. And if you pair it up with all the scrims that are happening on the background every day between the games, before the games, that's so much experience that the teams are trading between each other, that I know for a fact that all the teams will be improving a lot through the qualifier. And we already saw so many teams improve.
Yeah, we're already seeing that on every single day. A lot of the predictions for those 2-0s are not really coming to fruition, considering there's this so quick adjustment and adaptation. But I'd have to say, if we had a statistic to look at the percentages of the blue side and red side win rate, blue is going to be dominating heavily. And I think so that is because of the fact how there are so many good picks available that eventually blue is really getting one. And we were talking about that Hellcurt being banned out, Stolen Angels finally respecting that after the lesson from the previous game.
I mean, it's exactly as I have talked about it before. It is like you feel like it's a Hellcurt. I know it from my ranked games. It's not such a big deal, is it? But then Maku showed it's playable in competitive, and it's playable to a very high success rate, because as they talked about it in the pre-show, I think Maku didn't lose a single game on Hellcurt yet here in the qualifiers.
Yeah, he's always been winning out on that, and it clearly shows you that this entire team is very strong when it comes to their own comfort picks. But what's going to happen right now when that has been picked against you, or rather, and that has been stolen away from you? We've seen AKKE go for that Yi Sun Shin as well, if I'm not wrong, back in the game number 1, their first match, which they played up against Method Black. I'd have to get a fact check on that though, but I think so they did. And it didn't really look that pretty, but it was still fine. But now since they're on the red side, right, I don't think so they'd have the luxury of picking up whatever they want. The CC banned out from the side of Stolen Angels as well. That also showcases the same thing. They're not going to let any comfort pick fall through in the hands of AKKE.
Now that you spoke about it, I would really love to see some teams stand up against AKKE and be like, alright, we let Hellcurt open, but we are blue side and we are picking him first pick, and we will show you how painful it is to play against this tiny, not really tiny, but this big cockroach-like devil running around the jungle. with his burst capabilities. But I mean, this is not a challenge for any of the players that are right now watching. I don't really want to blunder your own drafts. Go for what you feel comfortable on, but it will be a funny story indeed. I think if it comes in my dreams, I will be laughing when I wake up. But let's refocus on the draft again. Uranus being bent out, so you don't have this super strong XP laner, which makes a lot of sense in response to CC being banned. But for the side of Stolen Angels to ban 1-1 like that, you are shooting yourself in the leg.
It seems like they just don't want to pick 1-1 at this point, and they want to prioritize something else, maybe something along the lines of a Lancelot, or now since even the CC has been banned out, maybe Phoveus. Baxia was opened up, so that's a pretty decent pick, I'd have to say. And again, a big question mark as to if it's going to go in the jungle, if it's going to go in the roam position. So that's a very nice flex pick to open things up, but that also means... Yeah, no, we are not seeing that.
Yeah, I hope so, but I mean, we saw it. I think it was the Czech qualifier, not Czech qualifiers, but it was the Czech tournament that we had under search. I think we saw her in action. I think the player name was Jacob. I think Jacob was playing that. So I was thinking about it for a bit, but I don't recall anyone being Czech on the side of AKKE. I think they are full Polish. I think that's one point that they have for themselves, that they all can speak very fluently. Of course, that being a big advantage for you. If English is not your natural language, it can help you out. But we see that AKKE are feeling themselves on that Lapu Lapu, and if you are being Stolen Angels, I think you kind of it kind of backfired for you, because you ban CC, you pick up Baxia, and then you are basically saying, all right, AKKE, take your Lapu Lapu, because now he doesn't even have to be fearful in lane, because no one else is there to match him.
I think so. Maybe a Phoveus can be picked up on the other side. That kind of counters up a Lapu Lapu pretty decently. But it's, again, as you said, not a full hard counter. Or maybe, you know what, just hear me out, maybe an Esmeralda.
Ooh, all right.
What if we have seen Esma being picked up in the Thunder division previously, and to be honest, she lanes up really well against Lapu, and if anything, she can push the Lapu Lapu back very quickly. Even with the falling star moon, you get a lot of shield, right? And Lapu's one of the big sustain things is that shield which he eventually gets. That could be a pick-up point out here, but a Kimmy Granger combination being picked up by Stolen Angels. Long time no see, I'd have to say. There was a time when we used to see a lot of Kimmy and Granger being picked up, right? And it always used to be funny for me. I'll tell you the reason later on about that. But Eve being picked up on the other side. It's a first Eve pick, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, absolutely. At least for today. Yesterday we had Eve games. I'm not sure if 2 or 1, but we definitely saw her. We even saw her being on the ban chopping log. So some of the teams were really scared about her. I think it was actually the same series that she appeared in. I think the first game she was banned, and the second they let it through, and I think it backfired. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone in the chat can correct me. But let's move our gaze to this second ban phase, because right now for AKKE you have this very backline oriented composition where Lapu is of course jumping in, but AKKE have Jisunshin and Eve, which would be standing basically in place and just trying to hit the targets. But who are you really hitting for the side of Stolen Angels? Because there is Baxia, of course, but you don't want to hit him. And other than that, there is Enzo and Yuichi on super long range marksmans, where one is dealing magic damage, physical damage, and one even has longer range than the first one. What can you really do there? I am feeling like Stolen Angels are winning the draft, at least in this moment.
If it's a high loss pick coming in for AKKE for that roam, probably, yeah, I think so. AKKE are going to win that one. But I'm not quite sure how well a high loss does in that roam position itself, because we haven't really seen a lot of that. If anything, we normally would see a high loss in that EXP lane, so that is one thing. And now also they're choking down that gold lane now, banning out that Bruno. Next ban should be an Erethiel from their side. So that's also something that's working out in favor of Stolen Angels. But at the same time, a Kalia being banned out for that initiator. I like the idea not really giving them the ability to start the fight, to initiate those fights, and also pick off Nandai or Baku in an off position. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Levi still has got that retribution up on that Baxia, so it does seem like this Baxia will definitely go into that jungle. So you still need to pick up your own roamer, you need to pick up your EXP laner, and it needs to be a fairly aggressive early game comp because Kimmy and Granger need early game snowball.
Oh, absolutely. The snowball needs to happen because if it won't, then you are getting outscaled. And you need to use that mid lane priority that you have for yourself, because other than that, if you are not using, well, it's what we talked about before, right, in the first series, where you need to play around your draft how it's supposed to. You need to play around its strengths, because if you don't do it, then even though you have a nice draft, nice position that can work well together, you are not really working with it the way it's supposed to. As I have said before, it's like you take a lawnmower and you are trying to vacuum with it in your house. That's probably not gonna be the wisest idea. But let's see if AKKE have the wise idea to pick up something good for themselves. Ruby, what a spicy roamer for them.
I kid you not, I was absolutely jumping out of my chair wanting to say, what if it could be a Ruby into that gold lane? Considering you already have a Yi Sun Shin and some of the other good gold laners have been panned out, you have a Baxia that will jump on you, and you also are running with an Eve in your own composition. That means everyone will be facing difficulties inside that kill box. You add in a Ruby in this comp, and this is becoming a pretty solid one now. This one Don't Run Wolf's King is going to be a problem for Levi. One I'm Offended is going to be a big problem for Enzo and Yuichi. And if you get caught inside the real world manipulation, you are not surviving through any of that burst, along with Astra, who's going to jump in with Landshaker. I love the comp from AKKE.
Oh, absolutely. But what I would like to pinpoint is a shout out to you, actually, because you said it yourself. Esmeralda be the answer against Lapu, and she's been locked in for Stolen Angels, so they really thought about it, and they will be putting that Esmeralda up in that XP lane against Astra, switching things up and making his life probably a lot harder than matched up against CC, and especially in those fights when she can push him away. But the question to be had is, can AKKE run through the early game graciously and translate into late game when their carries scale up, or will Stolen Angels run away with the game with their early to mid composition?
I don't know, man. I think so. I'm gonna roll the ball in favor of AKKE right now with the way how they've drafted, right? I'll just be very honest. Again, I'm loving this Ruby pick. This Ruby into that gold lane, it gives them so much more room to work with. It's not a winning lane, yes, I agree, but it's also not a losing lane. It's going to be a brick wall coming in for the other side. So that could be a very nice opportunity for AKKE to maybe close this one game out, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe win their first game on the red side. It's going to be Stolen Angels on the blue, fighting to equalize the series. Let's see if that happens or not.
Oh, absolutely. But already Stolen Angels with a 200 goal lead. But jokes aside, it's because AKKE didn't pick up their mid lane wave yet. But can this show us already is that Kimi has the superiority in the mid lane, especially with the wave manipulation. It's something I already spoke about during the draft. And as we see now, they've been in big trouble. He needs to run away with his life because has been stolen away from him. Wait a second, you to flicker away immediately as Toby makes his way on the bottom side.
Not exactly sure as to how Kyusen is losing his lane right now, because again, he's got that ability to dodge in all of the Rhapsody bullets on the other side, but absolutely fine. Still going to be all the waves being picked up by both of the players, so no problems coming in here whatsoever. Gold Crab right now being picked up by the side of Stolen Angels, so that could eventually help out him on the other side. Ken moving it a bit too close on the other end. has to burn up the Purify early on. Now that means it could be a problem a little bit later on right now, but the things are not looking good for Toby. He'll run away back with the Crescent Scimitar. It's going to run back to safety right now. The Mountain Shocker at the perfect time. Maku gets one. Eventually Enzo has to flicker out back to safety, but that's a big win for AKKE.
Oh, absolutely. They are already in a little bit of a lead, but what has to be said is they weren't in the lead immediately. All right, then now it's really secure through killing Yuichi based upon burning his flicker sooner into the game, like 1 minute ago. As now you are approaching the turtle and you make your way for this turtle fight.
Yeah, this could very well be a big one right now towards the top lane. Again, this is the Land Shaker connecting on Pem on the backside, though Maku's been taken down. A 1-for-1 trade from both the ends. It's a jungler for a roamer, but now it's going to be Astro needs to run away back to the safety. Nandayo, no real world manipulation and no mana to work with the Void Crystal or the Void Blast, so it's still going to be back onto the normal end, though Yuichi still struggling to get level 4 on this Granger.
But what has to be said is that he stole away the gold crab, if I saw correctly, because Kyusen didn't choose the bestest time to try to get that gold crab, because Yuichi is very furious and he wants to take this game back into their hands.
Yeah, they really want to take this back though, but Levi with that turtle is going to make sure that might happen as the Circling Eagle connected, and it's going to be Astra destroyed in seconds. Taken down instantly out here right now as Toby, he gets his own ultimate. Hold on, Maku. He needs to run back to safety as he can't even take his own orange buff back in comfort position.
It's been stolen away from him, and the thing is, AKKE, even though with 2 kills gold lead, or I mean like 2 kills kill lead, they are 1 turtle down, and the gold is basically the same for both sides.
I still have to say, it's pretty good for AKKE, right? Because, again, they've got Maku, they've got a pretty good scaling into that mid to late game, and they've got a lot of damage once you combine Nandayo as well. Because on Eve now, it's early game, yes, a little bit less damage, but in the late game, you've got immense amount of damage. Once you build up the glowing wands as well, and if you really combine it with some of the wishing lanterns too. So he's going to be bursting down through that front line as well as dealing a lot of damage to the back line. That could be a problem. Oh my god. And the bush right now, though, still surviving back into the safety. Real world manipulation doesn't matter. It's a big snipe coming in from Enzo as he wants to catch in the rest of the members. Raging Sandstorm to try and shut down everyone. The flicker comes in. Toby will sidestep everything back to safety as he saves the life of Nandayo in doing so.
The thing is, Stolen Angels have to make things happen. They need to keep getting those turtles, especially as the next will be spawning onto the map. Nandayo could be the target. He's trying to live through that. He will be, though, getting stolen away his pocket money in the form of gold platings on his mid lane tower. 13 seconds for the turtle. Stolen Angels are trying to run away for the recall so they can step back onto the map to try to fight for that. And I cannot say how important that fight around the turtle will be for the blue team.
It's going to be pretty crucial, I'll have to say. Interesting pick coming in from Maku though, right? Normally we see the Yi Sun Shins pick up the War Axe early on. He's picked up the Hunter Strike right now. So we'll have to see how that works out on him. Getting ready to take that fight without the purple buff out here. Going to be having a proper cooldown, and even the litho has been stolen away by Levi. So that's another slight bit of damage being done as Astra is constantly getting poked down by this Esmeralda. I mentioned about this matchup. It's absolutely horrible, and even more horrible right now as Nanda is getting targeted by Levi. The falling Star Moon on the top of Maku. He's got to run back to safety right now as Astra is isolated, left alone on an island as Toby joins him into the action to try and get some of the attention away from him as he's still trying to survive. Maybe he's gonna keep his life, and he absolutely will.
He is coming.
Yeah, he's absolutely coming right now though. Levi making sure that he gets the turtle. Now they want to go in for the re-engage. It's going to be Astra picked off already off camera, and now it should be serious as well. Kyusen is going to run back to safety thanks to the real world manipulation being dropped in right at the knife's edge. But Maku, I mean, I don't think so he's going to survive out this one. Hold on. Oh my goodness. The damage is intense right now. But at the backside, yeah, Maku is going to run back to safety. But that's not going to be the case for Toby as he moves in and gets a Rhapsody on his face.
this shouldn't be happening, because what is this telling to AKKE is that they can do basically whatever they want. Maku just ran up straight to the tower. He was like, alright, this fight is over, but I am not over of taking your gold, your pocket money, because he went straight for the mid lane tower. He took it for himself and he made his gold advantage even bigger for him.
Just making sure that all of that extra bit of farm that should have been going in for Stolen Angels is not really falling in that easily for the other side. And I think so that is something you'd have to work around with. The bottom tier 1 taken out. Everyone now going in for the chase right now. Astra has got to run back to safety. Circling Eagle comes into play as well, along with the pull back coming in from Kimmy. Enzo is dishing out a decent amount of damage, but that's just not enough to take him down.
And all this time, Maku is farming freely. He's been left alone, and that's exactly what he wants you to do. If you are Stolen Angels, you need to put pressure on him, because he and Eve are the carries. If you let them scale up, they will have a free game. And of course, Maku died twice, but compared to Levi, he is doing very well. And compared to Yuichi, I think he is even ahead.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a decent amount of gold right now. He's also running with the killing spree and now cooking up the War Axe. I think so one of the biggest power spike of a Yi Sun Shin is obviously that Blade of Despair along with the War Axe combination. So I'm not quite sure if the Hunter Strike with the War Axe is going to work exactly in the same way, because you have Kent who's building up on some dominance ISIS right now, so that could be a problem. But in the back line, oh, a big land shaker onto 2 people as the real world manipulation drops in. Pem is going to be taken down as the first man, though. Answer that coming in from the other side as Maku takes the turtle. Extra shield, but it doesn't matter. Kent is on the Esmeralda on the other side. He's loving all that shield for him as they instantly go for a trade 1-for-1, but a turtle for AKKE. Hold on.
Wait a second, Kius will be the target. He goes down. Yuichi, more stacks for his Skypier, so I think this is the second one, because I believe he got his first kill very late into the game. So this should be his second stack for the Skypiercer. Third turtle going in the favor of AKKE though, so more in the form of their late game scaling, and the longer the game goes, the better for them. But I spoke too soon, because Yuichi is actually doing very well for him. He is 1,200 gold ahead of opponent's carry, that being Maku, of course.
Yeah, that's a decent amount of lead coming in though, but I'd have to say, you know, Maku is also keeping up pretty well in terms of that farm, going constantly on towards that off lane, towards that far lane, clearing up that and putting the pressure on the other side. So they've constantly got to go back and clear. Now looking at the items again, Nandayo picking up that Wishing Lantern should be able to dish a little bit more damage now onto all of the tanky front lines. But guess what? The tanky front line is on your face right now as they keep on destroying you every single time. Kyusen taken down. They're falling up with a triple kill, making a maniac. Yuichi, who says the Granger does not scale up well in that mid to late game. If he doesn't get a good early start, he can get a damn good Savage in that game. Massive outplay by him, and he's showing a different class. Stolen Angels answering back quickly to AKKE.
And the thing is, right, if you look at the gold difference, it's only almost 4,000, even though I said only, but only 4,000 at 10 minute mark. Could have been much worse if you are the scaling, if you have the scaling composition of AKKE. But most of this gold after this fight is being put on Yuichi. He has 7 kills, and I cannot say how important that is, because most of the gold that you have acquainted for yourself is on your main carry.
And that's at least 50 to 60 stacks on that Skypiercer. So that also adds on to the fact as, yeah, well, good luck surviving through all of that, because the execution line is just increasing further and further. So you really need someone to shut down this man. Yuichi is just being in insane pain at this point.
But who is it going to be? It has to be Astra, it has to be Toby, it has to be Nando with a great realm manipulation. if he can put it down. But the thing is, Yuichi is sitting so far back that can you really get to him?
Wow.
And can you really get to him before they get to you? Because Kent is on top of his face as he finishes off Nandayo because he didn't have his flicker available.
No information of that bush, and as you said, flicker on cooldown. That's already your big tool going out for the next 15 seconds. One more wave, it's going to strike out there in mid. Inhibitor should eventually fall right now, but maybe before that, Toby is going to be the first one to fall. Surviving on a slither of HP right now, going back to safety as Yuichi picks up the Blade of Despair. On a Granger, yeah, good luck surviving through all of that burst. I don't know if Toby and Astra even have got some solid defense items.
Oh, they do indeed, but the thing is that for Astra, you start in with the offensive item, so you only have to defend. Wait a second, traction pulse. This could be the last fight of this game. Now they'll try to push them away with his ramp manipulation, but can he push them away enough? That's the question to be had. He can, at least for now, as AKKE re-engages back into their base.
Surviving barely by anything, and since both of them survived, yeah, now they can eventually keep on surviving for a little bit longer, maybe going for this one more fight as Ken tried to initiate it, but now he's being left on an island. But it doesn't matter, everyone from his team is supporting him out there as the inhibitor falls, and maybe the players after that. Legendary for Yuichi, making it double 80 stacks on that freaking Sky Piercer. Another triple in the game. Give him a second Maniac in this one right now as they're all pretty low. Will still respect the damage that could come out from Nandayo, but who cares about it if you can fall back and move up front, let alone the fleeting captain of your daunting fleet. No one is daunting on the side of AKKE. Massive comeback from Stolen Angels.
1-1, what can I say? It was my prediction, so of course it came to fruition. I must say I was shaking during the first one because AKKE, what a game they had. Of course they had 1-1s, but this was such a dominant showing of force that I felt like there is nothing to stop them. But suddenly, Hellcurt ban, you have a solid draft for you still. The early game was looking alright. I was all the time kept saying Stolen Angels have to start doing something. If they don't do something, then the game will slip out of their hands, and they were like stalling for their time, getting those items up, and suddenly Yuichi was on his, I believe, third item, and then the show started. He got that Maniac. He went all in, all out, 7 kills, and then it rolled over from that, because even though it was 4,000 gold lead, it was on one man only, and the one man himself being Yuichi, of course. 11-1-1. What a performance.
King Army alone he stands, and alone he delivers. 29% damage being dealt, 61% tower push, but through all of that chaos, Enzo, this man kept on poking the other side constantly. So good traction pulses that it was pulling Astra in an off position time and time again. Toby could not go in for any kind of proper engaging setup as well, right? And as you rightly mentioned, Maku on that Yi Sunshin in the jungle, he really wants to get close and get a personal to take that fight, while Yuichi and Enzo, they're gonna keep their distance. And you know what, they're gonna send their big beefy boy and girl out up in front. Levi on that Baxia, Kent on that Esmeralda, always on your faces. Combine a lot of poke damage coming in from poke with a lot of sustain through all of the guiding wind shields. It was a menace to deal with the entire lineup of Stolen Angels.
I feel like for the side of AKKE, you kind of overcomplicate it for yourself now in retrospective, speaking about it, of course. Because even though you and me as well was hyped about the pickup, the thing is that if you are going for Yi Sunshin, you should already be thinking about it in a way that you frontline, and you didn't have that. You had Khalid, who can be a little bit beefy, but he doesn't really have things in his kit that make him beefy or that make him tankier, whereas something like Tigreal or some other roamers can become quite tanky with the right items and under the right circumstances. So if you go for Khalid, I don't think you should be pairing it up with Yi Sunshin in the jungle. I think if you pair it up with a Bruiser, then it would work wonders. But now with this draft, you kind of put yourself in the corner because you had to go for Ruby. Don't get me wrong, because otherwise you would be too squishy and you would get obliterated instantly like that. But I think you overcombine it if you were AKKE in this draft.
You know what? I do get the idea of what you're really mentioning out here right now, and I think so. I will agree on that part, that they kind of overcomplicated things out in that. But at the same time, when I'm looking at the bans and trying to revisit as to how it all happened, right, I didn't really see a lot of options available for you as well. There were some bans coming in from the other side as well, which were kind of limiting your entire pool itself. So for AKKE, yeah, I think so. The problems, again, it comes down whenever they're on the red side, whenever they're on the blue side, they get one of their comfort picks. It's always been a beautiful story, a beautiful journey. But whenever they're on that red side, that's where we constantly see those problems. That's where we see all of those loopholes. And I agree with the point you mentioned. They overcomplicate things which tend to stay pretty simple for them. But again, your prediction standing true, my man. We're all gonna bow down to you out here right now. It's still going 1-for-1. But ladies and gentlemen, there are still 2 more matches remaining, and we're gonna have a new guest caster out here with me on the desk for those 2 games. That's gonna be a surprise out there for all of you. So make sure you stay tuned to figure out who that is as we head on for a short break. The show is resuming, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're watching the Thunder division of the MEC qualifiers. It's me, Skadegate, and alongside me, we've got the man back in action. We've got Zakota. How are you doing, my boy?
Man, Scared, I've been watching these last 2 series and they've been amazing. I said, yeah, let me hop on that casting. Let me just join a little bit, see what's happening. Is the meta changed? The meta shifted, you know? So it's gonna be interesting to see what this team will draft. Of course, Scared that you're doing an amazing job. I've been watching, of course, you and Warren. And, you know, I said to Warren, yeah, let me hop on the casting a little bit, you know, just give me the last 2 games. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. But of course, let's introduce the teams.
Big point, big point. You mentioned about how you're really excited about the next game, right? And it's going to be between Revenant Order, ladies and gentlemen, taking on one of the strongest teams out here, Minerva Fury, which for all of us thought will go undefeated probably till now. But a lot of surprises left out here when we are watching the Thunder division, right? It was against the sides of Jackpot when the entire scoreline was 1-1 for both Jackpot and Minerva Fury. Right now, it's a chance for Revenant Order, who eventually played yesterday against AKKE, if I'm not wrong, and they went 1-1 again. So the leaderboard is looking a little bit iffy out here and there, but still is pretty close for that middle pack. And now both of these teams would be looking forward for a big win. Who do you have got, by the way?
I mean, I have to go with the obvious choice, the safe bet. I'm not a gambling man, however, I'd go with Minerva Fury.
Oh.
I mean, you know, the best team in Europe right now, in my opinion, they have the best XP laner, best jungler, and best skull laner. I mean, the mid can be worked on a little bit, but still, it's an incredibly strong team. What about you, Scared?
I mean, I agree with the points that you mentioned. Minerva Fury have been looking pretty solid right now in this entire event itself, right? And yes, it was a big surprise to see them drop 1 game against Jackpots, but nothing taken away from Jackpots themselves. They have been looking pretty solid too, and I'd have to say at this point, even Revenant Order yesterday, they kind of look pretty nice against AKKE in that second game when they were quick on that adjustment. And I think so that has been the storyline for most of these teams in the Thunder division, that they're very quick to adjust. They lose the first game, they quickly bounce back in the second one. But here, both of these games are important, because if you win both the games, that's when you get 3 points in the leaderboard.
That is indeed correct. But the other day, I remember talking with Wicked, when he had the pre-match podcast, he said that he doesn't know who to choose between Jackpots and Minerva Fury, and I think that's why it went to a draw, you know. Of course, I went with Minerva Fury. He didn't want to specify because, of course, he was a member of Minerva Fury before he left for Turkey. And, of course, he's really good friends with the people in Jackpots. He was with Kingsta in a squad again. So I think that's why they went to a draw. However, let's take a quick look at the ban. We're going to have Lancelot and Chip banned by Revenant Order, and Matilda and maybe an invading roamer like Khaled could be going from the side of Minerva Fury. Maybe even in Yi Sun-shin.
Could be possible. Maybe that Yi Sun-shin ban, but I think so it should be a 1-1, considering she has basically been sitting on that red side ban for such a long time now, and no one really lets a 1-1 through into that picking phase itself. She's one of the strongest gold lanes as well, with all of those dashes, crossbow of Tang, immunity from any kind of damage when she's in her ultimate. So those are some few big things. Hold on a second. Wait! What?
I mean, King is an extremely good Moscow player. His Bruno is also extremely nice. So I can see why they banned out one of his picks. However, as you said, the one still left on the table, but Lunox can be picked to counter on lane. Even the Chichi, you go with Avengers, you're going to have a little bit more sustainability alongside, you know, being able to dish out a ton of damage. However, I don't know if Pankrat is the type of person to pick out the fighters on the goal lane.
That's going to be something of a question as well. What Pankrat would want to fix on his own self. That's going to be a big thing out here right now. Though Arlet being banned out from the side of Revenant Order, that's also something of a new stuff that's been happening today. And we don't really see a lot of Arlet bans coming in here. That leaves room open for a lot of prio picks. There's CC available for the EXP lane. There's also Phobius available. We've seen some of the Angela bans coming in as well. That's up for grabs. Baxia is up for grab. A lot of prio picks open.
I mean, I can see why you went with the Arlet ban. He is an extremely strong setter. And Bobber Rustic is a master of him. However, the Kale is going to get banned out because it's an easier choice. It's a pick of hero, and with a new ROM change, allowing you to get that instant level 2. It's possible she is the strongest roamer by far. But as I said, the Baksha will be left unattended and will be picked out. Yusunshin up on the table, Fredrin on the table. So many heroes still available, like the Angela, which I feel is a pretty strong mid laner in the current patch.
That's one of the big things which I was also mentioning, and we were having a conversation with Varun as well as to how Angela, again, with that changes, with those work on that ultimate, it's absolutely nightmaric to deal with. But again, if you've got a Baxia on the other side now, that makes things even more difficult right now. Though it's a built-in anti-heal, pair it up with the dominance ice, a lot of problems coming in for those utility roamers. So I don't think so Minerva Fury are going to go in for that Angela. I do like the idea of a CC being picked up early on, a good priority into that EXP lane early on. You have got that domination coming in, and along with the Zushin now, well, good luck if in case Revenant Order would want to pull any kind of shenanigans up. Even though a Grok is open, I think so Zushin still has the prio.
I mean, Zushin does have the prio indeed. She has extremely strong crowd control effects, especially versus Sabaksha. She has a good flicker, basically movement ultimate, allowing her to make a big gap. But Genshin is going to pick out that Angela I was talking about, Angela Baksha combo. We've seen it a few seasons ago. It was extremely popular. Just boosting that defense of Baksha, the healing, the overshield, just allowing him to keep going for invades after invades after invades. And Minerva Fury picked the CC to just give the Baksha, you know, a bit more of a headache, because she does HP based damage. You just need to get a bit more penetration and it's gonna be fine. However, King is going to lock in that Irritel. Maybe Team Minerva Fury will go for either the Bruno here or the Harith. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I do understand the idea of a Harith right now. It can have a pretty decent goal lane experience, but again, with an Angela and a Baxia on the other side, it's going to be difficult to pull it off, considering the range on that basic attack was reduced as well quite a while back, a few patches ago. So you got to get in up close and personal. That means regardless of what happens, Alan would have his anti-heal impact on you. And since you'd be in the kill range of King as well on that Erythiel, I think so things can get pretty difficult if King keeps on farming up on Erythiel in that early and mid game.
Indeed. However, I can see why they picked the Harith for a different reason. They just want to deny that Grok pick. Because as we know, Grok gets increased physical defense, not magical, physical. And just Harith on the team will be able to completely melt him down. Especially just getting that Sterilium side, getting that extra damage. Yes, it was nerfed, it's a 5-second cooldown, but still, it does a ton of damage. And Harith's skill 1, skill 2, you just have a lot of movement, a lot of damage and poke ability in the early game. 600 damage on the Irritel, and you can't do much. But when the Uranus getting banned out, I was expecting him to go out a little bit sooner. But I'm feeling, the AKKE.
It's an interesting ban coming in, to be very honest, but I do understand the idea. Early on today, we did see the Baxia against an AKKE being picked up, so AKKE gets that priority because of the heavy spins all towards those neutral objectives. So I do understand the idea as to where Revenant Order are coming from. They're doing their homework. Plus, at the same time, right, you're kind of getting their own priority. I think so one of the best things that they can do right now is also ban out either the Yi Sun Shin or maybe take away, I don't think so they're going to take away the Joy though. There's already a decent amount of, or rather I'd have to say there's not a good amount of CC from the side of Revenant Order. It could be either a Joy or again it could be a Yi Sun Shin.
I think it's going to be neither. I think it's going to be a Threader pick for Minerva's Fury side because they lack a front line. They have the CC, yes, she can sustain a little bit of damage, but she doesn't have any crowd control. Doesn't have that much. I mean, she has the movement, she has the damage, but she doesn't have that crowd control. Fredrin is going to be a pretty good matchup against the Baksha and Angela combination, and you can sustain that Irritel's damage. You get that anti-curious, you get that Radiant in the early game, you're going to be completely fine towards the later game. However, if they ban out the Fredrin, what will Minerva go for?
Yeah, that could be a pretty nice argument being brought into the mix as well though, but they go for neither. They go for a Guard Out Catcher ban because again, Minerva Fury They really need that one roamer right now, and seeing the Grog being banned out, Garrote Catcher becomes one of the priority. And if things go southwards, Revenant Order can always put this Baxia, or rather not right now though. They've already picked up their own utility roamer in the form of that Angela, so they'll be looking in for their own EXP laner. Now, what are the few things that can help them out? That's going to be my question. But before that, Minerva Fury, now they've got to lock in their own roamer as well as their own jungler, and I agree. I think so Fredrin should be the way to go.
Either they go for the Fredrin or the Badang right now. Both of the heroes will be extremely good on the roaming position. I mean, on the tank utility position as well. But Revenant Order can always flex that Angela on the mid lane, allowing her to just get that extra fast level 4, just to give that Baxia a lot more tank ability, sustainability in the early fight for the turtle. But what roamer will they go for? Yuzhong is open on the table and is pretty strong. Shy will go maybe for the healer to go invade. If they have a squishy jungle, I think it's going to be completely over. But I don't know about Xavier. Niche? Is this Niche? No, it's not Niche. I'm going to say Eve.
I think so. I would have leaned in a little bit more towards either a Farsa or maybe even a Zacian, but it's fine. I think so. Eve also does a pretty decent job. It's got the buff recently, so you also have that real-world manipulation killbox kind of composition as well. You've got that extra slow coming in from both Kenshin and Allen, so maybe you can pair all of that up, combined. Minerva Fury, you mentioned about that one jungler. If it's a squishy one, Shy is going to make your jungle hell. So you really need to go for a Fredrin. I don't see any other way, but alright. They pick up the Hayabusa. But I think so they will still face the same problem, and that is the early game jungle.
Indeed, that will be the biggest problems the Hayabusa could be facing. As soon as Shai goes for that cut on lane and he goes to invade the red, I think it's already over and done with. The Baxia can maybe just clear one of his buffs and also go for an invade. Just with that retribution already, you're going to have a bigger advantage with the Hayabusa. Yes, they have the Badang, can get the level 2, level 1 combination as well early game, but still, I don't think it's going to be enough to just stop that Baxia. He's still strong, he has that anti-heal, you have that Juxin. I mean, there's so many heroes that can completely help the Hayabusa, and there's on the enemy team which can completely destroy the Hayabusa.
That's one of my biggest points, which I just wanted to mention, that if you look at the mid lane matchup, the Zushin will have the priority wave clear out there. Yes, you've got the Angela and the Eve on the other side. They're not going to clear the wave as fast as the Zushin is going to be. So that could be one angle of looking at it, that as soon as Hayabusa picks up the purple, Zushin clears up the wave and then eventually moves forward to help the Hayabusa out towards his own orange buff as well. And Zushin has got a pretty solid priority even in the early game itself with the Lantern Flare. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look as to how things go in this one, as it's going to be Revenant Order taking on Minerva Fury. Match number 3 of day number 3 out here. It's going to be a pretty fun matchup to watch, as Minerva Fury would really want to close this one out 2-0 to have that advantage in the leaderboard, but so do Revenant Order.
I mean, taking a look at the predictions, I think every single caster beside one went for a complete sweep by Minerva's Fury side.
Yeah.
However, I think it's a little bit positive, but we're going to see a bit of a fight in the mid lane. Allen.
Oh my god, an opposition coming in from Sensei, the creator, out here. Even Primo is going to hop back onto safety. But again, it's pretty risky move coming in. A couple of flickers being already used up both on the roamer as well as your mage. And that this is again exactly as you mentioned, that early game prio, that jungling prio. And they are picking that up, Revenant Order.
I mean, considering that the Baxia is extremely tanky in the early game, and look how fast Shy cleared the lane compared to Bobber. I mean, I still side with Revenant Order right now, but I still think Minerva Fury can pull through. Macaron could just go for the split pushes, and especially just jumping on King and on Kenshin to get that early game kills. They don't have that much defense, they don't have that much HP, so I think Hayabusa is just going to get a free lunch over there. However, as you said, Baxia did take that level 2 creep on top, that double green as we call it. But
yeah,
it's too late, I mean too early to tell, but Macaron is 4, Allen is 4, so it's going to be a pretty big fight before the turtle.
It's going to be a big one though, but I do like the rotation coming in from Revenant Order. They do understand that King could be one of the only squishy targets that Macaron would want to jump on. So they were already playing down towards the bottom side right now in mid though. That's where we see the Yugi shadow kill, but stunned up in the tower is where Macaron was, and he will be taken down as a shot lands in perfectly. Allen gets the pick, and now they should get the priority towards Turtle unless Minerva Fury, they want to jump in. There we go, the fish crack coming into the play as well with the Lantern Fury coming in. They're still trying to take Allen down, and the red tree comes in, but it's still going to the Turtle, picked up by Revenant Order thanks to Creep, and they want to chase down Bobber. They want to take this dude down, but the vengeance keeps him alive.
That was an extremely bad play coming from Macaron. He just trusted too much in his shadows, but the Angela just got that leash on him, standing right in the tower, well, most like immobilized him. He couldn't teleport, couldn't do anything. And as soon as Baksha hit that basic attack, I knew it connected. I saw the basic attack head towards him and I saw him dead. 1v1.
Whoa. Bobber, hold on for a second though. The man still eventually survived thanks to the full stack of the Yo-Yo Blitz. Eventually getting some of that HP back, but it doesn't matter. And this is something that we always talked about, right? Whenever we talk about that lane matchup, Bobber on that CC could eventually win against anyone except for a Hilda. Hilda is just so happy to take on all of the shots from Yo-Yo. It doesn't matter because you can always jump back and heal yourself up right now, but there's no way to heal for the side of Minerva Fury right now. The real world manipulation. Primo again forced to use out his own flicker as well on the other side though. Macaron didn't really get any kind of angle or the stacks of his shadows on anyone. But the power of wilderness coming in from the top lane by Shay. He's still trying to take down one, but in the bottom side, it's a chaos at every single damn place on this map. And it's all the way Revenant Orders win.
And Revenant Order just got those kills in the early game, giving him a 785 gold lead, almost 1,000 now with the tower plating. But still in the top lane, the Experience are going head to head, no fear whatsoever. They don't expect any ganks, they're just dishing it out one-on-one. They're standing their ground and doing everything possible. However, in the bottom, we did see a massive outplay coming in from Primo, just pushing him back a little bit. Yes, he did trade his life, but I think it's still worthwhile the trade. However, Allen is the one who got the kills, not King, not Kriv, so I think it's gonna be a pretty big deal right now because they won't have the damage. Look at that fight.
Yeah, they really want to take one more down though, but still, oh, the tower pull, impeccable coming in from Sensei as he survives as well with the skin of his teeth right now back from the real world manipulation. The immobilize was already used up. So he was absolutely safe right now, but it was the top. I can't really say the same thing for Bobber, but it's got the support of Primo out here, so it's absolutely fine. Even though Allen was picked up, the turtle was not taken by Minerva Fury, and I still would say this is a pretty solid hold coming in from Revenant Order.
When King was just double laning, he just took that mid wave as well. He definitely got that extra gold, allowing him to get a bit more of a head start on Pankrat. But still, as you said, the turtle was taken.
A big fish crack coming in already as Creep eventually is the first one to fall as they go in for the chase. Pushing off Kenshin as well as he goes in for the hard card all the way on top of Allen. Still trying to survive. Oogie shadow kill coming in from the side of Macaron. He still wants to try and sustain. Turtle nowhere close to be taken down, but Primo absolutely is. Support comes in from the backline as Pankrat with the Zaman force isn't able to do anything. That force is of no use as King joined the fight. The turtle is taken and Revenant Order are seemingly taking this game.
Oh my god, in the top lane, Bobber Rusik.
Yeah, he's still gonna sustain, I think, so he should be fine right now. Bare minimum surviving. He's also got the Vengeance, so it's absolutely okay. And it's also the lane swap coming in from Revenant Order now.
I mean, the Flask of Oasis and Hardgar were already on Kenshin's side, so they could fight at any given second. But in the bottom, I'm going to see a gang forming up. Allen is there. He is smelling something cooking, but I don't think he's there in time. Shy.
He's got to run back to safety right now. The dash did not really connect, but Allen, he was ready with that stun as the hard card comes in on top of him, and everyone on Minerva Fury have decided to run back as soon as they see this big beefy bartender boy on top of an Angela. Wait. Do they really want to force it all the way out towards that tier 2? I think so. They're just hell-bent on taking this tier 1 though, so should be taken down now. There we go. Shadow kill connecting. Kenshin should be taken down along with Badang. Yes, that's going to be the first pick, but King eventually trades him off, answered back by Pancrad with his Salmon Force, but the backline entirely open. Shay left alone in a world though, lands in another dash by Primo, eventually taken down by the wall as King will fall. No way for him to survive in the bushes, and Allen has got nowhere to run. Bobber on top of him as the hard guard comes in, saving his life at the last second.
I mean, given the fact that they defend that tier 1 turret and they got 2 kills on top of that, I think that's a pretty good trade-off.
Yeah, it was, but now I don't think so. It's going to be pretty good. Van Allen still eventually will survive. Finally using up his own ultimate as well, back to safety. I thought it was a risky move from him, not deciding to clear the way, moving towards the mid bush, but it's absolutely fine.
I mean, Turtle is up in about 5 seconds. Shy is in position, Creep is in position as well. However, I don't think King is gonna make it in time. He's gonna try to go and try to maybe take that tier 1 and tier 2 turret while they fight for that objective. Bob Erusik in the middle and showing himself, just already giving away that Turtle is free on lane. Primo also on the turtle on that mid bush, as you like to call it, or eye bush. Even so, I think it's gonna be a turtle in favor of Minerva Fury. Shy is in the back line.
Yeah, it's going to be opened up right now. A big knock-up connecting in right away from that Badang though as he gets that ball in. But finally Creep is going to land that real-world manipulation. Flicker's coming in on the other side as the turtle was secured by Minerva Fury without any problem. But guess what? The problem now come in riding onto that lion as again in that Ducati skin. King is destroying everyone. Minerva Fury get the turtle, but it's a triple kill for King. Massive play coming in from him, but hold on for a second though, not going to be standing up for long maybe, as Macaron runs back to safety and a hard guard used up preemptively, but it's fine, they're going to take the mid tier 1.
I mean, hard guard is not such a waste of a skill right now. It's 20 seconds cooldown with the correct build, and I think that's just going to be a big advantage on the side of Revenant Order. You can just force the fight as soon as Basha gets his Tortoise Prussians back up again. Or when Iritel just gets her heavy crossbow back, they can just go in and fight, giving Iritel that extra movement boost or giving Allen that extra defensive boost. It's going to be a big game changer. However, only if Allen falls, I think it's going to be over for Revenant Order, because Minerva Fury, they have a bit more of a glass cannon type of draft. Just going to get a lot of damage coming in on King. As soon as Pinecross finishes most of his core items, he's going to be fine and Danny and ready to go. Concentrated maybe next up on a jumping on, but King is level 12. He is ahead of both junglers.
That's exactly one of the big points which you mentioned in the mid game, that he was double laning. Took the mid lane, took the bottom lane, every single minion, moving up with the team, always being present in those fights, getting those triple kills. That has helped him up farm so very quickly. And I think so it's going to become even more difficult to stop this Erethiel now as he picks up the Great Dragon Spear as well. That's even more movement speed onto that heavy crossbow. So good luck dealing with that kind of Ducati buying buffed up Erethiel.
I mean, I think he got that extra expensive fuel. He got that deluxe fuel. But even so, Lord is up in exactly 1 second and it's going to be exactly a Luminous Lord. So he's going to be able to charge down at the turret. He's going to go down the bot lane. But still, I think in the top lane, Creep is going to just manage that wave a little bit better. But even so, Macaron could, in theory, go for Kenshin, just get him out of the picture, get that hard guard out of the way. But I think Allen is going to just go back for it.
Oh no, they really want to go back to it though, but the real world manipulation, that's the main thing. They're just stopping everyone from Minerva Fury from running back. Some flickers being used up though, but still a big utility off again, and even the heavy crossbow is on cooldown right now. So this could be the best chance for Minerva Fury to maybe go on for this Lord fight, though it's going to be reset though, and a big catchment ball removed! Primo made a big mistake, and now his entire team is left in tatters. Doesn't matter, Bobber capitalizes on that as Shay is running back to safety for his life, but King is there, he's standing, he wants to stay alive, but the Oogie shadow kill shifts onto Allen as he will still fall. King is the only man who actually stays alive, and that's a 4-for-1 trade for Minerva Fury.
Extremely good trade-off coming in from Minerva Fury. They did lose Primo, but Primo did an extremely good job. But King is going to take down Bobarusik in the mid lane. He did not have the Vengeance. He used that heavy crossbow to just dish out a ton of damage. Looking at the lead right now, 2,000 gold over his counterpart. And look at build on Iritel. Just one more item and you're going to be fine, and Danny to go for whatever fight you need to. But still, So is Harit. He is gonna go for that Holy Crystal second item, allowing him to get more damage from his skill 2 and skill 1. Just that crit damage is gonna be a ton of help. The Lord is gonna march down the mid lane.
That's where the main focus is going to be right now. It could be a Holy Crystal, I think so. It could also be Blood Wings at this point, considering the amount of...
Yeah, Blood Wings, because that's just gonna give him a bit of a headache. He won't have enough damage to deal with neither Allen nor Shy. So I think he just has to go for that big item, maybe even a penetration item, maybe Divine Glaive, but I don't think so. In the bottom goes the Hayabusa 1v1. King.
Yeah, oh my god, he really wants to take him down though, but a good dash out coming in from King. He eventually survives out there, and not quite sure as to where that ultimate was aimed for by Primo, but it's absolutely fine. Let's be honest, Dakota. I think so Primo, regardless of how good sometimes he tries to give those setups, there have been some of those blunders which are going unnoticed though, only because Minerva Fury have been winning those fights, and right now they want to really run back to safety because the chase was coming in from Allen, and she really had that flank angle, but it's absolutely fine. The map is still divided 50-50.
I mean, when Primo used that ultimate on that top tier fight, he just got outplayed by Krev. Used that ultra instinct he has to just escape. But look at that. They tied together. Look at those lovers. But even so, Hargard popped away. Shy is in the backline. Hayabusa is not there.
It's going to be something of a problem right here. Real world manipulation used up, but no one was really inside of that range, so didn't really matter. And here's the big thing, right? There are some pretty decently long cooldowns from Revenant Order. So once they use their big chunky ultimates, now they've got to wait for those re-engages. I can't really say the same thing for Minerva Fury. Every single time the dash and the first crack is up for the Badang, he can eventually use that. Every single time the Zaman Force is up, which has a very less cooldown, you're going to see Pancrat jumping into the fight as well. It's technically only Macaron who heavily depends on his own ultimate. Apart from that, everyone else should be okay right now. Can't say the same thing for Allen. We'll run back to safety, as even the Heart Card was used up preemptively on King. But it's fine, as you said. It's a 20-second cooldown either ways.
I mean, the only big ultimate on Revenant Order is that RWM. The Tortoise Christian gets back to you at exactly like 20 seconds, 23 seconds. But as you said, the most important ultimate, I disagree with you. I think it's Sensei. Sensei has been doing an amazing Lantern player to just go out of any fight. King still has that Hargar on top of his head. Kenshin is just staying in the back. He wasn't even like present in most fights. He's just there on top, you know. He is the embodiment of you do the work, I do the healing. But even so, Shy is giving a ton of vision. They know he's there. Sensei is going to zone him out a little bit. Primo is right behind him. But look at Kriv. Just poking out with that big AoE slow. But even so, will Allen make what Kyrie did? Will he make the same mistake? I think he will.
Oh. Yeah, he absolutely seems to be making that kind of mistake though, but the RWM comes into play. Every single one will eventually fall back, as even Bobber, he needs to survive, and nothing is gonna help this one out. A monster kill coming in from King thanks to the heavy cross, but now Macaron seems to be the next man on the chopping block. He should be taken down though. He's still got the Oogie Shadow Kill available as he eventually goes in for it, but a lot of targets and the damage being spread out evenly amongst them. So that's again a big win coming in for Revenant Order 1-4-0.
I see that production is just sticking it to me saying, oh, Sakota, you said I'm gonna 2-0, but it doesn't look that way. But look at Macarons! Oh my god. He was about to die. The damage coming in from King's heavy crossbow is a ton. He's like getting hit by a truck. I don't think that's a moped anymore. I think that's just a Maserati. You're just gonna get hit once and you're gonna be down forever. But look at that blade armor coming up. It's a bit of a weird item choice. I mean, it's still alright, but who do you get it for? Neither of them have extremely high crit damage besides Turret's skill. So I think that's maybe just a misclick of an item. However, in that fight in the top lane when Hayabusa went with his Oogie Shadow Kill, he did bait out a ton of those, what's it called? Flask of Oasis passives. The Flask of Oasis passives were baited out by Hayabusa, allowing him to maybe go for a perfect try. Because as you know, the passive coming from that Flask is just going to reset some of the skill cooldowns, just giving you a better fighting chance. I mean, especially for King, especially for Shy, especially for Krev. As soon as Krev uses that flicker and Hayabusa sees it, I think Krev is gone for. He's just going to die. He cannot escape, he cannot do anything. He just has to get close maybe to a creep and hope they can just stick on him. But the Lord is marching down the bot side. The mid tower, the top tower are going to get pushed simultaneously. But look at that damage coming from Iritel, just a ton.
Yeah, he's also got the Malefic gun as well. So again, long range, short range. I mean, let's just say that you can't really reach him properly now. And Macaron, he's got a lot of targets up in his plate. Look at the amount of damage by that Void Crystal. My goodness. Almost getting Macaron down to 50% of his HP. That is absolutely not good. And this is exactly what I mentioned previously as well. Everyone on Minerva Fury, except for Sensei, want to get close. They want to get up close and personal. But Revenant Order, they want to stay away. They want to move, or rather have that range when they want to fight. So they're going to send Alan and Shay all the way down onto the faces of the other side, and everyone else is going to stay back. That is what's been helping them constantly win all of these fights right now. And look at the constant pressure coming in from the minions. Finally, real world manipulation being dropped in. Primo pretty low in that HP as the tower falls right now. Immortality being used up, but the Oogie Shadow Kill spreading out evenly on everyone. A lot of damage being dished out, but still, it's not enough. Primo the first man to fall, and look at the back line. Shay is there on their faces. Pancrat's gonna be taken down again with the Void Crystal. Impeccable performance coming in from Revenant Order. All of their HP is low, but none of them are being taken down. But everyone will fall on Minerva Fury. That should be the end of the game as the crystal is wide open and everyone is ready to strike it down.
I mean, it was an extremely good game coming in from Revenant Order. The composition was extremely hard to deal with. You had that boost coming in from Angela on Iritel, just allowing her to get that passive more up and ready to go. And especially in the early game on Allen, just allowing him to have that extra overshield, extra percentage of healing. And of course, what can you do to him? You're on Hayabusa, you're going to get invaded by the healer, you have to worry about so many things. That's why I want to go maybe with a Fredrin to get that maybe just sustain team composition. You just have that what's Juxin, you get that lantern up, you stun him, you go for the taunt, etc. You just go for the boring play style over and over and over. And you have the Badang as well, you know, it's another huge thing. But taking a look at the score, see an extremely close game in gold stats, but just a goal lane, I mean, that made the big difference. Pancrat wasn't doing a lot, he just got his items extremely slow, he wasn't double laning as King was. And you know, it's just that Angela, just too much healing, too much overshield, too many ultimates, is an extremely spammable hero. And you know, what can you do? It's also an Eve. You have that LWM, you have that Allen just sustaining the fight, and you have Shy who can go for the backline, you can just go and hunt down the most important team members of Minerva Fury, like the Hayabusa, like Pancrat. So it's just gonna be a hard game for team Minerva Fury, just extremely hard.
I agree. It was difficult right away from the draft itself. I 100% agree with you on that point. Considering the proper beefy front line coming in, and then it is a proper front to back composition if you really think about it, right? Two people standing up on your faces. Kenshin is always there to give up the ultimate to whoever needs it the most. We've seen it go on Allen, we've seen it go on King, and those are the two targets that you'd really want to see stay alive for as long as possible. And it came down to the same thing, right? I was mentioning how Pancrat wants to get an up close and personal, but he can't really do that. There's Creeve on the other side. Allen will stand on your face. Shay will be standing on your face. And if you try and take down anyone with the Zaman Force and the Chrono Dashes, you've got Kenshin with the hard card ready to turn the tides around you. So a lot of problems being phased out by that goal, and I think so maybe seeing a Bruno or something along the lines of maybe even, I wouldn't exactly say Gary this time around though. There's again the big problem of that range. Maybe having someone for the early game to take the lane, maybe a Brody to stop the Erethiel winning it up, maybe something different could have eventually helped out. But all of that brain power needs to be used by you, man. You're the main brains here.
I mean, if you say about range, I would have picked a Clint there to just go for that Eve, to just have that extra stun. As soon as you get jumped by the backshot, he just goes with his will. He jumps on you, you just can use that skill to you stun him in place. You can poke the Iritel in there, you can poke the Angel, you can poke the Eve, you know, have get a Malefic gun. You have the range for the Green Bombardment. You have so many possibilities with Clint. However, he is a bit of an item dependent hero. He's like a Claude. Yeah. Maybe you need to go for the Blade of Heptasis early to get that extra burst potential down. But still, it's one extremely hard game to draft against. You have the Hayabusa who has to get defended by Primo. and you have to get the mid defended by Primo, the goal in defended by Primo. There wasn't a second frontline tank. The CC was doing a good job as poking, but there wasn't a second stunt. There wasn't something to, lay back on, rely something. Like on Allen, for example. Allen and Shy. Both of them could go protect either of the team members, the most important, because they had to defend only two. The Angela was ulting either Allen or King, so either defend the Creeve or defend King. There's no in between. You have two for each, so take your pick. You want the Hilda or you want the Baxia. And of course, it's gonna be maybe a hard game for Fredrin. I was thinking at the end, why don't they go Suyu to try to go for the back line dive with that skill one to try to maybe kill the Eve? But again, it's extremely risky. It's still such a hard draft to go up against.
Yeah, I agree. It's again falling down to the same thing, right? No, I don't think so. Now you're gonna let that Baxia go through, considering the amount of problems Alan created for you in that previous game, and along with an Angela, yeah, good luck trying to survive that. I still remember long back, right? There was a time when in almost all of our rank games, there was this one very mind-breaking composition where the opponent, and it was the time where we used to have that hyper carry where only one jungler is going to take every single thing. So that was a Baxia along with an Angela, and then you pair it up with a Rafaela. It used to be so annoying to deal with, and they're always in your jungle, on your faces. And this composition of the Angela Baxia, it kind of gave me the same nightmares. I wouldn't say memories, man. They're literally nightmares for me. So I think so. Both of them are not going to be allowed on the other side right now, and Revenant Order instantly going in for a ban on that Baxia. Though I was expecting Minerva Fury to go for it, but it's absolutely fine. They're going to stick down to Matilda first.
I mean, the Matilda ban is an extremely obvious strong ban that needs to go out. You have that movement, you have that stun, you have that healing, you have that flask of Oasis passive. But the Baxia getting banned by Revenant Order is just going to give them a shout. Hey, we picked it, we showed you how good it is. You don't get it this time. However, I don't think Minerva Fury really enjoys to go for this type of utility junglers. They're more of an assassin-minded or a fighter-minded team. They need to go for the burst. They just need to completely steamroll the enemies, just completely snowball. But the Moscow is going to get banned again in favor of King. Just that respect is out there. Will the Angela go out, or will maybe the Juxin go out, which I think was one of the biggest, I don't know, thorns in the side of team Revenant Order from Minerva Fury. I mean, we saw Sensei just completely destroying everyone on the mid lane. He won the mid lane, he won that fight, he won every single trade-off. But the Arlot goes out. Again, respect to Boba Rusik.
Here's the thing, right? Even though Sensei was doing a fantastic job on the Zushin, they were not really able to translate it into anything big. So I don't think so Revenant Order would be focusing a bit too much on that. Maybe a 1-1 or maybe even a CC. That's something where I'm kind of leaning on to. They also banned out a Lancelot in the previous game early on in the first phase itself. So I think so that could also be one of the arguments for Revenant Order if they're really looking for it.
I mean, I don't think neither of these teams are scared of the 1-on, because for the 1-on you need to go for maybe a Lapu-Lapu to counter, to get countered. Because if the enemy picks Lapu-Lapu, you go for the 1-on for the capability. You just kite and kite and kite and do a ton of damage. Get that crossbow of tank and just dish out a ton of damage, because that's the aggro playstyle a 1-on player needs. You need to be out of position, you need to be alone, you need to be like a Lapu-Lapu or Yuzhong. Even maybe an Arlot could work. But still, it's extremely hard to lane with one versus an assassin jungler, or maybe a utility tank on XP, maybe even a Hylos or something along the lines of a Baxia XP. There's still a possibility of it getting picked, but Macaron is going to have the first pick. Yusun Shin, Lancelot, Hayabusa, Fredrin left open on the table. Extremely hard junglers to counter against as a first pick.
CC is what I'm really seeing hopping up as the first one. Okay, hold on. All right.
We forgot about this guy. We forgot about him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's sitting right in that corner, eating all the packet of chips out there. Finally, getting his own limelight out in the Thunder division itself. First pick chip. I really like it, but Revenant Order, what are they going to focus on? CC being logged in yet again. So Shay this time, he was facing CC on the other side in the previous one. He's ready to kind of give Minerva Fury a taste of their own medicine this time around.
I mean, just that big play coming from Minerva Fury, just drafting that chip is already going to give them the lead advantage that they need. Chip, yes, he got the nerfs, you can see where he teleports now, but the ultimate is still strong. And it got recently buffed, it affects creeps. Technically, you could go for a chip jungle if you're brave enough. But still, we're gonna see Allen getting that Yisun Shin picked out.
No way you can just drop a bomb with a chip jungle and keep on talking like no one heard that.
I mean, nothing happened. You're imagining it. But we're gonna see the Hayabusa getting picked out by Macron. We saw him last game. He did a pretty good job, but he just got countered by the tank junglers. As Hayabusa cannot go into tanks, it's gonna be extremely difficult. Even with the Warax. Maybe if you opt out for the Endless in the early game, then you go for the Warax. Or maybe even go for the BOD straight away after the Warax. It's going to be different. But Pancrat, again with the Heart, one of the strongest picks right now in competitive play for Mobile Legends. But because Kenshin with that Gacha, the Taunt Master, he's going to be a pretty nice counter for that Chips Portal. You can just ultimate the Portal and maybe try to get 2-3 people knocked up. The second they teleport, you just have to predict it correctly. Or even maybe wait for a Taunt. What is the next step in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a pretty nice pick of that Gadot Kacha. But I was thinking, you know, early on, if it was not a Gadot Kacha, I was also thinking of an unconventional pick of a Carmilla. You know, it's one of a pretty solid counter as soon as there's a chip on the other side. But
you're reaching, Mr. Scarediet. You're reaching. I don't think they're gonna go for the Carmilla because it's
now they're not. Yeah,
to counter. I don't think they're gonna go. I don't think
Yo, come on, there's always a world of possibilities, man.
No, I disagree, man. I mean, look. If we're gonna reach out and go to Schizoland, maybe if they go Yisun Shin, gold lane, and pick out the Carmilla on the jungle, will it work? Because of the CC bond and the Carmilla bond, it's gonna be a pretty big headache. But still, I don't think that's gonna happen ever. Maybe next year, but I don't think today. Who knows?
Hopefully in the future, maybe in one of those possibilities which you mentioned out here right now. But since Pancrat picked up that Harveth early on, now Minerva Fury, they've got a straightforward bans coming in from their side, banning out a 1-1, making sure that the golden is not really that pretty easy for King. I think so. It should be a respect ban of an Erethiel as well for the side of Minerva Fury next one. But on the side of Revenant Order,
I don't think so.
I like a Lapu Lapu. I like a Lapu Lapu ban.
It's alright. I mean, with that chip on the table, there is a possibility for something I'm not willing to say because I don't want to reveal. Maybe they don't pick it. Maybe I'm just gonna keep it for myself. It's a juicy secret. No, you can't say. No.
Reveal it. No secrets kept on the
table. Cannot. It's gonna be such a big game changer. If they pick it, if they don't, maybe I'm gonna say it, but I'm gonna keep it to myself. It's a big secret. However, what will Shy go for? I mean, they need a pretty dominant mid lane right now, and I think they leave the gold for the last pick. Or actually, they leave the mage for the last pick, and they go for the Bruno, or maybe the Granger into the chip. Not gonna work that well.
Erethiel is also available, though, to be honest, and you've got a pretty decent kiting ability. King showed up in the previous one. It doesn't really care about Macaron.
I don't think. We're gonna go for the Lunox gold lane. Do I like that? I think I like that. That's alright. You can just also immune the cheap ultimate, so it's possible to completely disregard him with brilliance, as you know.
What if?
Even so, what if they go for a double, the trouble type of deal, and they go for the Lunox mid lane, and they go.
I was about to say the same thing. You're stealing away the words from my mind right now. What if it's a Lunox mid and it could be a Ruby Gold?
What if it's a Sissy Gold, bro? Did you think about that? I don't think you did. But we're going to see the Kagura, which is a pretty strong pick in the current meta, allowing her to do a ton of damage. I think that annoying crowd control ability is just like a fraction of a second, and it's just so annoying. Like whenever I play against the Kagura, I was like, man, oh man, I'm gonna message this guy after the game. But there's the Ruby. Will they do it?
Finally,
I don't
at
think
least
so. I don't know.
let me get one prediction right into this draft, man. At least let this one prediction be right. The Lunox in the mid lane with the Ruby Gold. Finally, that's happening. I'm happy about it. I'm absolutely happy. But here's the thing, right? Now, one of the main ideas of this entire composition would be to force the Purify from Pancrat so that you can land in those Am Offendeds onto him. Otherwise, you've got to make sure that you get one big and good catch. And I think so that Am Offended is a pretty nice tool when there is the shortcut on the other side.
You know what will happen after minute 4? I think they're going to swap lanes, and I think they're going to just continue swapping lanes, because both CC and Ruby can line against the Harriet. I don't think there's going to be a big difference, because both of them are basically the same hero. They just have sustain, they're annoying, they have a lot of dashes, so, you know, you cannot do much about it. But even so, Phoveus on the enemy side, on the enemy lane, what's he going to do against a Ruby or a CC? He's just going to get out sustain. It's going to be a standstill. It's just going to be like a duel.
True.
Everyone gets hurt. They shoot guns like stormtroopers, you know, they're shooting around and they don't know anything. They're just hitting other people, not important people. But even so, I don't know about Krev with that Lunox in the mid lane. He's just gonna be winning the trade off, but even so, I don't think it's worth it. Because Sensei has the Kagura, she's gonna get that brilliance baited out every single time. I'm already gonna see a big play coming from Primo, giving him that extra gold and extra XP advantage. You need to spot 4 enemies every 5 seconds, and you can get that insane level 2. Look at Kenshin, he's just staying in the jungle, just providing vision and getting a ton of XP out of it, and gold. But even so, Macron is gonna go for a blue and red star, normal star. But look at Kenshin and Primo. I mean, first level 2 in the hands of Primo. That's the roam change, that's the beauty of it all. You can get extremely annoying. Even with the Calidron, it's been getting picked out a ton. But still,
I agree.
It's a little bit risky to go for the Khalid, because you're gonna lack a lot of actual crowd control. You're gonna have a lot of damage, you're gonna have a lot of poke, you're gonna have one big ultimate, but that's about it.
I agree out there. And again, looking at those early items coming in from both these teams, nothing fancy, all pretty decent, pretty safe. No changes out here whatsoever. Conceals being picked up by both the roamers, so it's gonna get active a little bit late out here. One of the big things for a Kagura is the fact that she doesn't really need any kind of roamer's proper support, right? You've always got that umbrella which you can put out on those bushes to make sure you get that vision out here. That's one big thing that's always helping out. While on the other side, Primo can eventually go into some other position on the map and then open that part up as well. And look at Sensei, again, on that Kagura, you got a pretty decent range, constantly making sure that you know every single thing that's happening. The only negative part is the fact that he is going to be pretty slow in terms of that lane clear. And that is the reason why Revenant Order, they've kind of got that advantage over towards the Turtle. Mountain Shocker already used up by Allen, so he's going to try and sustain though. There we go. The stun did not connect onto anyone, but it's the first blood. Sensei, the creator, creates something out of nothing though. Still, the Turtle was picked up on the other side. A Shay will shut down Bobber. Instant retaliation coming in from Revenant Order.
I mean, 1-for-1 trade, and Crave got that Turtle in that fight. I mean, the illusion wasn't even used by Allen. He just trusted that much in Crave. I mean, he just had that power of darkness, allowing him to deal extra damage to jungle creeps, and it was, you know, a big trade-off. But even so, Primo wasn't doing a plentiful good job. He was waiting for Boba Rustic to get at level 4, but he was clearing it a bit slow from what I was seeing. He was getting held out by Shy. But still, look at Kenshi, just had the Gacha, which is an annoying hero. He has a ton, he has a big escapability chase. I mean, what can you do here, right? You're 200 gold behind, you just need to farm. But look at that mid lane.
Yeah, you really want to try and punish that Kagura. On the other side though, a big AOG connecting right away onto the person who likes to eat those potato chips as you steal it all away. Either way, it's filled with nitrogen out there. Over towards the bottom side is where we see the main action. Instant 1-for-1 trade coming in yet again. Revenant Order and Minerva Fury, they're answering back to each other very quickly.
I mean, right now it's still a standstill. Only 600 or so gold in the favor of Revenant Order. But right now, I think they're going to try to go for a bot lane play. 4 members from Revenant Order right there. Chip can always teleport and bring everyone with him. So it's just going to be extremely risky to defend that. Going to teleport, Primo.
Yeah, wants to try and make a play out there, but at least for the support of Bobber. And here's the big thing, right? He's constantly got to go in towards that bottom lane to support Bobber, knowing that it's a losing lane for him. And you can't really let your Phobius die a lot of times against a CC. You have to make sure he gets that level as well and gets that farm. And one of the big plays for that chip is those portals. He can be instantly in the bottom side, help his team out, move over towards the top side. But look on the other side, Sensei. He's just getting so much vision in all of those bushes, man. Clearing so much map space alone.
I mean, right now we're gonna see maybe even King trying to go for a rotation towards that turtle side. Babarusik is gonna poke a little bit of damage upon Shy. But what will Kenshin do? What can Kenshin do in this scenario right now? Primo still has that gateway ready to just teleport everyone to the fight. Macron is there, level 8. But so is Allen, level 8. It's a standstill. It could go both ways, 50-50, as we gamblers like to say it. But right now, it's all in the hands of King. If he makes the rotation, or if he's waiting for someone to make the rotation towards the bot side.
Yeah, that's kind of the big play out here right now. I do like the idea from Revenant Order. The reason why Kenshin was constantly standing there was giving the vision for his team right now. Macaron hidden in the bush. That could be a big play. Primo now wants to move in back to the safety as well as the constant bomb comes in from the other side now. The first pick coming in onto Primo. The shortcut was not used, but the turtle's been taken by Macaron. AOG used up defensively as Allen is going to be out in the open, in the wild. A double kill coming in for this Phobius. Instantly takes down Allen and Creve, and that's again a 1-for-2 trade. And this time the turtle went for Minerva Fury, and they're also taking the mid-tier 1. That's major objectives being taken. But look at the top side. King seems to be in trouble, but he's Ruby. He's absolutely fine. Just being zoned out from that tower, but that's the big thing. Shortcut used up now, and it's an instant destruction onto that man. Primo survives as well. Everyone taking the portal on the other side, but it's a bit too late coming into this game, though. There we go, the Chaos Assault, not enough. Sensei with the flicker will save his own life.
I don't know if you noticed what I noticed. After a turtle fight, Kenshin survived like a fraction of HP. I think he was like 2 HP. Even so, Babarusik takes down that tier 1 turret in the bot lane. Look at Allen.
AOG. Absolutely connecting perfectly by Kenshin out here right now. Pancrat though still takes him down. Doesn't matter. There's Macaron answering back onto Allen. It's a big chase up coming in. The Chaos Assault right on the face of Pancrat. But there we go. Sensei hops in. Yin Yang overturn. But a flicker coming in from Creve. He will survive, but not for long. As there's the Phobius. There's the Bonk. A pull-in coming in with the I'm offended, but Bobber doesn't care. He can soak up that damage, and guess what? He's back to full HP.
I mean, Macron is about to get his Oogie Shadow kill as well. And King went for the Hunter Strike first item and second item, possibly for that War Axe, or maybe even Endless. However, I don't think it's going to be a wise whale trade to keep going for damage. You need a little bit of sustain. Maybe even go for that Brute Force to allow yourself to have extra anti-CC immunity, resilience as we call it in Mobile Legends. So it's gonna be a pretty even Stevens game. The only marksman on the side of Revenant Order is Allen, so he's the only one who can actually do the big side pushing. And I mean, do you consider or do you not consider Lunox marksman? Yes, she does a ton of skill damage, but she doesn't do basic attack damage, which Minerva Fury has a ton of with Pancrat, with Macaron. They're just doing out a ton of damage. They can push out insanely fast. So it's going to be, you know, an uncontested, I think, 1-1 score.
I think so. That's going to be the same case. I agree with the point. Seems like it's going to be a 1-1 instantly. And Allen now, which... The point where he was actually keeping up with the farm of Macaron, I did like that. But now he's eventually on that back foot. 1 level behind, not having any creeps to farm whatsoever, apart from, what, a couple of gargoyle creeps. That's also stolen away on the other side. Some major problems coming in. And I'm not quite sure where they're going to get that farm up from.
The only gap Macaron needs to close is that death gap. If he gets that 3 death score, KDA, and assist, you know, it's going to be insane for him. He's going to get that power spike. It's like a Yasuo. Even so, in the top, we're going to still have Busa getting out those minions. Extra gold, extra XP, extra a bit of everything. But look at Allen. He's going to try to manipulate that red buff and those XP minions to just get that more farm incoming. But still, right now in the bottom, we're going to see Pancrat pushing out a tier 2 turret because of the Macaron and Primo are ready to fight. But every single member is ready to jump in. We're going to see Kenshin trying to immigrate towards the top lane to maybe try to go for an AOG to jump in on that Hayabusa, or even maybe on Chip. However, 30 seconds for the Lord. Chip is already in position. She's just gonna wait for someone to try to cross in the tri-bush state area. But I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna try to contest. They're gonna try to go for a defense. They have the Lunox, they have the Yisun Shin, they have King to try to sustain the damage, and as well they have Shy.
It's a 5.5k gold advantage right now for Minerva Fury. I don't think so. There's any point for Revenant Order to try and force a contest out there over towards the Lord. 23k gold for them, 29 for Minerva Fury. I think so they're looking for the 33k gold mark, and that's when they'd eventually move forward. Again, a lot of information being gained. Kriv went in for that Chaos Assault. Didn't really get them anything, and on the back of it, now you don't really have your Global Vision ultimate, so there's absolutely no chance of contest.
Right, I mean, the Hayabusa is gonna be an insanely fast clear. And I mean, what can he do in that situation? He just has that Ugi Shadow Kill, he has Pankrat, he has Bob Berusik, and it's, you know, a pretty big deal considering that as well you have that extra clear with the Warax. It's gonna be hard to deal with. But right now the Lord is gonna march on the bot lane. They waited for the Lord to spawn in as soon as they finish that Lord fight. In the top lane, we're gonna see Macaron trying to clear that wave that is already merging down, and we're gonna see Primo in a pretty primo spot. He is in the red bush just waiting for Allen to possibly make the mistake of his life and end the game right now. As soon as he dies, I think they're going to have a lesser chance to defend that marching Lord, because the minions are going to get there first before the Lord does, so I think it's going to be a pretty big deal. Lunox, Holy Crystal.
Yeah, picked up. That's a big power spike item right now, and that could eventually help them out, dish out a bit more damage onto that backline, specifically Pankrat, as he'd eventually would be moving forward up in front of them, constantly with those dashes. Right now, again, Sensei just trying to poke out the other side as much as possible. And let's be honest, King on this Ruby, we haven't really seen a lot of utility from the Ruby on the other side. There's been literally no engages where we could see that combo combination, but here we go. The Yugi Shadow Kill coming in. Allen uses up the Mountain Shocker, sustains through all of that thanks to the destruction, but no inhibitors falling. I think so that is a small win for Revenant Order.
Indeed, it was. The Lord didn't take down any of the turrets. He didn't get any other side beside the outside turrets. So it's gonna be a pretty hard time to maybe try to break in the core of their base. But I mean, what would you do if you were in their spot?
Just wait for Minerva Fury to maybe make a mistake at this point. I don't see any other way for them to make that comeback, and it's a proper disciplined play from Minerva Fury, right? And overall, there's only one Wombo combo which I can see, and that is the AOG along with the I'm Offended. Otherwise, I don't really see anything else connecting. And to set all of that up, Shy really needs to use his Curtain's Call on at least 3 people. But here's the big thing, right? Even if he catches Pankrat, he's got the Purify. He catches Sensei, he has the Rush Umbrella Flea. So you can eventually purify both of those. You can purify that big ultimate with just your skills and a spell. You would not really want to use it on Bobber. Macaron is coming late into that fight, so either way he's going to survive. So I don't really see a lot of ways for Revenant Order to bring out the Wombo combo which they want to.
Indeed. So it's going to be a pretty big deal to try to break in the core of the base, as we stated, but the Lord is going to spawn, and they're going to try to instantly take it down. The Hayabusa is there, the Chip is in position to try to start a fight, but he gets revealed. Primo is going to try to go in for the fight, and Kenshin is ready with a taunt to save him at a moment's will, but even so, Bobarusik is there to join in anytime as well. What can they do? The Hayabusa just takes down the Lord in about 15 seconds, not even. So it's gonna be a pretty big deal, considering Revenant Order doesn't have anything else to defend. As soon as one of them dies, if Kenshin dies, or God forbid Shy dies, it's gonna be a pretty big deal, considering they won't have anyone to kite the Lord. King is extremely squishy. He went for a damage Ruby build, not for a tanky fighter hybrid build. But look at Sensei.
He kind of wanted to get that one pick, right? I was seeing Revenant Order getting clubbed together, and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. That's a good idea. considering the Kagura on the other side. I want to have a quick look at the itemization as well, which you right now mentioned as King going in for that damage build, really going in for the sustain out there. A Blood Wings being picked up by Sensei. See Halbert for Macaron. Major items now since they've hit the 43k gold power spike as well. So I don't really see a way for Revenant Order to maybe make a comeback, but maybe this BOD, maybe that Divine Glaive can actually help them out as the minions march in from top mid, taken care of. Lord is going to take down the Inhibitor down bottom as the Conceal was used up. Did not really help out any way to the members of Minerva Fury. Mountain Shocker not catching anyone out there as the wave walks down in the mid. Out of the open, eventually getting caught out there with the Vengeance. He's still going to survive as the shortcut. Catches a stun on 3, but eventually dealt with. AOG by Kenshin, defensively used just to make sure he survives. The Inhibitor has fallen from mid and bottom, but the game is still on.
Indeed, it is. Every single member of Minerva Fury is fully filled. Fury keep beside me.
Oh! That's a big play in the backline coming in though. Bobber still eventually left on an island as he gets taken down. Should be finished off. Another ultimate again coming in from this Hayabusa though. A killing spree. There's going to be the I am offended, but it doesn't matter. No one to deal a lot of damage except for Shay. He joins in the fight. Eventually takes one down. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Revenant Order.
Indeed, it is a pretty extremely good base defense. That Dark Wave was a good play coming from Boborusik, but still, I think he just went in by the whim of his whisker, so it wasn't a great play. But he's gonna be up, alive, and ready to go for the Lord. So he's gonna be Primo Kagura. He's gonna stay in base, just allowing her to get that mana back. He's just farming skills left and right. But as soon as Macaron gets caught out in a bad position right now, I think it's gonna be over for Minerva Fury. If Allen or if King catches him in a 1v1, they, I think, could win that 1v1 fight.
That's the big thing. You've got to close that 1v1 fight out. But he's not been getting any way to close that. That's the problem coming in for him as well. And again, Minerva Fury, the composition that they really have, they can play for the far lane. They've got Primo on that ship who's got those portals, so he can be hopping in those fights very quickly. You've got Macaron as well, who can constantly run out and in all of those fights. I don't see any kind of problem coming in for their side. Pancrat has also got the Blood Wings. They'll be sustaining a little bit more out there. Absolutely no way for Revenant Order to go in for any kind of steal on this one, as we finally see those items.
The items are a bit odd. We're gonna see a few interesting items. Actually, we're going to see the Ruby, as I said, with that glass cannon build, but she has those Queen Wings, allowing her to get that extra ability, the restore skills as well. But the Yisunshin opted out for that. Warex did not go for it. He went for that Endless Battle, just allowing him to do a little bit more damage after skills. So, I mean, the Lunox is going to go for the concentrated energy, not for the Wishing Lantern to try to melt down Boborusik and Primo, because as we know, Wishing Lantern does not work on jungle creeps or on defending lords or attacking lords.
I think so. It's about time as well that he eventually trades off that Genius Wand to some different item as well. It's not going to help them out right now, though. A conceal play out here in the base itself, as even the Mountain Shocker was used up to give out some of the vision. But there's a conceal on the other side as well. A shortcut in the back line and a massive stun connects. Minerva Fury, they destroy Revenant Order. Not a chance in hell for any kind of Guardian to drop in from the above. It's an insane destruction, and what a massive comeback from Minerva Fury in this series.
I mean, I don't think it was a comeback. I think it was to be expected. Every single time we had, let's say, the weaker team on the blue side, they completely dominated. But as soon as it turned around, it depends who get the first pick. That's the meta right now. If you get the first pick, you're going to have a bigger advantage. Last patch, it was a red side pick meta. If you got that second pick, you had a few more choices. Right now, so many heroes are broken, and you don't really have to ban out for them. There's always the Lancer, the Yisunshin, the Baksha, the Angela. There's so many possible choices left out on the table. But still, I mean, it was an amazing game coming from Revenant Order. I was expecting them to not win a single game, but, you know, I think Warren just had that good luck energy towards him. And as soon as he said, you know, 1-1 when we had our meeting, he had that 1-1 energy for Revenant Order. No, you think? And then I said, nah, I don't think they're going to beat them. But, expect the unexpected. That's esports right now. But let's take a quick look at the itemization. Again, we're going to see how it's going with that Feather of Heaven, Cerulean Sight, Magic Boots for that extra CDR on the early game, just allowing him to get that extra dashes, extra magic power as well from Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, and those Blood Wings, allowing him to get overshield and movement speed to just chase up on those enemies. Macron is going to go with the Prime Hayabusa build with the Endless over that Blade of Despair with the Sea Halberd to try to make King make King not heal as much, even with Shy as well. But Allen, I think if he went for that War Axe instead, he would have gotten a bit more CDR and a bit more damage and more push potential. His skills would have dealt a few more damages, like true damage.
I agree.
I would allow Bob Barusik to, not be as invasive as he was. He was just like an ant. He was going in, going out, going in, or even a wasp, you could say. He was just extremely annoying. And with that dark vision wave we saw before he died, I mean, if that went to his plan, I think it would have been completely game over at minute 12.
I agree. There was a big opportunity out there and towards that top lane inhibitor where he went in with that flicker play. I totally am on board with you with that point. So I think so Alan needed that Vorax instead of the Endless Battle, and that could have also added into that extra bit of penetration as well, which you combine with the Hunter Strike, with also the Malefic Roar. Yes, that actually destroys through the armor instantly on the other side. And you mentioned about Macaron not going for the BOD. It's absolutely fine. Eventually, he did just 19% of the total damage by the team. Every single thing was being done by everyone across the board, right? It was not one person game. It was every single man for themselves. So I really love the way how Minerva Fury made that comeback this time around. And I think so, yes, because this is something which I mentioned to Warren as well right before he left off. I mentioned that every single team that's playing on the blue side, they seem to have a pretty decent advantage as compared to whoever's playing on the red.
I mean, it all depends on whoever has the best draft in game one, I think, or just a better draft. I think that was the outcome of their decision making. And of course, the micro macro, they just have, again, top 8 teams in Europe. Some people agree, some people disagree. I mean, it's, again, getting a game against what I consider to be, I mean, not only me, a lot of other people consider to be the best team in Europe, Minerva Fury. They are just, I think even if they go maybe in Turkey or in Russia, I think they get top 2, top 3 easily. But up next, we're going to have Jackpots versus Kids. What do you think of that, Mr. Scared Yet?
That's a big one, right? If you'd really want me to spoil my own predictions out here, then I'm absolutely doing that. But here's the thing. I don't know if a lot of people would be on board with me, but I've actually given one game for Void Kids in this one, so it's a 1-1 for me. Hopefully that happens. If it doesn't, then that doesn't. It's absolutely fine. As we have a look at all the games being played by at least 6 of these teams out of 8. You've played 6 games out here. Stolen Angels all the way up on top with 7 points. Omni Glitch as well, following them up closely with 6 points for themselves. Minerva Fury, 5 for them. They've lost a couple of games, so 2 series. Not really going for a 2-0, but rather going in for that 1-1 has eventually created that deficit in the total number of points.
I don't think anyone expected the leaderboards to be like this. Everyone, I think, was expecting Minerva Fury to be first, Stolen Angel second, and maybe AKKE or Revenant Order to be third. Even Omni Glitch, maybe even Jackpot, but I mean, I wasn't expecting Method Black personally to be this low. I was expecting them to be maybe top 4, top 5. They have an old OG roster, but still they don't have the practice as much as Stolen Angels, Minerva Fury does. Yes, I know some people from Minerva Fury just play versus Screams in Russia, so I think they have a bit more experience. Even so, Stolen Angels, some of the players went in Philippines.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The more experience that you get, the better it becomes for your entire team to work around with not just the meta of different regions, but also along on with those pings as well, right? If you play on high ping, then you eventually get the low ping, you get that micro back on track, you get a lot of confidence up as well. And I think so all of that combined up is helping Minerva Fury, but considering how things are going, right? Stolen Angels stealing all of our hearts away as well, along with Omni Glitch, glitching in that matrix to find themselves on that second spot. They're doing a pretty solid job. But what's going to happen between Jackpots and Void Kids? That's going to be the people a question which will be answered after this short break. So don't go anywhere. We're going on a short break on Thunder Division in the MEC qualifiers. We'll be back after this one. We're back again after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Thunder Division MEC qualifiers that we are watching. You've got me as your host and caster, Scared Yet. Joining alongside me is going to be Zakota, and man, oh man, we've had 3 of the banger matches out here right now, and it's time for the last one. It's going to be Void Kids taking on Jackpots.
Talking about Jackpots, there's this one squad that I've been a big fan of called Big Mistakes. And I think they're one of the biggest jackpots in Europe right now. But let's get on with the current game right now. Void Kids, the team in last place, and Jackpots, the team in, I believe, 6th place, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah.
Scared. So it's going to be a pretty good show-off. We're going to have Zedel versus Walkie. Two junglers that have extremely good IQ, that can fast a lot. They're just fast on junglers, right? They just have this game IQ about them. They go in, they go out, they have that mentality. And especially, I think the roamers from both teams is gonna, hold them back a little bit longer. Kingstar is gonna have the leash on Walkie, and same with Isaac. Both of these junglers and roamers have a big history. And especially last tournament, Walkie versus Zedel, a big thing. So who knows? Will Zedel succeed again, or will Walkie take the cake this time?
It's going to be a fun one, right? It's, again, the rivalry written all the way back in history, and it's about time we finally see the fruits being borne by this entire thing. And who's going to pull off this one, ladies and gentlemen? That's going to be revealed, as the first step is always the drafting phase. And as soon as we hop into it, Jackpots, who are actually on the blue side right now, instantly banning out the Hayabusa. Now, that's not a conventional ban for the blue side.
I mean, I think it's a big respect bounce towards Zedel, because he is pretty strong on these assassin-type heroes. But even so, Permetronio and Walkie is pretty nice. So it depends on whichever gets their, let's say, familiarity pick. We know Zedel is a crazy link, we know he's a decent fan, and I didn't see him that much on tank junglers, but I think he's pretty alright of it.
But I have to say, to be very honest, we haven't really seen a lot of tank jungles apart from maybe the Baxias being picked up. Yes, we've also seen a couple of Fredrins here and there, but haven't really been that successful, I'd have to say. The AKKE, on the other hand, yeah, now that's something different. It's kind of got the 100% win rate, at least in front of my eyes, so that's one part of it. But again, nothing too much to eventually bring all of those tank jungles back into that game itself. Right now, it's still the main showcase of the Lancelots, of the Yi Sunshines, of the Joys. So they're still sticking down to the same path. Angela being taken off along with the Arlet. So not really allowing any kind of setting roamer to be picked up on either of these sides.
Indeed, but even so, I think the gold lane matchup is going to be extremely hard. I don't know if Xenox can sustain the heat coming from Permetronio, and especially on XP lane as well. Light versus Onoki, a pretty old matchup. They played against each other in a long time ago, but even so, I think Light nowadays has the upper hand. But the Joy is going to get banned out, Baksha as well. What is next on the chopping block? Mr. Scared yet?
Zushin, I don't know if it's going to be a 1-1 or not, though. As you mentioned, it's not really that big of a trouble. Pick up a 1-1 on the other side. But mostly it gets locked in once there's a Lapu-Lapu on one end. I think so. It should be a Zushin. It also could be a CC though. So quite a few picks out here that can eventually walk through. One of them might have to be let in through either ways. Or maybe, you know what, leave both of them open, ban something random out there, and let it all flow through in the draft. It's either way is an opportunity for your team to pick up maybe even a Phobius and stuff like that.
I think I would go maybe for that Yisun Shin, because it's the first pick, or they go for the Juk Shin. It had the Z in it,
I agree. I agree. You've got one part of it right, but here's the thing. To be honest, Void Kids, I think so they were kind of baiting the members of Jackpots to pick up a Yi Sun Shin by banning out that Lancelot from their own side, just so that they can eventually pick a few other things up right now. But as the Zushin gets picked up, now there's an opportunity for them to maybe lock in a CC, maybe lock in the Yi Sun Shin, have that 2 early power picks for your side. Or if they really want to go in for some question marks, they can lock in an early Gatot Gacha along with the Yi Sun Shin as well.
I don't think Gatot Gacha is going to be a pretty wise pick so early in the game, because the Matilda was still left open on the table, left to be taken as well. Isaac, pretty strong Matilda user, but Loverman taking out at Valentina. It's I don't know. I don't think I like that. You know what? Open on the table, live with the Uranus. What's there to counter? If you got maybe a Dire, if you can make Dire, I think is banned this week.
Yeah, he's been banned out. He's been revamped out there, so not really being allowed to move into the game right there as well. But as soon as Dareth gets unbanned from the picks, I think so it's going to be the time we'd see some of those Obsidia plays as well. I am obsessed with Obsidia right now, and I love it. I enjoy her playstyle, right? But that's going to be a conversation for a different day. The last pick for Void Kids, they've locked in the Valentina early on, and I'm not really a big hotshot fan of it right now because either ways, there's a couple of ultimates on the other side that are not really providing a lot of value to Valentina. Right, all three of them, none of them actually provide a big value to Loverman.
I mean, only one that can help Loverman is, the Lantern Flare, but that's it. I mean, the bans left on the table, I think they need to ban out that, as you said, they got to Kacha possibly, and that Padang. Because I know Kingsta likes to play that Padang. He's extremely resilient on it. He has good IQ while using it, but the most is going to get banned out, leaving Pelmetroni without a pick. I think they need to ban out the Bruno. I mean, Void Kids needs to ban it out because Pelmetroni is a strong one. He's a really good Bruno. Even so, Irritel, like Ranger, there's some picks left up on the table we saw. I don't think Harry to this game. I think Xenox will go for it. But the Leomord ban is coming through. They're going to ban out the Horsey. They're going to ban out Barbie. But even so, what is there left? Alucard, I think. Laito doesn't like playing versus an Alucard.
It's interesting to see out there with the Leomord ban either ways, though there's still a lot of junglers that could be picked up, right? Joy was banned out, Lancelot banned out, Yisenshin picked up, yes, but there's still, I'd say, a Suyu up open. I remember that on day number 1 itself, we did actually see that come through, and I believe it was AKKE to pull that off. So there are still some opportunities. Gold laners being banned out here with the Moscow when in the form of that 1-1. So interesting choice coming in for Void Kids because either ways they themselves have to pick up a gold laner unless they're deciding to put CC in there, but it doesn't really work if you don't have a Kimi or if you don't have a Yi Sun Shin.
I mean, as I said, they need to ban out the Gatotkacha or the Badang. They ban out the... I don't think neither of these teams benefit from having a one on their team because the Yi Sun Shin is already a marksman, but they're going to leave the Harit.
That's also interesting. It seems like that all of our predictions out here about this draft itself, it's just not happening. And now since the Bruno was picked up on the other side, I was thinking that Erithiel is open up. Pelmetroni has already showcased his class on Erithiel. Maybe we're going to see that Ducati bite back into the action though. But for that roam, all right, Kingsta, we've known this man to pull some nasty shenanigans off, locks in the way of the Dragon Boy show. But here's the big thing. Finally, a big ultimate that Mr. Loverman can use.
Wait. I think Kingstar did a bad. The Kalea is open. My point. Kalea is open. Why Cho for the Kalea? Okay, I understand. A Cho is a bit more instant, but Kalea is open.
Here's the thing, right? I know Kalea is open, and I think so. Yes, I agree with the point you mentioned that Kalea provides you a lot of room to work with as well, and it always has been a priority out here right now. But going in for that jungler, it's not going to be the Suyu, but rather a frontliner in the form of Fredrin. So it's a straight up front to back composition. You're putting all of your cards in the basket of Xenox.
I mean, as I said, I didn't see Fredrin in the hands of Zedel a lot. I've seen him more on Assassin, so I think it's going to be a first time for me. I mean, I think Zedel learned from my Fredrin, maybe? I don't know. I did play with him a few games, but even so, I think it's still early to tell. But for me, game number 1, I think is going to go the side of Jackpots to just have a more well-rounded off drafts compared to the side of Void Kids. What about you, Scariot?
I don't know, man. It just seems a bit more peculiar on that side. I think so. Void Kids can also pull this one off. They've got an opportunity out there, but I think so it's going to fall down a lot onto your gold laners. If Bruno performs pretty well, I think so it's going to be Void Kids. But if Pelmetronio performs pretty well, then I think so it's going to fall for Jackpots. And they've got a lot more tools to work with in Instead, right, it's not really one straightforward win condition. It's a double layering coming in. It's either going to be Yi Sun-shin or it's going to be Pelmetronio. If both of them work, phenomenal. That's going to be an end at what, 12-14 minute mark. But if you're talking about Void Kids, it's Bruno. He's got to perform. There's a lot of pressure on Xenox's shoulder right now because I don't think so Mr. Loverman can do a lot in this game, considering there's only a Way of the Dragon that he can eventually steal, ladies and gentlemen. But would he be able to steal all of that? That question will be answered right now as we move in the land of Dawn. Jackpots on the blue side taking on Void Kids on the red side. And first and foremost thing that they do is try and steal away the bear crab.
I mean, I think that's the only thing they can do. But even so, Kingstar on that show is a pretty hard thing to counter. Oh, he almost stole that. Little Wonder in the middle. We're going to see Zettel trying to help out Loverman to clear that mid lane, but he doesn't even try to attempt to. His skill one is still ready. Cat Kingstar, he's going to try to go for that level 3. He's going to go on the top lane to try to maybe kill out Onoki. Lighto is winning out the trades. But I mean, it's going to be hard. Really, really hard matchup for Onoki this game.
I agree. And it's not just for Onoki. You also look at the bottom side, Void Kids, they're facing troubles there too. Xenox losing out on a couple of minions. Not really right now, but would soon lose out on this one main minion though. Still, yeah, he eventually lost that. Didn't really get the XP from that.
First blood.
Oh, first blood, Kingstar falls.
What?
The Irishman falls. I think it's a good crush by walking.
Not quite sure as to what happened there, but we're still seeing a few players standing up, so we might possibly see a pause pretty soon out. But guess what? There's still some openings happening in. Zettel wanted to go in for that turtle itself though, but 5 more seconds for the buff to spawn up out here right now for Jackpots as they're going to focus back down there. Walkie.
Where is that pause?
I saw a few people standing up, so I thought maybe we might possibly see that pause, and I'm pretty glad we're finally seeing that. It also gives us a lot more time to talk about this draft itself, right? With the Fredrin into the jungle, you've got a lot of beefiness, and I think so if you make up that blade armor as well, it kind of counters both of those marksmen on the other side.
I mean, I don't think it's going to counter both of those marksmen. You have the Irrital, which can build a lot of penetration to burst. As a Fredrin player, I'm a Fredrin main. He is my most played jungler, and I struggle a lot versus this Skite heavy composition. Yes, I can go and try to taunt that Irrital in, but the Yi Sun-shin is going to answer for that. The Cho is going to answer for that. There's so many heroes who could answer for the Fredrin's mistake. And of course, Fredrin is not going to go in alone, but still the Matilda is going to have the Soul Glide ability ready to rock and roll. But even so, it depends. If Fredrin went for the tank emblem build, I think this game he should have went for it. Or if he went for the support emblem build. Oh, Zettel Ackerman falls down.
Yeah, that's a big one. The jungler already falling out there. That's a bit of a problem coming in though. But on the other side, Onoki eventually tries to sustain through it all. Isaac eventually surviving out there on a low HP though. It's absolutely fine. But the turtle is now going to go in for the side of Jackpots.
Indeed, it will go. We're going to Fredrin trying to clear his blue buff right now and maybe even go for a gank towards the bottom, but Cho and Juxin are there and ready to rock. Xenox has his Purify ready. However, Isaac does not. They're getting a lot of important vision coming in from Kingstar, and the top lane Onoki is suffering a lot. First item bought by Pelmetronio, skipping over the bush, just going for that Husk Cloud. Look at that flicker coming in from Damsky. Even so, Kingstar.
Not really the perfect target out there for the Circling Eagle. He's also got the Way of the Dragon available, so you would not really want to face this man though. Kingstar didn't really get the angle, and now he's eventually facing the Wrath of Ra from the other side. Everyone wants to chase him down as Pelmetronio tries to take some of the aggro, able to take down Isaac. Second one does not fall. It's going to be Xenox finishing him off on the other side though. Again, a bear crab. Zettel wanted to steal it away. Doesn't have the Appraiser's Wrath to use up. Almost surviving by the skin of the steed. Damsky will be alive. But as you mentioned, in the top lane, that's where the struggle is going to be. But guess what? In the mid lane, that's where you're finally seeing that knockback. Walkie eventually takes down Loverman. And that's a mid lane pickup for Jackpots.
I mean, I don't know, in the top lane, if you noticed, there was a 2 versus 1, and Onoki fell down in that fight. And Jackpot Walkie used his ultimate, he's used his Selbot, he's ready to stun someone, but look at Zettel. He's already getting some more tank items. Kingstar immuning that taunt, Even so, he was making a few mistakes. He killed his golden areas, but even so, I think the Kale would have been a better choice because you have that healing on demand whenever you basic attack and get some healing back, which will help Walk, which will help your Pelmetronia, which will help Lighto as well. But even so, Zedel is gonna go and try to claim his buff. He's gonna get poked out by Damsky. I show Isaac almost below half HP, but Luke in the top lane just complete bullying. Onoki just finally got his war ready to go to deal extra damage to Lighto, but even so, in the bot lane, look at Pelmetronia's position. He's ready to jump and pound the last spawn in.
That's where they actually want to fight now. Circling Eagle, oh my goodness, isolated Walkie though, but he still survives though. The way of the dragon on the other side, right on Loverman as he answers back with one of his own, but Damsky still able to get one. The taunt connecting onto a couple of people doesn't really matter, as Onoki now is going to be the second one on the chopping block. Double kill coming in from Damsky by the Lantern Flare. Crimson Beacon being used up as well to try and shut them down, and it's again Lighto on that Uranus on your faces. You can't do anything about it. You really need Xenox to help you out in all of those fights, and he ain't farmed up right now.
I don't think Void Kids has a chance right now. 2,000 gold in favor of Jackpots. Yisunshin already level 9 compared to the 8, but look at Xenox. He is losing lane extremely hard. He was double laning for a bit, but look at Insta. He's giving out valuable information towards Pelmetronia. But even so, the top lane turret falls down into hands of Walk. You're going to see Zedel trying to defend the mid lane tower from Jabowski. Even so, I mean, from Damsky. What can you do right now? Look at Walkie. Oh no. 2 versus 1 runs to the tower. What can they do there?
And it looks a bit more weird. Yeah, I mean, Zedel, again, losing out on a lot of his HP as well, and there we go. The glowing bonds has been picked up already by Damsky, so he's going to be annoying a heck out of you with that Crimson Beacon. And right now Kingstar, he's also trying to find in an angle. Purify is not available on Xenox, so that could be the target which they would want to go in. But you can clearly see the problems being caused on the other side though, as oh my goodness. Yeah, I see the blue. I see the blue. That is actually on Isaac. That's a problem. Circling Eagle. There we go. The guiding wins combination. But it doesn't matter. Zedel is out left on an island alone as Xenox falls, and every single one will follow his own trail. It's a double kill coming in for Damsky, and Isaac is the only man who survives thanks to that shield, but doesn't really matter.
I think that the blue buff saved him there when he got that execute on a few minions, just allowing him to kill. But even so, look at Onoki under that tier 2 turret down. We're gonna see Damsky just trying to get that pass up and ready to go. Vengeance goes up, kick not available, but look at Isaac.
Oh, big pick, yeah. That Crimson Beacon is doing a ton of damage out here right now, but the Yo-Yo Blitz eventually helping his team out now. All 4 really want to go in for this chase as they want to take down this Uranus. Beefy boy Lighto. All the lights been stolen away from him as Kingstar. He just wants to buy time for his team as Xenox was eventually caught in the way of the dragon. But Loverman was able to shut down the other side. There's still a couple of players and both the marksmen. No one to actually frontline for you, but Damsky's still there to constantly put that annoyance and double stun on 2 of those. But there we go, the knock up, or rather, the taunt coming in from Zedel. And look at his HP. That dude could be bursted down in an instant.
Not in an instant. The Lord is about to spawn in 5 seconds to melt it down. Lighto is up, Kingstar is up, Walkie is up 3 levels. He is thieving, as we like to call him in the community, Chinese Walkie. I mean, these 2 guys, I think, have a bit of a history. They're really good guys. I know them personally, but even so, look at fight going in. Walkie is going to get that execution on the Lord. Onoki is in big trouble. Look at Zedel though. Big taunt coming through. We have the dragon.
Knockback on the Zedel, and he's eventually taken down, but guess what? He's not the only one. Onoki is falling in as well, as there we go, another mountain shocker connecting, though the stun does not connect. Oh, the last arrow. Not really having enough damage. Maybe with some Sky Piercers, 50-60 stacks, that could have been this deal sealer. But level 9 on Xenox, again, not really enough. Level 9 on Loverman. Guess what? Even Lighto on the other side is level 10.
I mean, right now, Zedel went for a support build Fredrin, which is right now, I think, its weakest state. But, I mean, what can you do? You're so far behind. You have no one to extremely front. You're the only front. Onoki is a sustainer. He's maybe a little bit of a chaser. But even so, Xenox needs proper protection. And Isaac is not providing that. He needs to stay a little bit more with him. Mr. Loverman wasn't doing anything without Valentina. Maybe there was a better choice out there. Even the Lunox to melt down Lighto.
I absolutely agree, but all of that is now going to be put back down in the basket as Xenox wants to survive. Circling Eagle on the other side, coming in, doesn't matter. And there's the stun, which we really talk about. Oh, the stun in the tower itself is perfect as Xenox catches Walkie, but it's the crystal that's all open. And Damsky gets the unstoppable as the way of the dragon will stop. Appraiser's Wrath landing at no man's land. And with that, Jackpot secures game number 1.
Indeed, they do. It was almost a perfect game coming in from Team Jackpots. Zedel tried his best, but he couldn't come up with an answer towards their enemies. Even so, I think there was a few mistakes coming in of the draft of Team Void Kids. I mean, I was expecting maybe a different goal laner, even maybe a different jungler, because Zedel, as I said, is not accommodated with this tanky, sustained, frontline type of heroes. He usually doesn't play for a team. The team plays for him. That's the main difference between assassin and tank roles. For a tank jungle, you play for the team. You play to get this. You play to get the pick of. For assassin jungle, the team plays for you. They need to front for you. They need to peel for you. And you need to go in afterwards to get the kill. But even so, he went for the brute force oracle build, not giving him a little bit of defensiveness. Even so, I would have won maybe for the antiquarians or even radiant armor. Of course, you have that Jukshin, you have that Uranus. Big boat magic team dealing heroes, but even so, Pelmetronio was a big thorn in his side. He was always there, always stealing a ton of damage. But taking a look at his statistics, the most damage was almost, unbearable. Look at Lito, 30%. He was just fighting Onoki left and right. That's where the damage numbers came through. But look at the damage he tanked, 120,000 in 10 minutes. Man.
I was just about to say the same thing. He's the highest damage dealer of his team. He's the one who's sustained through most of it all, always being there, participating in those team fights, apart from Damsky, who's eventually supposed to be in every single fight, and he was staying alive as well. So every single one on the side of Jackpots doing the job that they were supposed to. That clearly showcases you the strength of this team. Pelmetronio with the highest tower push as well. It all seemed so well connected. While for Void Kids, I can't really say the same thing, man. There was a big difference in the draft. We could clearly see that. And also in terms of those items build, which you mentioned, Zakota. And I think so, yes, again, it falls down to Onoki. I kind of wanted that second item instantly to be the blade armor, considering that he has to soak up a lot of damage from Pelmetronio as well as Walkie, or at least adding a silence robe in the mix so that you can soak up some of the damage that's going to be coming in from Damsky as well as Lito. But it's absolutely fine. I think so the only reason why Zedel eventually went in for that brute force breastplate is because he wanted that crowd control time reduction because of Kingstar's Way of the Dragon.
I mean, not much you can do. Kingstar was going in and just trying to bait out as many skills as possible. I can see why he went for the Cho, but even the Kalea was left open on the table, which I think a lot of people noticed. I think even the enemies, I think, maybe if you go for the Kalea, he was thinking, I don't want to give the Kalea ultimate to Valentina. But even so, they have someone to answer for that Valentina. If she tries to go in with the Kalea ultimate, she tries to pick someone up. That Tsunami Slam, not much they can do, right? She can just get bursted down. But even so, it was an extremely great game coming in from Team Jackpot. Still, it's a best of 2 series, so maybe Void Kids could tie it up for their first win in the tournament.
I mean, that's again one of the big things, right? A big question sign still can't answer. Will Void Kids finally break their losing streak and finally get that first win in this entire event? I eventually vouched for it. I said that maybe they're going to win at least one game out today against Jackpots. We've known Jackpots sometimes to drop the ball, right? They look very good. They look very convincing. But then there are certain points where we feel like they kind of really can't get back into their footing. Maybe there are certain problems which they're encountering. Sometimes even the coordination does not fit really well. But it's absolutely fine. Right now, everything was looking picture perfect, super smooth. Now we'll have to see what happens in that game number 2 itself. In terms of that draft, we know the blue side always has the advantage. So maybe Void Kids can actually get this one.
I mean, who knows? It's all down to the draft, but even so, I know that the drafter is Kingstar and Walkie for the side of Jackson, so maybe they could make a slight mistake and give Void Kids the chance and the break they needed to. But maybe. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think they may be going to let that linger, let that funny go through? In this patch is extremely risky. It could go for an invade heavy team composition, as I said, with that Kali, with that Hilda. And it's just going to be a nightmare fest for the enemy jungler.
I kind of agree, right? We've already seen a Fanny play previously on day number 1 itself. Did not really work out that well. So maybe not really on that kind of route. Maybe something that can actually give you some early game control. We've always seen that happen, right? My big question is as to how Zacian has eventually fallen down in that meta itself, right? Where we were seeing early priorities by the Kimmies, Farsas. If Kimmy picked up on the one side, Farsa is there already ready for that counter on the other side. And in order to kind of counter a Farsa, you had that Zushin or a Zacian being picked up in that mid lane. We're not really seeing a lot of that. It's kind of fallen away from all. So I think so I kind of want to lean back in towards that same thing. Maybe chill a little bit down and bring some of those previous things back into the game.
I mean, as I said, it depends on whoever gets the first pick in the draft. You said it as well. We're gonna see it soon. We're gonna wait for the teams to get ready. We're just gonna yap a little bit more. I know you guys were waiting a long time for this game. So I mean, me personally as well, I waited for it. I was excited to cast it, but still, who knows? Will Void Kids turn it around, or will Jackpots keep that snowball momentum going? But even so, there's a lot of people who think Zedel is just trying to play for the content. Zedel is actually trying, I think, his best. It's just that it doesn't feel right for him, the meta, I think. The current meta isn't in his favor. It's more likely towards getting invaded in the jungle. And of course, right now to go for anti-invade, they need to play tank junglers or fighter junglers. Maybe they're gonna rise up in popularity again. And in MPL, Indonesia, and maybe in Philippines, we have seen the Angela mid lane getting extremely popular right now. We've seen Zan speaking, we've seen some other people, even Fabian, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's extremely possible to see an Angela mid lane in these next games. I mean, I wish to see one because I know it's extremely dangerous. You just have to go for maybe a magic dealing goal laner. The Nathan was extremely popular, especially in ranked gigs nowadays. I see him every single game. If I don't ban him, I see a Nathan, and it's extremely annoying to deal with him. Yes, he's easy to deal with, but he can snowball out of control. Even so, the Harriet is out there. On the mid lane, the Angela can work extremely well. She can get that hard guard extremely fast. She can just get that rolling momentum going through. But I mean, what can you do, right? If you're in this position, you're going to have a little bit of fear, or maybe stage fright, as we call it here in the casting world. You're going to think, man, what will these people think of me? What will happen if I draft this? What will happen if I draft that? So it's a little bit stressful.
True, because there's just a lot of opportunities for you to pick some heroes, and then the other side has a lot of opportunities to counter that. It's just so open right now. So I think so a lot of brain power goes into that drafting phase itself, right? And I agree with the point that you mentioned. Nathan eventually picked up on that goal lane, can snowball out of control. Yes, you've got some opportunity to try and shut him down. There's also the Harith, which we both were surprised was not really picked up in that previous game itself. So maybe we're going to see him picked up right now. Out here though, Alert being banned out. It's still going to be the exact same way how Void gets started their draft in the previous one. But Abaxia for the side of Jackpots.
I mean, I don't know. We're going to see, as you said, the Abaxia getting banned out by Jackpots. The Joy is a favorite of Walkie nowadays. I remember seeing Walkie in the rank picking Joy, and I was thinking, oh, free win. But even so, we're going to see the Alert getting banned out. Another favorite, Lito. The Angela is not going to have a chance to show her face in this tournament today, in this last series of the night. But I think they need to ban out either the Wonan, the Hayabusa, the Isunshin, the Lancelot. All of these are great bans, but maybe even ban out a mid laner like that Juxin. She is extremely tough to deal with, even if you're a good player, even if you're a bad player, doesn't matter. It's gonna be a hard and difficult hero to deal with because she knows how to play positions, especially both of these mages. But the Lance is gonna get banned out. I don't think Walk is a big fan of that hero, but even so, it's, I think, maybe to guide the draft of Team Jackpots to whatever Viking is thinking. Maybe they're gonna try to think, hey, they ban Lancelot, they want to maybe immune something. It's, you know, a big thing coming in from Vikings. You have to play these mind games in the drafts.
And right now, I think so they're also trying to do the exact same thing, because this has left Zushin to be opened up in the draft. So they've instantly logged in. Hayabusa picked up, coming in for the side, or rather banned out for the side of Jackpots. And since even the Lancelot is banned out, that leaves one of the next best junglers in the line. That's going to be the Yi Sun-Shin. And we already saw what they did previously with that. So I don't think so they really want to change a lot of things out there. But the big thing is they had a Zushin in the previous one. This time, that's not the case. So the focus is again going to fall down to what Jackpot want to lock in for the next one. Okay.
That leaves out Xenox to go for that one. I think this is a shout for the one. I think if you don't pick it here, you're gonna regret it for the rest of it. But still, one is a risky pick because you can go for that Irrital to completely counter it. And I think that's what Team Jackpot is trying to milk out of Void Kids. You go for the 1-1 on blue side, and they're gonna go for the Irrital. Maybe you try to outsmart them and go for the Irrital first, then you're gonna give the 1. So it's a 50-50 chance. And right now, I think Jackpot is controlling the mind of Void Kids. The drafter, I don't think he knows what to do next. I mean, for me, I'd go the 1-1, I'd risk it for the Biscuit, or maybe even the Harriet, because you need to go something that can peel, that can kite, and both of those heroes are great for it.
I'd eventually go for the 1-1 out here right now. With the Harriet, there's always, you're running into the risk of a lot of crowd control and maybe sometimes being forced to pick up that Purify. So I think so that could be the way, but here we go. Akalia left open along with the CC. No 1-1 early pick coming in whatsoever for Void Kids. So I think so, yeah, that is an opportunity lost. But in the meantime, you are locking in the CC, and I'm not quite sure if that's going to be pretty good against Litho. Either ways, that's kind of a lane that is going to be brick-walled by both the sides.
I mean, I don't know if I would have picked the Kalea this early because it already gives me an idea of what your team is going to look like. And you have already the XP laner as well, which is a possible hint towards your draft. So the Eve is an extremely good hero right now. Even the 1 can still work for the side of Jackpots if they don't ban it out, because the Eve can just immune that pick up from Kalea Tsunami Slam, and it just have extremely good position. But the Leonward is going to get banned out again. I wish to see a Alucard here, because I know Lito doesn't know how to deal with Alucard players. So it's gonna be maybe a possible pick right now, especially with the Kalea combination. You can just get back with that Slimy Slimy the Fishing Wave, just doing out a ton of them, but the Moscow is gonna get banned out. I think he's the most banned marksman in this tournament. I haven't seen him picked once.
I mean, I don't think so. I don't feel like he's one of the most banned marksmen. I think so. It's one of the most banned marksmen today. Because we haven't really seen a lot of Moscows be on the banning spot at least. Yeah, in the second phases, we've seen him sometimes. So I'm still going to give him a little bit of a leeway. I like the ban on that Claude because he could eventually cause a lot of problems for the Eve in the backline. Quickly jumping in with a BMI, getting that Blazing to it in can also be a bit of a problem for Rocky to deal with once those Wind of Natures go live. So I do like that idea, and I understand what Jackpots are trying to do. But Void Kids, the main focus is going to be on them as to what they want to go in for right now. A Bruno ban now. That leaves Erethiel and 1-1 both open and up for grabs.
I mean, the only thing you don't know about is Xenox is a really good Cloud player. And there's the I was talking about, so that's gonna deny the 1-1 pick. But even so, I think they're gonna go maybe possibly for the Nathan pick right now, because he can work pretty nice versus this Lapu Lapu. Even maybe go for the Harit. What's left on the table?
The Beatrix?
No, I don't think the Beatrix could work here because she doesn't have enough dashes to just escape. Because you need to kite.
True.
This is a kite meta right now because of the Lapu Lapu. You need to kite with him. You need to do something to run away from him, because as soon as he gets with you, the bravest fighter, you're done for. That's it.
I do agree with that. It's just the thing, right? With whenever there's a Cho on your side, you'd really want to pick something up that can pick the enemy off instantly. And right now, with the build that people are going on with the Beatrix, with the Hunter Strike, BOD, Malefic Gun, the shotgun does so much damage. Wesker becomes impeccable to deal with. And I think so the Kalia also has the similar kind of playstyle. You pick one person up back in your own team, ready to pick him off. You instantly burst them down and then move forward to the next target. So that is the idea of Void Kids right now. But I agree with you that I think so this would have been a better game for a Harith here with the Purify, able to kite away from the other side. But now since there's a Godrod Catcher locked in for Kingsta, it's all locked and loaded. Now, before we move right into the Land of Dawn, Zakota, who have you got winning this one?
Jackpots. Jackpots all the way. I mean, right now, I think maybe if Zedel went for the funny pick instead of the Sui, would have been a little bit better, because they don't have any knockup effects besides Godrod AOG. And he was the last pick, if I'm not mistaken, or the second to last pick. Yes, you could deny maybe that you don't want to go Fanny because they can counter you with their own, but you're going to get counter either way. But Fanny is a better pick into the Yusun Shin compared to the Suyu, because Suyu doesn't have as much movement as the Fanny does. And with Fanny, you can split push a little bit faster, you can be a little bit more safer, and you have that availability to always go for a perma invade at level 2. Of course, with the Kalea as well, you got healing when you go invade on the red buff. There is so many possibilities right now in the current meta. It's extremely fragile, as to say, because it's a new season. People are still trying things out. The roam changes are extremely huge. They are broken. There's so many things that could go one way or the other. But even so, we're gonna have the last game of today between Voidkids and Jackpots.
We're moving into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time today. And it's again Voidkids taking on Jackpots. Now, interesting pick coming in as you, Zakota, yourself went for the 2-0 in favor of Voidkids. That was an interesting prediction coming in from you, but that's not really happening out here right now. It's already 1-0 in favor of Jackpots, so we'll eventually see how that one pans out. Kalia, Isaac needs to run back to safety. 3 people chasing him all the way down towards that bottom lane, but it's absolutely fine. You've got a lot of vision getting those early levels. That's really what you need.
I can see what kind of rotation Jackpot is going for. They already have that role to before I show Isaac even reach this, but look at that taunt coming in through. Jackpot Walkie is there. He's going to try to maybe take down that golem, but even so, Isaac.
Wow. That's a big play. That's a big play coming in, almost picking it up, but right now, Loverman still gonna try and survive in all of this fight, going in for the bear crab. Oh my goodness, Zedel, I'd have to say you've got to have balls of steel to try and take that orange buff right from under the noses of Jackpots. You're lucky they did not see that it was up and ready to be grabbed up, otherwise this would have been a first blood on Zedel. But he's going to be surviving out here right now as the bear is going to be stolen. That means no level 4 coming in for Zedel.
He's gonna get that level 4, doesn't matter of the fact he's gonna go try to maybe invade the enemy jungler, or maybe even go for that golden crab or like XP crab. But even so, he's a Suyu, he doesn't really benefit a lot from level 4. He gets his skills unlocked at level 3 as Julian or maybe as a Roger. You don't need to get a level 4 power spike to be active on the map. He's gonna get as many skills as he needs. He gets that immunity, gets that execute. But even so, Bulky is gonna get that level advantage in a few seconds if he gets the bubble. He's gonna try to turtle.
Yeah, Lytho really wants to jump in, and a flicker landshaker combination, perfect on the point as Kingstar catches the first one on the other side. Though Tsunami Slam not available, so you've got to run away if you're Isaac as Volky jumps in the AOG, a big one, and Loverman has been sent back with a broken heart. He's not winning that one fight whatsoever, and now it's all down to Onoki, who's safely sticking up in his tower.
I mean, what can you do in that scenario? Just that big land shaker coming in from Lytho completely changed the game. He stunned 2 people, got a kill, and then the AOG came through from Kingstar. He has the Vengeance spell, which is a bit odd, but I can see why he would go for it, to try to maybe sustain that barrage coming in from Xenox, or even maybe a damage coming in from Onoki. However, Zeded is extremely behind on farm. He is already 1 level behind Walkie. And he's maybe gonna get invaded. The Lytho is ready. He has his Bravest Fighter ready to go, and it's activated in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely, Onoki. There's absolutely no way for him to survive. Instant delete, land shaker, mountain shocker, nowhere for the man to move. And right now, even at the death burst, there's a camp coming in. Isaac seems to be in problem. There's the Tsunami Slam coming in into the real world manipulation. Nowhere for them to survive whatsoever, as the Nibiru's passion was there. Gets one on Kingstar, but that's a roamer that's been taken out right now. Retribution used a Pelmetronio, wants to sustain, but will finally get taken down. It's a big shutdown for Voidkids. 2 of those early picks right now, finally giving them some advantage, but an overextension from Xenox. Has to burn up the flicker to try and survive.
Well, he already got his Hunter Strike, which I know some people aren't such a big fan of, but look at that land shaker. Big solo kill coming in from Lytho. He's already in the lead, but look at Kingstar. He's gonna try to go for a taunt. 3 people getting picked up by Tsunami Slam. Even so, look at that healing coming in through Walkie.
Crimson Beacon as well, which was there. Kingstar not catching anyone with the AOG, but it's absolutely fine, as that's a couple of members being caught by the Mountain Shocker. Bennett's Rage hopping in, doesn't catch anyone. It's a 1-4-0. Still Jackpots in the lead, 3,000 gold in under 5 minutes.
I mean, not a thing you can do in this scenario right now. Walkie is so far ahead of Zedel, he cannot even contest for the turtle. He's gonna try to maybe go for some defensive items early on. Maybe even the Kunings as a second item to just give him that extra reset on skills, but I don't know. It's such a hard game for Soya right now. You have Lito with that Land Shaker. You have El Metronio who can chase you with that, heavy crossbow. You can just go for a chase. But look at Kings. He's going to reveal that with the help of Walkie. Big stun coming in on Mr. Loverman.
Yeah, but he's going to still run back all the way thanks to the Lantern Flare coming in. And that's going to be the big Tsunami Slam pick up into the tower. Kingstar is going to be taken down. A barrage of ultimates used up. But that also means that the top tier 1 might actually fall right now. Bottom lane, Lido wants to go in for the Raging Slashes. Will move back out to the safety as Zedel dishes out a decent amount of damage to him. Back and forth, doesn't really get anything out of that. But at least the tower being taken down in top will help Jackpot open up the map.
In the top lane, there was a trade for Kingstar and the turret, which is, I think, in favor of Jackpot. Right now, we're going to see they're charging up his skill 1 to try to maybe go for a stun. However, he did use the Retribution in the last fight, defend that tower from Lito. But even so, Lito has extremely good positioning to maybe try to catch Zeta lacking. He's going to use the skill 2. The flicker was there.
Doesn't matter. Oh, nice iframes coming in from him, but can't really iframe every single stun from the other side. All 5 people hopping on his face. Void Kids, yeah, they're not having a good time in this one.
I mean, right now, what can you do? Oh, big immunity coming in from Kingstar.
Absolutely, he's going to sustain through all of that, and that puts Onoki in an awkward position. Eventually gets taken down out here, and I have no clue what Mr. Loverman is trying to do. Finally picks up 2 of those people on the other side, but doesn't matter. Isaac, he doesn't get the Tsunami Slam on his face. There's an anti-tsunami wall being put up, and Jackpots will double down on everything as the RWM will catch Mr. Loverman. Nothing left for him to survive. This is a world full of hate, and Jackpots are the ones who are hating on everyone.
Xenox finally picked up that Blade of Despair, allowing him the extra damage. But look at Lito, he's gonna try to 1v1 Onoki. He's gonna get that Yo-Yo Blast towards him. But even so, what can he do? The Lord is gonna spawn in a few seconds.
Oh, big Tsunami Slam pickup coming in, but doesn't matter. Walkie was able to just immune out of that, as even the AOG was zoning everyone out. It's a back and forth coming in with the Vengeance popped up already, but the passive from Kingstar, the enhanced basic attack, keeps him alive. Landshaker on no one as Lito falls, missing everything and delivering a shutdown for Void Kids.
Look at Zedel Ackerman. He's gonna be alone on that tier 2 turret. Defending out, falling at hands of El Metronia. He's gonna get that ability. But even so, he just immuned it by a fraction of a second. Even so, that's a lot of gold going towards Void Kids from Light. That shutdown was pretty big, but still, it's a 6,000 gold gap between these 2 teams. He's gonna get those Queen Wings, allowing him to get the reset and the resilience that he needs. But even so, look at that almost perfect dash coming from Onoki. A lot of gold difference coming from the junglers. You can already see that's almost 2,000 gold.
Yeah, that's a big diff. But Onoki, all thanks to that 2,000 gold diff out here. Eventually gets taken down though. Zedel will be moving back. Decent amount of poke from the other side. But it's, what, 8 minutes into the game right now, and the tower passive of the top side has been used up. No more Holy Shield. And I think so they're going to force down towards that mid as well. The minions, yeah, they will reach the tower. That's the mid lane Holy Shield being taken down as well. But finally over towards the bot side, we can see something. Lito still survives and gets the land shaker on the faces as well. Isaac gets taken down. No more Tsunami Slam was left for him to sustain through all of that, as the AOG will finally catch Onoki, but he still survives through all of that. Not for long. Damsky answers back at him. That's every single one now trying to chunk down the crystal. They don't even need the Lord. Maybe a game less than 10 minutes. As Kingstar catches one more. There's still a cannon that sustains, but finally it's going to be cleared out as Walkie on that low HP will still survive, but they will get the inhibitor in mid. Hold on, hold on.
Loverman is there. Onoki is about to be there, but I don't think it's going to be anything that could change the outcome of this game, as Jackpots play game number 2 by a storm. 8 minutes and 58 seconds scared.
You know what? You right away stole the thoughts that were in my head. I was about to say the same thing. 8 minutes and 58 freaking seconds. Not even a 9-minute game. This is the kind of potential that Jackpots are showing us right now. Holy smokes, bro. I have no idea where they've been cooking all of this stuff up, but this is absolutely insane.
Ah, man, Scared, did you say that I stole your ideas because I'm Romanian? What's this? Come on now.
I never said that. I never said that. You're
You
making
said
this
I
up
stole
yourself.
your ideas, and because I'm Romanian.
I've never said that. Hello.
I don't know how that
You're
is.
putting your words. You're putting words in my mouth right now. Not really happening out here. But all right. All jokes apart here. Again, coming back to this one game. I mean, I don't think so. We've really got a lot of things to talk about. It was a clear-cut draft difference and a macro-micro difference.
Exactly. The only guy who made a difference for the side of Void Kids was actually Zenok, but still not enough to actually make a huge impact. However, Zedel, I don't like, as I said, the Suyu pick. You could have went for a different jungler, which have been a bit better. Even the Alucard had a little bit more sustain because he had really nothing to front for you. As we know, Kalea is a support. Only in the late minutes of the game, towards the mid and late game, she gets tanky. She just gets as tanky as a Hylos. Even so, I don't think Zedel was in the right state of mind to pick the Soya. I think it was a draft difference. As you said, Hayabusa could have been maybe better, but I think he was banned out. But even so, Walki's Yisun Shin was not banned out. I mean, come on, you saw what he did in game number 1. Look at game number 2. I think we already know which one of the junglers is better.
Obviously know that now for a long time now. It's going to be Walkie who's got that advantage. But here's the big thing, right? You're looking at all the charts out here. Xenox only dealing 15% of the damage. That's barely 1% over what Isaac has. Literally 1000 damage over the Roamer. Everyone else was doing a job for them. But I'll have to say Onoki getting picked off solo against Laito. That is something I never saw coming. And no one should actually see it coming either. That was so many nice outplays which Laito was pulling out of absolutely nowhere. It's like pulling off the rabbit out of the hat. And then just hopping onto the faces of everyone. Kingstar being the secondary engage for the team on the back of Laito's Landshakers. The combination was perfect.
I mean, personally, I played versus Laito and I know what his kryptonite is. Do you want me to tell you?
Go for it.
So if you go Alucard, critical build on the XP lane with Vengeance, Laito will lose 99% of the times. That's the only counter to Laito right now. I think if you go Alucard critical, it's gone. It's easy. He's gonna rage quit. It's fine.
I don't even want to know why do you know that. And how have you been so specific about it? It's not even just one hero which you can pick up, right? It's Alucard and critical build with a freaking vengeance. How many games have you played up against Laito? I want to know.
Multiple actually, but we can't. And this season not that many. Last season I think 12 games, all of them versus him, Alucard. But even so, I mean, I know he doesn't like playing versus Alucard. He says it's a broken hero. Even on the jungle, he doesn't like to face it because, as you know, rank and tournaments is a big difference. We're just trying to make a few jokes out here. Because this was a complete massacre, and you have to make joy out of a massacre, if I'm not mistaken. Scared yet. It was amazing to cast with you, but I think if you could take a look at the leaderboards, it would be amazing to check out how the rankings changed, how the teams moved up, what happened. Walk us through it.
If only we all had a leaderboard about the predictions as well, right? I'm pretty sure I would have been sitting where either Method Black is or either where Void Kids is. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Method Black's position. I've only got one prediction right till now. But on the other side, right? Minerva Fury, one of the fan favorite teams out there. 5 points, but still on the 4th position. We've got the top 3 are Stolen Angels, Omni Glitch, Jackpots, and then Minerva Fury. Now that's something no one saw coming.
I mean, personally, I think only because Omni Glitch the other day got that sweep. I think that's what changed the ranking a lot because the points change by how many games you win. They're double or like I think 1.5. No, if I'm not mistaken. But even so, Method Black and Void Kids at the bottom. I was expecting, as you said, Method Black to be a little bit higher, maybe even next to AKKE or above AKKE. However, Void Kids, for me, it was an expected outcome. I've seen them practice, and I've played with Zedel before he made his squad. I played against him, it was a thing to be witnessed. I mean, I don't know. Personally, I think Zedel is a great player, a great jungler. He has a great mentality, but even so, I think he just lacks that experience on more heroes. He was a link one trick, as we call it, on just the community itself. but I think he could have made a big difference if he actually started learning more heroes from. He would have been a great player. He would have had a better stage to dance on, but even so, he has some extremely niche picks in the current patch, but he doesn't play Shin a lot from what I know. Doesn't like the Shin. His Lancelot is good, his Hayabusa is good, his Ling is good, his Joy is good, his Fan is... it's okay. Because Fan right now in the current patch, and even in competitive plays, it's a 50-50. But Scared, what do you think of the rankings? Was something expected, was something unexpected?
I mean, I think so. I'm going to be speaking for every single person out here for the fact that Method Black in the bottom 2 is absolutely unreal. No one really saw that happening. Every single person out here, they were thinking that maybe Method Black is going to be the team that will actually rise up in the ranking. Maybe they're going to stay up out there, but that's not happening. It seemed like that rustiness is actually getting on to them, because they are the team that haven't really had that much of the practice together. We know the roster is capable of it, but it has fallen down to the fact that this current patch, yeah, it requires a lot of grinding. It requires a lot of awareness about how you can change things against the other side. There's a lot of surprises out here, which I think some Method Black are being caught off guard. And all the way because of all of that, they're sitting down on that second place. Though at the first position by Stolen Angels, that's also some, I would have to say, a bit of a surprise for me. Even Omni Glitch on that second, or rather top 3 positions out here. Second, I'd have to say, that's also a bit of a surprise for me as well. But I'm pretty happy to see that the competition is actually pretty close, and every single team is going neck to neck against each other.
I mean, as you said, it's a neck break situation, but right now, I don't think Method Black can turn it around or Void Kids. I think they're going to stay towards the bottom of the leaderboard. However, Jackpots, AKKE, and Revendor have a chance to go for the number 1 spot on this leaderboard here. But, I mean, who knows? There's 4 more days of playing, so... Come on. Of course, they're going to be ending at the same time as the Rising Division. First is going to be the Rising Division every Friday for the next 2 weeks, so next Friday and the Friday after that. And in the weekends, we're going to have the games, the remaining 8 games.
That's the thing. You're talking about all of those important dates of those tournaments, as well as every single one of us is eventually looking forward to it out here right now, right? And even I'm looking forward for the games that are going to be in the next week itself, because there's a lot of things that could eventually happen, a lot of ups and downs out here. We've already seen some fun games today, but for the next week, there's going to be, again, AKKE up against Minerva Fury, Revenant against Void Kids, Method Black taking on Jackpots, and Stolen Angels out there for Omni Glitch. We'll have to see who gets the wins out there, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll also have to see who gets the wins, or rather the predictions out correct in terms of all of those casters. And I really hope it's not Warren this time. That man is absolutely running away with that lead. I hope it's Zakota, I hope it's me, I hope it's the rest of us as well. We want to catch up for that, man. But that's about it for today. Zakota, it was a pleasure to be on the desk with you. Super fun as well. Warren was here as well, so a shout out to him. Unfortunately, Kronos could not join us, but hopefully we'll see him in the next week. But people, thank you so much for tuning in. This is it from me, Scariot, and alongside me, Zakota. You all were watching the Thunder division of the MEC qualifiers. It's the MEC Fall 2025 round robin stage. We'll catch you guys on day number 4. So stay tuned till the next week. Till then, good night.
Hello guys, we are back. We have still Zakota here, who wants to be here like all day, every day, all the time for you. And with us is Mio, since we didn't have time to catch up and talk about everything we wanted to in the pre-show. Thank you guys for being here even so late. And I think that we can go like jump right straight to what happened today, because we have some big surprises. I have to say that I'm really disappointed in my predictions, because I hit only like one and the rest was like totally off. So yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think we all messed in our predictions today.
Actually, I would start right off the bat with Method Black, because like most of us really wanted to see like they would shine today, and they would like show us why they were invited and everything. So your point of view, Mio, because you also, like the both of us at the pre-show, we were talking about like how we would like to see them take at least one game.
I mean, yeah, I was expecting them to like prove themselves to the people more and like show the people what can they do, especially that like they're not like a new team or something. They're all of them are professional players that been playing before in other Europe tournaments, and especially that their start was not the best start in this tournament. So I thought like they will have maybe some excitement in themselves and to prove themselves more. Especially me, like I would love like to see Metal Black, prove themselves more. But today, what I saw is that Omni Glitch was like dominating them more, holding the game more, holding the pressure of the game so easily, and like Metal Black couldn't really compete against them, which looks like sadly a bit like last matches, and like that's something that, of course, when it comes to for the viewers that would love to see like competing matches going like both sides, of course that's something like it's a bit disappointing. But we all hope that maybe like for the next matches you would like do better and better, for me, like in my opinion. And for
there's also a lot of on the line, because right now they have like 1 point in the leaderboards, and it's like if they don't step up, they are going to play in the relegations tournament. And I think that there are some hungry teams coming from Rising Division. So what is your take on this match? Because you were also I'm not sure, you were not casting during the time, but
it was not me. But I was expecting a bit more from Method Black, but Pika not having played in such a long time and having a new roamer. I mean, Super X is an incredible roamer. He has the skills needed, but Paxi, I think, is better mechanically. And, being such old team member, I think, Mio, you remember back then when Pika was still active, he was just second team in Europe behind Rogue. I think that was the scaling back then. Yeah. It was Rogue, Method Black, and then maybe Light Cavalry back then. But right now, Pika just came back to playing. He's trying to, get back in that rhythm. Right now, you or mid laner yourself, what do you think is better right now? Do you think, what is the thing he could improve on right now? Because the meta hero is different from what it was back then. Back then, it was more Valentina, it was more controlish. It was more, you hold the team together, not you deal the damage to expand your team's potential to just go open the map further. What do you think are your takes on Pika's skills right now?
For me, I think there's a bit of difference between Pika and Super. Like most of the people can see that, of course. Both are incredible players. I can see that, but I think from Pika's side, they were like more aggressive, more like they have more options when it comes to the picks when in the room and mid. And of course, Pika would make any mid laner like more comfortable and like more aggressive with him. So that's why I would give him like the river more, the control of the river more, and like the early game more, which will help him in the game. I think Super X is also an incredible player, good player, but I think he doesn't have the same aggression as Pika. And of course, they're not used to play with each other. They don't have much of synergy with each other, so we can see that in the game, especially on the Omni glitch match today. Like they didn't control the river that much, and they had a bit of disadvantage when it comes to that. So I think maybe with time in the next matches they still have a strong match for the next week. I think they have enough time to improve themselves and to show to the people that they're not they're not like the team that they think they are. They can do better and they are stronger and they can prove themselves to the people. So that's what I really want to see, and I think all of yours of course would love to see that.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to the next match, which was, I think, the biggest surprise today. And AKKE was the first one to take 1 point or take one game from Stolen Angels so far. And we were even talking about it, and Mio, you said yeah, I don't want to hurt Toby's feeling, but I think that it will be 0-2.
Yeah, I did.
And actually, we were even talking about it, if you let them take a Hellcurt.
Yeah, we said that.
Yeah, we said that. We were giving out these tips for free, and just Stolen Angels didn't listen to us. They did it, and they just prolonged the win rate of Maku 100% win rate on Hellcurt right now. That's crazy.
I think then our talks before the matches should be maybe studied now.
The predictions weren't so on point, but what we are talking about the playstyle and what people should look out for in these teams, I think we were pretty on point. But it was such a pleasant surprise because those guys, they really fight to the bone. And AKKE stole the first game. So did you happen to see the whole game, both of the games?
I saw the first game. I was actually expecting Stolen Angels to ban Hellcurt into 2 games, but I see that they took it as a challenge of it to not ban Hellcurt, and they took it as a challenge that we want to win with their Hellcurt. And I think that challenge didn't work, which is
Actually, those are exactly my thoughts, because I saw that they let them have the Hellcurt, and I was like, are they doing it on purpose? They want to show the dominance? Okay, guys, we didn't lose a match, we are going to show that we are going to take even the best jungler on Hellcurt with his Hellcurt, and we are going to show that we are going to take everything. But yeah, it backfired a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, as I said in previous series and in previous tournaments, don't let Maku put his hands on that Hellcurt. It's such a strong pick. He just knows how to move in bushes. I don't know how to explain. It's like a cockroach. Even in rank, he just teleports from bush to bush, and you cannot see him because Hellcurt's teleport is so long. It has such a big range, and he teleports in a bush. You check the other one, you already have the vision on it. I think, what is he? And then he teleports on another, and he keeps going right around the lore till he gets the turtle or the objective. But I think the biggest strength of Team AKKE is the draft. They have pretty good hero pool, and their draft can, match the one of Stolen Angels. Of course, Stolen Angels has a lot of experience. They have Enzo, they have Pemi. Kent is a pretty good player. I think the best player from Estonia. I mean, it's still a big thing. But Mio, you played versus Pemi in MPL MENA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And how do you think he transferred the skills? Do you think he's got better after he played in MPL, or do you think he stayed at the same level?
I think it's pretty hard to answer this question because, in MENA is different mechanics, different playstyle, and also different metas from that time to now. And also different players, But I think Pem is more stronger when he plays in Europe, because that's the people who used to play with more. Actually, I would like to see Pem against Kingsta maybe in the future. I want to see how it's gonna go in the room. It's gonna be a really good battle. So that's a thing I really want to watch. But I think No, Pem is one of the best roamers in the tournament, and I would like to see more of him. But from the first match of today, I think it was really hard for him to catch this cockroach. He just like kept moving the whole map, and like nobody can catch him. And also, I can see that it's not also about Mako; it's also about the other 4 players of Team AKKE. They were also like so comfortable playing with him. They trust him so much, and like they can already play with him, like with the movements he makes on the map. They can already like also take another step to do something else while he's doing his thing, you know. So I can see also it's not about only Mako. Like he just the whole team knows how to play the game with Hellcurt. And you know, the second match, I think they said like, nah, bro, we don't want to play against this cockroach again. Just ban him right now. First ban, get out of here. So it was like just like NS the ban. And the second match, it was, you know, like in the early game I saw it was like going a bit to both sides, but I think experience won a bit in this second match. I saw like when it comes to Enzo and Pem, 2 really good players that have a lot of experience. I think that's what made the match go to their side in the end.
Actually, as you were saying about AKKE, like when I was watching their first game, like the exact moment they achieved the objective, the second they dispersed to other objectives. Like the communication has to be so good in that team. And even as you said, they're so comfortable with Maku, because if he said like he's going for some objective somewhere else, like they move like the 4-man team is going through objective to objective, and they let Maku do his thing. So it was like so pleasant to see such a gameplay. And yeah, if you catch them, then like you have to be really careful about like what they are going to play.
Yeah.
And when you were talking about that, you want to see Stolen Angels against Jackpots, like next Sunday, your wish is going to come true. So we have to invite you for next Sunday as well.
I hope so.
So we can take this one as well. But I think we can move on to Revenant Order against Minerva Fury. I think this was a really big, like a lot of people were expecting a big show from this match, and it was delivered, because it was like, wow. I was so amazed by Revenant Order in the first game. It was such a pleasant surprise, again, against my prediction, but a pleasant surprise. Because all these ties just showcase how strong all these teams are. And if you look at the leaderboards right now, even though that Minerva Fury is like the top contender of everyone, they're still on the, like, they share the 3rd place with Jackpots, which is a pretty big surprise. Like after the first day 1 week ago, where like when I ask any of the casters, who do you think is the best, like the favorite, and Minerva Fury was the top contender, and these teams just don't give anything for free. So what did you think about this game? I think it was from draft till end, it was like a pretty tough showcase of skills.
I think we did talk about this already, also in the pre-show, that we already knew that the match is gonna be a really like top tier match, I would say. Both of the teams are really good, strong teams, and like I even predict that there's gonna be 1-1 because both of the 2 teams are really strong, and I know that how can they play the game. Like the game, I think it was really fun to just watch. Like if you just want to watch the game and have fun, this is a game to watch, to be honest. The game is going to both sides, and you can feel the pressure even of the match when you're not even playing, you know. I think Minerva Fury is a really strong team, and they have still a long way to prove themselves too, more and more, and I think they will keep going on to go to top 1, I think, in this tournament. Also on the other side, they just said like even if Minever Fury is a good team, we're also a good team, we're also a strong team. We still can compete for the first place, and we also saw how they played on the first match. But for me, in my opinion, I did really like the chip pick on the second game from Minever Fury. It's like, you know, something kind of new that we don't really see on Europe or like MENA or something. We'll always see it in Indonesia, we see it in Philippines or something. So it was like, you know, kind of fun and challenging, but I did like the challenge for Primo. And so like, I think it really made me happy. Like I would love to know like what's Dakota like opinion on something like this when it comes to the chip pick.
I mean, personally, I was thinking I maybe go with the chip jungle because, as you know, in the recent patch, chips skill 1 now can affect creeps and it can maybe work to advantage. I tried him in ranked. He was extremely slow at farming, so it's it's always a possibility. That's why I love Mobile Legends. It's such a versatile game, and as we know, Primo, I think he has one of the best chips in Europe. I mean, when I played versus him, he's mostly a front or a support player. But on chip, I've never seen him play this well. I mean, he did make some mistakes with that flicker on top lane when he tried to catch the Ruby. Tried to predict the flicker, but it never happened. I think that was one of the mistakes he made. But even so, I think he definitely improved a lot with his lineup. I mean, I remember him. I mean, as you know, you scrimed versus them a lot, Neo. You know how much he improved from back then to now. I think it's an extremely night and day difference. And I think all of Minerva Fury improved. All of their lineups are strong, I think. They have one of the best, if not the best, goal laners in Europe right now. I think even better than Wicked. Macaron still needs to work a bit on his jungle. He needs to refine it a little bit more because I think there are people out there with better skills, better micro, better macro than him. But still, he is amazing. He does an amazing job at taking objectives. He just doesn't know how to completely shove off enemies before an objective. In MPL MENA, you always try to go for a shove before you do an objective. You try to get the enemy's low HP or try to get a kill. In Europe, it's basically the same thing, as you know, but right now, I don't think a lot of people try to go for the aggressive play in the early towards like the turtle start time. They try to play a little bit safe. They don't want to die. But I think that's what's killing the momentum from their team. You need to go for the instant kill if you see someone out of position. It's such an easy play right now because roaming is so broken. It's, night and day difference between last patch and now this patch. The level 2 is such a big difference, especially on chip or maybe on, let's say, on Kalea, because you get the jump, you get the skin, and you get so much healing from either of these. From chip, you get a movement speed increase, you get basically a dash, and you get 2 stuns. So, you just have that early game potential advantage. But I think we cannot even trash talk Revenant. They had an amazing draft. They just did such an amazing job with the first game. They just outdrafted Minerva Fury. You can agree, but even so, I think it's all down to macro and micro and how confident you are. As we said in the casting stage, the first peak, the blue side peak, I think is the strongest right now. Back then, it was always the second peak because you get multiple chase of hero. But right now on this patch, so many heroes are strong, you don't know who to pick first.
Actually, I have a question for both of you, maybe, because Minerva Fury and Revenant Order, they're XP laners. They put such an exceptional performance. Even yesterday, like when I was watching Shy with 10 HP go 1v5, like those two guys, what do you think about them? Because I think they are showcasing such a good outplays, and they're so good mechanically.
I think I saw like the battle between Shy and Bobby Rusick. I think is so strong. Like both of them is like if I'm an XP laner and I wanna learn some skills or like do some stuff that like can 1v5 the enemy, I would love to watch both of them actually. Like especially Bobby Rusick with his picks and like for example with Arlet or with his Lapo or Yuzong or whatever. Like any pick he takes, he dominates the early game. He dominates the enemy. Like that's his job. That's like what he does, And his team, if you can, like you will see in the matches, that's what. He always provides for his team, and you can see that in the match. Also, the same thing for Shy. Like you can see that Shy also, like he Like he does some TikTok stuff, like he can like do like 1v3 stuff and like just go, you know, eat all the enemies like just alone, you know. So like I really did like the battle like between them in the XP lane, and like I think both of them just showed what they can do, you know, today, and what they can do in the future on the next games. And like, to be honest, I really had fun watching them and watching also the other players today, and even in like even in the room, especially in the late game.
I'm talking about it just because I think those two are the most like they frustrated the enemy the most. Because exactly like yesterday when Shy go 1v5, like if you are in this kind of situation and he gets out, it just gets you mentally like, and I think that's very important in this kind of and if the game is prolonged, like you are playing for 25 minutes, and at the end game you just can't kill these guys, you are just so frustrated. Zakota, what is your take? Because you didn't have the space, and I know that I always see you like as you are like boiling up, and you want to share your thoughts.
I mean, personally speaking, if I have a ranking of XP laners, I think it's gonna be. I think I might be getting a lot of heat from it, but right now my XP lane in my heart, the top 5 list I'm gonna give. I think Bob Berustic is the best mechanically gifted player in Europe currently. He's the best. There's no contention for him. In the second place, a person from Rising Division. He's from Big Mistake, Shrek. Some people know him, some people don't know him, but I think he has potential to be number 1 in Europe. If he has a good MS, that guy, I think he's crazy. He's really good. I've seen him play versus MPL teams, versus top teams in Europe. I mean, even Memento Mori's coach and their jungler, Noel, I think the best jungler in Europe right now as well, he commendated the player for being just good. And in third place, it's either Shy or Laito. Laito is a good XP laner. He's a solid XP laner, but he's not a star XP laner. He has good mechanics. He has a good hero pool, but he doesn't have anything special about him. He doesn't have that intuition about him. Compared to, let's say, Shy, who maybe can go for that 1v5 without any fear in him. He doesn't like to think of the risks, is what I'm trying to say about Shy. He's extremely good mechanically. Both of them are, I'd say, it's such a close battle, but I think Shy takes a number 3 spot and Shrek on that number 4. And personally, another XP laner who I think has extremely high potential in Europe, I think Ironsky. Many people will think I'm joking, but he's still a teenager. He still has potential to grow. And I think this is the best time for him to join esports in Europe because of Surge. I mean, there's so many possibilities every time of the year to join a tournament. But I mean, that's just my take on it. I think there's so many people in Europe who have so much potential, but they don't know how to express it. You know, it's so hard to put on paper what I'm trying to say. But I think Mio has an idea because he played with people sometimes considered bad, and look how they turned out. Like Kingsta people sometimes considered a little bit... let's say, not as proactive as he could be. He sometimes was tilting extremely easily. And now look at him. He's, I think, one of the best roamers in Europe. I think top 10, definitely. But I think that's just my take on the XP lane situation. I mean, there are so many possibilities for people to change and just have an idea of what they say. Because many people have their opinions. This was mine. But I think it's a correct one. Because egoistical, you know?
I have just one last question to this matchup. Revenant Order is third from the bottom in the leaderboards, and from my point of view, I just it's such a, I don't know how to put it into words, because they are such a strong team, and even such a strong team is like only with 2 points in the leaderboards. So I'm not really sure how to take it in, because I see that right now the closest match is against Void Kids. So I think they are going to put all the frustration there, and they will try to take all the points. But then again, like still they have 2 points, and it's just I'm just wondering how.
Yeah.
how is it possible that such a strong team has only 2 points? But then again, Jackpots is the same, and even though they have really good lineup. But let's move to the last match of today, and that's Jackpots against Void Kids.
It's just
this will be a little bit hard for me to describe as an organizer, but I will. Thankfully, I have the two of you with me. So Mio, what do you think? Like, I know that I was giving you updates, but it was like a speed run of today.
I mean, I don't know. I just like, I opened the draft, I closed the phone, I open again, the match ended. So I don't know what happened. It was like, I mean, it's like they're from the happy way, or like from the good way. I think Jackpots, as we said in the pre-show, they wanted to prove themselves and to prove that they're not a team that you can just take the 2 points, like 2-0 from them, just go away.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're a really strong team and they are really good players, and also they need also to prove to their viewers and to their people, because they have a lot of people that supports them. They need to prove to them that they are a really strong team and they can do something in that tournament and they can compete, and they did that, and we saw how strong they are from just to the first second to the last second. They're just dominating everything when in the game. When it comes to the mid lane, Slavik and Kista just dominating the early game, controlling the mid the whole game, and just the enemy just cannot they cannot just doing a lot of mistakes and couldn't really compete against them. From the other side, from Void Kids, I mean, of course I'm a bit sad because I mean they are a new team. I would love to see a new team compete against other big teams and try to take a point from them, or try to make some fun to watch, but sadly they didn't make it like this really. And yeah, I think it was kind of expected, not gonna lie, to see that clean sweep from Jackpots.
Zakota, you were nodding a lot, and
I saw him, yeah.
Yeah, and taking this deep breath,
he wants to laugh so bad. I see him.
I mean, I was thinking when you said Kingsta was doing a good job, I was thinking of Kingsta show a few tournaments ago. You remember?
Yeah, I
think
I know. Of course, I was playing with him.
I was talking to I was like, after we had the break, I was typing in Discord to some DMs. Why didn't Kingsta pick up Kalea? Kalea was open. Why did they go for the show? Better go Grok. And when I saw the show, I knew it was either gonna be Kingsta doing a good job or Kingsta feeding. I think there's no in between on show, especially. But I mean, as you said, they're newcomers for Void Kids. I mean, Walkie also, I think he improved a lot from last time. Last time, you guys, I think, lost to Zedel, or no? He was with Enzo and with Tiso, and he lost to Zedel. And then we made fun of him for a little time, but still. Now it's changed, of course, but you played with Kingsta, you played with Joshi. Who is better, Walkie or Joshi?
You're just putting me on the spot now, huh?
Zakota and his mean questions, there you go.
I don't know. Look, let's be honest. This is the first season I would see Walkie. I didn't play with him on jungle. This is the first season he improved a lot, and everybody can see that. And actually, let's be real, nobody expected Walkie will be in a tournament and competing against big teams and doing this kind of stuff. No one would expect that, So I mean, for me, if I'm gonna choose, I would just, to be honest, I would go with Joshi more, because he's my boy. He's my man. I played with him for a long time, and we had a lot of challenges together to move with, and I think it's more on Joshi. Okay. But what do you think? Do you think Joshi or Walkie? For you?
Oh, you turned the question around.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course. Of course.
So, I mean, we had Wicked a few. Yesterday I think we had him on interview, and he said that he would pick Walkie over Josh because Joshi is not as active as he used to be anymore. So I think I'd have to side with Wicked on this side. Walk is extremely active. He's playing in a ton of scrims versus very good teams. I mean, even in he's playing scrims with versus Versotime, of course, Kid Bomba. And like, it's such a big night and day difference between Wacky a few seasons ago and Wacky now. I think he's playing to his full heart's content. He's actually trying. He's, not playing just to play. He's playing to win. I think that's what's great about Europe, because you can see improvement from the last tournament to this tournament. I remember just seeing the qualifiers. I was like, Wacky lost to Zedel. I was like, damn, how did he lose to Zedel? After that, I went to the server and I checked. Oh, he actually lost to Zedel. But nowadays, it's so easy to just make a team because everyone is so ready. Even on the Surge Discord server, you can always go to the recruitment chat and maybe apply for some teams. Maybe, who knows, you're going to be the next big star in Europe. But Mio, another question for you, if you don't mind. Who do you think is the best mid laner in this Thunder division?
That's a good question. And ooh.
Actually, this is a very hard question, because even when we had a chat with all the casters, like, they couldn't agree on one person. Like, there's a big discourse on this.
I mean, let's be honest. The thing is, it's really hard to choose because everybody is special with his own pick. Like, he has a pick or two picks that like he's really special with, and like there's a lot of things I saw that like made me. But I think in my mind till now, like, I'm not saying like on like the prime of this player. I'm just saying from what I saw on this tournament till now, I think Krev on his Selena is just the best in my opinion. Just because I'm just saying this, like, depending on what I saw in the last few matches. I mean, you can never leave his Selena open. If you leave him, you're just going in a big trouble. And we just saw on Jackpots match what he did to Jackpots, how they made him suffer with his Selena. So I think till now he's, I think he one of the best. But I'm also looking forward to see more. I see a lot of other matches they're doing so good. I see that too, but just in my opinion, I see Grave. But I would turn on the question on Zakota again. Who's the best jungler in this tournament, in your opinion?
It's as you said, and as Nish said, we debated about this, I think, for like 20 minutes till Nish told us to stop talking about it.
Yeah.
But for me, in my heart, I would say Enzo is the best. But right now, I don't think Enzo is in his prime. He doesn't have anyone to tell him exactly what to do. Because remember, with Kid Bomba, someone always had a cast. I mean, not a cast. I'm just like a shot call, just to go for that, do that. And that's how Enzo improved, because he was extremely dangerous. I remember playing versus Enzo. He was playing Novaria when it launched. He was doing, I think, like 30-40% of damage. He wasn't getting killed one time. I mean, I remember that 0 damage game. I think you remember it. It was such a big thing back then. But now, I think Damsky has a shot at being one of the best mages in Europe. Either him or Sensei. Both of them have insane potential.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with this.
Of course you do. What do you mean?
I cannot lie.
We could go for a long time on these discussions about best players, but since we have Mio here, we're talking about it behind the scenes a little bit.
Yeah.
What is the biggest difference between MPL meta and the meta and the playstyle in Europe when you, as you see it?
Yeah, I think actually it's not like there's a really big differences between MENA and Europe, and it's not really big differences. But Europe has better mechanics, I think, and better micro skills, way more better. I think just maybe if Europe get more support, for example, from better coaches, just like MENA, I think they would improve more and more to get better than MENA, in my opinion, So maybe I would like to see that with time, But I think MENA is now have a stronger point when it comes to the macro, when it comes to the like numbering and this kind of stuff. They have more, like a +1 on that, But like the differences between them is not that much big, That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
When it comes to coaches, we also had a very good conversation with the casters, and here I will also go with a good question for you, and then I hope Zakota can catch up on it.
He wants to left.
Who do you think would be a big enough person or big enough persona as a coach to tame all these big ego guys we have in Europe? Because I think that even during the discussion, like a lot of you casters said that the players here are really hard to tame, and they need a really strong leader. Like, do you think there is any coach out there who would take on such a big challenge as to tame some of the European teams?
I don't know. I think we just need, I don't know, we need to call the police when it comes to that. Like, there's no way. Like, most of the coaches, they are like nice people, you know, they don't get angry or rage. So I don't know. It's kind of hard when it comes to that. Like, I don't know. Well, like, what do you think, Zakota? Do you have any options? Like, do you have any recommendations?
I mean, when I was playing still extremely seriously, I think, do you remember there was a Greek squad, I forgot the name of it, but we had Fly Solo as a coach. I remember him just coaching and he's saying, what are you guys doing? Why are you playing like this? You guys play like animals. I mean, a coach in Europe needs to be respected because he is playing good. I mean, Kid Bomba is respected because he's a good player. He was the coach of Rogan. Look what happened to the members. Most of them are in Russia or in other MPLs, or they went to an M series. I mean, the only player who didn't go to an M series are, I mean, two of them. I mean, Enzo and Sombra still didn't go, but extremely good players still to this day. But for a coach to be respected in Europe, they need to show their prowess. They need to show, hey, I'm a good coach. I know what I'm talking about. Because most people in Europe have such a big ego, they don't respect whatever opinion other people have. I mean, I remember when I was in squad with Kingstar, a long time ago, he was playing, he transitioned from jungle to Roma. Then when Helcourt, he was saying to me, Zakota, why do you play with people like this? Why do you listen to them? And I was like saying, I'm playing for fun. I'm not playing to try hard. And he was saying, okay, I join with you a few games. If they don't listen to my draft, I leave. And the first game, he left after. I mean, that's my experience with, you know, the egos in Europe, because you have to think, because I'm a better player, they think, he must be a good drafter, or like, it's such a mystery to me. Because you have to listen to the coach, you have to listen to what he's saying. Even he's saying, play a bit slow, don't play aggressive. And you think as a player, why should I play slow? I have the snowball potential, why don't I go for aggressive plays? Because you're going to die and you're going to give gold to the enemies. But if I go back to the topic of MPL MENA, right now, a lot of, and back then even so, a lot of players went from Europe to MENA and they didn't do as well as intended. I mean, I remember Vansky, I think, went to Team Occupy, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't, I mean, he did a good job. He was playing extremely well, but do you think he got a bit better, or do you think he lost some of the skill on his way to MENA?
Actually, there's a lot of players like who came from Europe to MENA, and like one of them is Vansky. He didn't like do the same gameplay that he does here in Europe in MENA. And he didn't like do so well. But like, if you're gonna take another example, I think we can talk about Carvey, for example. He was a player who played in Europe for so long time, and he played in other big teams as well. And he came to MENA with GK, and like he did a really good job, and like he proved himself. You know, same thing as Zeno. You know, Zeno as well did a really good job with GK, and now he's like playing in Verso. So like that shows that Europe, like, they have really good strong players, and if they just get the chance and get like the opportunity to prove themselves more, you know. And I know he's laughing right now, but I was just being honest.
Yeah, his hands are going like,
he just want to touch the cold Europe now.
No. I know exactly. You're talking about season 6 of MPL MENA, which is my favorite season of all MPLs, because I watched it. I actually enjoyed it. I mean, there was Boro in R8 with Defender, if I'm not mistaken. They played extremely good in the regular season, but in the playoffs, they lost, I think, game number 2 to Twisted. And then GK did an amazing job. They got, I think, runner-up, if I'm not mistaken. Or third. Place, runner-up or second or third place. Yeah. But even so, right now, we have Bobber in Russia. We have Tor for the new Moroccan team for, I think, Super X? I don't remember what's it called.
Project X.
Project X. And I think there's another player from Europe, but I forgot on what team. But what I'm trying to say is that some people are going to MENA to maybe get a bit of more experience, to come back to Europe to see maybe, hey, I played here, I learned this, I can teach you guys this.
Yeah.
But right now, what impresses me in MPL MENA are the junglers. They are so mechanical. Right now, I think my favorite jungler is Strawboy from Axe team. He's extremely good. I think you have to agree. He has, I think, the best jungle in all MPL MENA.
Yeah. I agree with this. 100%. It's just, I think the thing that really Europe that you don't have, and like when it comes to junglers, I mean Europe, yeah, most of the junglers in Europe they have a lot of ego. I see, not the same as MENA. We can agree on this, but I think the most effective thing that junglers in MENA have and junglers in Europe doesn't have. Experience, yeah, of course, but like the pressure, they can't deal with the pressure of the game. Like in MPL matches, you can see like there's a lot of junglers like Boyet, through Boy, for example, Huda.
Soda.
Like, there's a lot of junglers. Yeah. They can't deal with pressure. They can like do a lot of micro skills that like can kill 2-3 players just alone. He can deal with this pressure. It's like it's just nothing to him. On the other side in Europe, they also have good micro skills and really good skills, but like no, they cannot deal with the same pressure, and this kind of stuff you learn it after you play a lot of tournaments. You get more professional, and you get the chance to prove yourself, I think.
Okay, guys, I think that we already reached a pretty long point. We went a little bit overboard on what we wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
I really want to thank you, Mio, for joining us for today, even on the pre-show right now. You bring a lot of new perspectives, and I really like the conversation. So I'm definitely sure that we will try to reach out to you once again. Zakoto, thank you for your casting today, and also for the after show. Since you call it mean questions, but I call it like digging deep, and that's exactly what we need. So we bring some new information for people to think about. Hopefully it will get to the people that needs them the most, like the titans of the Europe, who have no shadow over them. And this is it for this weekend, and we are going to see some very good and intense matches next week. So I'm looking forward to it. To those who are still watching, thank you also very much for your support, and see you next week.
Yep.